All right, that's enough of that startup stuff. Let's get to it, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Surprised ya. Hello, everybody. Welcome. My name is Kismet. Sorry, running a little bit behind there, as I do. Always some technical problems I got to solve. I tell you, I've been streaming. This is, I don't even know what number this is. What number is this right now? 1,145 best stream evers, and every time it's something. Something has to be updated. Something has to be done. Computers are not starting up right. Programs aren't launching. My camera's messed up. Microphone is not doing the sound every time. It's so funny because I get here early. I'm here an hour, 30 minutes before, getting everything prepped, and that startup time is not enough time, by the way. I'm sitting here and I'm changing my, updating the title, and I'm tweeting stuff out, and I'm setting stuff on the Discord, and I'm letting everybody know I'm starting up, and I'm in there, and I'm checking in on my mods, that my mods are there, and going through all of that, and getting my computer started up and all that. 10 minutes is not long enough. For sure. But, hey, you know what? I do the best I can, right? Do the best I can, and sometimes I'm Johnny on the spot, and I saved a minute there. So we can start right up and get to it. Welcome, everybody. I see Subi in the chat. What's up, Subi? Thanks for being here. Good morning. Hope all is well. It is, actually. I actually slept like a normal person. Well, I kind of woke up and went to sleep, or woke up and went to sleep, but I'm here, and I've been trying to do, try to get into a cycle where I can try to stay in this schedule. It's very difficult for me because I don't sleep like a normal person. I sleep when I can, not when I should. You know what I mean? I used to sleep 9 p.m., 6 a.m., 9 p.m., 6 a.m. every single day, 7 days a week, for my whole entire career. And sometimes I wouldn't sleep because I'd be up working, but most of the time I would be on that particular thing. And now with sleep apnea, it's very difficult because I have, like a bit of insomnia too. So I have trouble sleeping at any given time. So now what I've been doing is trying something different because, if something doesn't work, don't keep doing that thing that doesn't work. Great tip in life, everybody. You'd think you wouldn't have to explain that to people, but definitely want to try something different. So what I've been trying to do is after the stream is I lay down for 30 minutes or an hour, and then I get up, and then I got a whole bunch of, family stuff to do, and then I'm running videos and copying stuff and processing stuff behind the scenes, and then I take care of that, and then I come back, and then while the family is eating or they're off doing their homework, whatever it is, then I'm working on stuff behind the scenes. So I'm trying to get in that cycle so I can have a bigger output here on the stream. I'm trying to increase my output just like you would in Satisfactory, right? So you try to do it in real life on top of in-game. So thanks for being here, Subi. Always great to see you. The wonderful JC Hunter also got my back. Says, good morning. Hope you're doing well today. I am doing well. Got some sleep. Ready to play some games. Ready to hang out with all of you. Pretty awesome. Trying to stay in the same cycle. Again, very difficult. Because of my medical conditions, it's really a tragedy. my situation right now is a tragedy because I'm jealous of my wife who literally hits even before she hits the pillow, bam, straight to sleep, then up in the morning, and then like clockwork, up, getting the kids up, always the same, always on time, amazing. I see. You don't miss it till it's gone, everybody. You don't miss those things which you take for granted right now until those things are like a high priority in your life. You're like, man, I wish I could just sleep like a normal person anymore. There you go. But I try hard. That's the most important thing. Keep trying at it. Don't give up on it. That's what's important. I see you there. That's Mr. On. You bring that cookie lurker love, as he does. I do appreciate you big time. Canadian Sleepyhead. I saw you hit that follow button. Great name, by the way. I love your name. Thank you for coming in, showing that love. We'll go ahead and replay that here when I get into my main stream. Show you some love over there on the stream. JC Hunter saying hello to everybody. See, that's what I love about my mods. They come in, they got my back, they say hello to everybody. They're like my chat ambassadors. That's why I appreciate all my mods. They're like the heroes behind the stream. That's why I take them to TwitchCon. That's why I show them so much love here in the stream. I feel like they're the unsung heroes behind the scenes. For sure. And then Rotisserie G coming in. It can only be the best stream ever if something new goes wrong. That's a good one, Rotisserie G. I like that one. That's true. Yeah, it's always something. I mean, it's like something you wouldn't expect too. It's like all of a sudden, I got my headphones on and then I can't hear, and I'm like, why can't I hear? And it's because I have set something down and I pulled a cord out of the back of my computer or something ridiculous like that. Because I do a lot of work in this little space I have right here for my office. And I have a lot of stuff in here, which again, you'll see that. I thought it was rolling out in January, but it's actually rolling out in February. Behind the scenes of how I do my stream, teaching you guys a bit of my tips and how to, spend your time streaming instead of spend your time doing all that technical stuff, which really sucks up your time. I mean, sometimes you're fixing stuff 5, 7, 10, 8 hours. You're trying to get stuff working. You're trying to add stuff to your stream. I'll just give you the shortcut. How about that? I'll give you the Cliff Notes version where you can just go, oh, if I do this, this, and this, and then it works, okay, cool. Instead of spending hours and hours and hours trying to figure out how to make it work, you just go right to it. And that stuff will start rolling out too. I got a really great series going right now for Goddess. If you enjoyed my previous guides on that, man, I'm having the greatest playthrough of that game. Probably the best playthrough I've ever had. After the stream, when I'm, after I rest and I do all that other stuff, and when I kind of settle in at nighttime, I will sit there and play for an hour or two the game and record it while I'm playing, and then I come back later and I edit it down, and then I voice over the guides, and then I put them up there. So that series will go on for a while. I have both a mobile version and a PC playthrough version. More guides coming out for Satisfactory and other games like that, and new games being lined up. I was working on those yesterday as well. Some learn to play sessions on some games, and I'm really behind on some of those games. I feel really bad. I do appreciate the sponsorship for some of those games. I will get to them. When I say I will do something, I will do it. It may not be, in everybody else's time frame, because I am partially disabled, but we will do the best we can do, right? Because that's all you can ask of anybody, right? You can only ask, do your best, right? And that's what I try to do every single day. In fact, let's play some games. Let's do it. All right, now here's a little side game we play. Oh, here comes the biddies. Here they come. Bam! Oh! Get it! There we go. That was a good catch. That was a good catch, everybody. Okay, so this event ended. The final tier was 41. Any uncollected rewards will automatically be collected. Now we can continue this map, which I think I would just exit the event. That's good enough. Let's get into it. Oh, man, I love this game. It's such a great game. This game's called Stream Raiders. Again, we play this like every 30 minutes or so in-game. It's everybody in the chat working together. Man, I really love this game. It's really fun. It's just like, it doesn't require too much, math or brain power. It's just like you put in your units, you see what happens. If you work together, everybody benefits. I love games like that where everybody benefits when you work together. So I feel like we want to go for this guy. I'm trying to look for where the most gold is and the path of least resistance. We got a mystery there. Oh, we got a mystery no matter what. All right, so we got a mystery no matter what channel we go on. So we're going to have to hit that. So usually I like the mystery. See, the further you get in here in the mysteries, I feel like sometimes it gets you. Oh, man, we got a 4 there. I'm feeling the top side on that. Let's go low side, right to a mystery. That's a 4 right off the bat. I hear my factory starting up and slowing down. Let me turn my factory off. Let's see, or at least the sound for it. Yeah, I'm feeling the top side. Let's go. These little towers aren't so good because we got to get to their tower, and then we got to also defend our tower. And we forgot to look at the quest. Hold on, before I put my peeps down, let's take a look at our quests. I definitely didn't get the quest from yesterday, but oh well. We got 1 day and 1 hour to get those assists. Today we got to drop 2 musketeers. Okay, that's easy. I think we get that going. So where's my little musketeer? Actually, my musketeer is like level 26. Dang. So I say probably right here, and we're going to need some tanks up here, up in the front. Getting us going on. Now, we're also going to need some people defending down here. Now, this has one of my favorite things in these type of games, which is our little planner here. So we can go and say, okay, we need to defend this, and then we need some tanky takes. Now, I'm not going to go through and do every little thing, But we need kind of like an L-shaped action over here. We need our support back here. Now, usually first battle, we don't have as many units as we do later in the day. We'll see how it goes. I see Subi already in, LOC coming in, backing me up. Appreciate both of you coming in, backing me up already. Saving the battle plan. Destroy the obelisk when you win. Your army will lose if your obelisk is destroyed. Hide. Yeah, all right. All right, so that's off and running. Come and join us, everybody. Now, here's the cool thing. Boop! There's Satisfactory, because I have a bunch of stuff running at the same time. I can actually run every single platform at the same time. PS4, Xbox, Switch. I can run PC, mobile, anything, and other games as well on other PCs. And have them all and be able to switch between literally, 5, 10, 15 games at the same time. It's taken me 6 years to make that work. It's a lot of hard work and get it going on. So that was Stream Raiders. Again, that's a little side game. You can follow the link in the chat. It's a little side game you can play in your web browser. You can play on your mobile device, whether you got an Android or iOS. You download the app on your phone. You can play it, or on your tablet. Or if you're on PC or a laptop, you can go ahead and play it right in the web browser. So if you got like Chrome, you can go ahead and go to streamraiders.com and just follow the link. Find me or Captain Kismet, and it gives you access to the board. And then you go ahead and put down all your units, like your ranged units, your barbarians, your tanks, all that stuff. Using the right unit at the right time is what makes it happen, everybody. And then everybody benefits. Everybody gets a reward. You can put down one unit every 5 minutes. And again, it gives you access to the battle board here. You can put your units down. You can work together or put your units wherever you feel like it. The more we work together, the more everybody benefits in the long run. There we go. There we go. And also thank you to Canadian Sleepyhead right there. Boom! Dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Welcome, everybody. Come on in, relax, take it easy. We're going to do some nuclear power today. We've been working on nuclear power yesterday. We got everything prepped and ready, and now we're just running the lines. And we'll definitely have nuclear power by today. We're going to go to it. Now, right here in our factory, you're playing this game, right? If you're building your factory and then remaking it again, and then remaking it again, and remaking it again. That's how you know you're progressing properly through the game. And that's typically how I play. I'll start with a basic starter, then I will tear that down. I'll make something a little bit bigger, and then I'll tear that down, and then it's usually like Spaghetti City, running stuff just to get to the next tier. Then when I unlock the stuff that I need, then we go in and we streamline stuff like we got going right over here. And you're like, there's nothing there, Kismet. Oh, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. If you haven't seen my factory, let's just take a little peek over to the side. Just so you know how far up we are, right? We're way up here. Way up here. Now, we started on the Rocky Desert, which is the second selection over. Now, we've done all the starting points now. This was the last one to do. And I started way over there, like 1,500 over there. And you can see I'm bringing my resources on my giant mega lift wall. And we're lifting that up. We're running our resources in. And then right down here, bada bing, bada boom, baby. Look at that. It's not only making it work, but it's making it beautiful. That's a whole nother level of Satisfactory. And that is why this game is 11 out of 10, an instant buy from Kismet. I'm even representing the corporate overlords today. Booyah, baby. Rocking that Fix-It shirt. You know it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it today. We're going to have lots of fun working on nuclear power. And if we get some time today, we're going to actually retool the factory again. We're going to start working with our Kismet rule of 8, where we blueprint stuff and we keep making the same kind of thing over and over again to scale up our production. Once we have that going, once we've unlocked the highest tier in the game, which we have all that stuff unlocked, so we can go through and really scale up everything. Because I have faster belts, I have trains, I have the ability to run things in a more efficient way. And you're like, well, Kismet, where's all your lines? It looks like you don't have any lines run. Well, all of that stuff is actually underneath in what's called a run level or a sandwich level, where you run all your lines underneath and they come up, and all that ugly spaghetti and all that stuff is nicely covered up underneath there. Not that it's really that much spaghetti under there anyway. It's fairly well organized. But we need to get all of our materials, and we're running it way up here on the top. Now you can see this area up here. That's doing my aluminum right now. And way out there, you can barely see it here, right there. This line right here is where our nuclear power is. It's way out there because we got to keep it away from our main base because it's going to radiate our main base. So we got to watch out for that. And we're going to go to that right now. Let's get into it. Can you explain what's going on in there? What do you do in this game? Oh, in Satisfactory. I think I just did. That's why they call me Kismet. So I explained Stream Raiders, and then I just explained all about Satisfactory. Now, to really get to the basics of Satisfactory, it's like most building games, except for it's exceptionally phenomenal in early access. This game is in early access and is better than some $60 games, and it costs like $29.99. It's like 20, 30 bucks, and it is awesome. If you like building, which I do, this is my jam. You gotta like building. You gotta like working with logistics and setting stuff up. You can also do multiplayer where you can all work together. If you like that thing, you're going to click in with Satisfactory. You like Factorio, if you like other building games like 7 Days to Die and things like that, this going to be your jam. You're going to lose many an hour in here. You're going to be like playing this at like 5 o'clock at night. You're like, okay, I'm going to play some Satisfactory for an hour and two. And then all of a sudden the sun's going to be coming up. I mean, that kind of great game, right? That kind of great game. So the gist of it is that you're working for Fixit, the corporate overlord, which I've got my Fixit shirt on, which I purchased from their store. And so they send you down from up in space. They send you down to the planet, and your job is to collect certain materials for the corporation. And so they send you down with a hub, right? Now that hub is your center of the universe, where you set that down, and then you go and you start to do these milestones, right? And as you go through the different milestones, like you want to upgrade your inventory slots, you get yourself a little portable miner you can put down, equipment workshops to make equipment that you're going to need to maybe defend yourself, like your coffee cup. You got yourself a little car. Right here I got a weapon, so I can take out mobs that try to get me. I even got some explosives. Don't believe me? Ha ha ha! Take that! Just like that. And so on. And chainsaw. So you can cut down stuff and make fuel, biofuel from it. And the coffee cup. Now, the coffee cup is there for two reasons. The first reason is the name of the company that makes Satisfactory is called Coffee Stain. So, of course, we got to have a coffee cup. You can actually drink the coffee. And the second reason is so you're not running around with a big old chainsaw in your face the whole time while you're trying to build stuff. Because that sucks. Most of the time, you will run around with the barrel nut, wherever it is. I don't think I have any on me right now. But you'll run around with this little barrel nut, and you'll be running around the whole time with that. So they added the coffee cup. So basically, it's just not obscuring your screen. Because they don't have, it's not like a lot of games where you hold down R and it puts the thing away. I hope they add that at some point where you just hit R. But if they did that, I probably wouldn't even use the coffee cup. I use the coffee cup just so I can switch from something that's obscuring my view to something that's not obscuring my view. And it helps me when I'm building and stuff. And so you go out, you collect the basic resources like iron. You'll see me do that right now. I'm going to be running a whole bunch of lines. And depending on the quality of that extraction, right, whether it's a coarse node, which is going to be your junkiest mode, which is your lowest quality, normal node, or a pure node. Now, the pure node is what you're looking for, right? Because that's going to use one extractor to do basically the work of three coarse nodes, right? So you got your coarse, normal, pure. So you get a pure, it's going to be basically worth 3 coarse, right? So much easier, uses less power you have to create. And so you take those raw resources and you convert them into other resources. Now, I'm pretty far along in the game. I've probably played through the game like 30 times now. I've been playing it for years. Incredibly fantastic game. Again, an 11 out of 10 in early access. And I usually just come in, see how it's doing, play it for a little bit, see what they're doing. Right now, they're working on the next level of the game, the Tier 8, and a whole bunch of really great updates that are just, I mean, they're just hitting home runs out of this game, bro. They're just knocking it out. So that's basically the gist of it. And then you make these different materials, and then these different materials are used to progress your way through. And so you can make yourself a vehicle, and you can make yourself trains, and you can go ahead and continue. Speaking of, I hear the train. I hear the train down there. It's down there running. Now, see, you can see my train. There it is. train running back and forth, and that train is bringing in oil, and that oil then is powering all this stuff down here at the bottom. And it basically provides power to keep my factory going. Power, very, very important. In just about any building game is probably your number one thing. Your number one resource is your time, more than anything in the game. And then the second thing, of course, is going to be power. And then from there, whatever resource you need in the moment. Like right now, I've got a bunch of resources on my character. I usually keep a bunch on you, like plates and rods and screws and all that stuff, so that you can make machinery. And that machinery then allows you to build kind of like a progression of machinery. So you make cement, and then cement goes to, or you get limestone, it goes into concrete, and then concrete then works with another element, and then that element makes something else, right? So a combination of those things. You also extract water. There's fluids in these game. In this game, you got water, you got acid, sulfuric acid, which we're going to be working on, as well as you've got other things like oil and things like that that you use. You also got coal. I mean, the game is so incredibly awesome. I could go on forever. But how about we just play the game and you can watch and see what happens? How about that? Let's get into it. Now, right over here, you can see I've got my train going that way. I'm going to jump on this train right here. Awesome, right? I mean, when they... See, this game was like a 9 out of 10 when it came out, right? When I first started playing it. And then they added trains. And then it was a 10 out of 10. And then they added fluids, and then they added a bunch of other stuff, and vertical power lines and all sorts of cool stuff. And this game is an 11 out of 10. I mean, it's an instant buy, one of my favorite games of all time now. Absolutely. Now, down below down there, and over here, what I'm doing is I'm running some lines. Actually, I need to go back over here. Yeah, I can see it right there. I'm running some lines, and I want those lines to come up. And I just skip over here just a little bit. You can see it just off in the distance, right over there. Some nuclear power. There goes my train. Bring in some bauxite, which is working on aluminum. But right there, there's some nuclear power way off in the distance. So I can ride that train all the way over there. But I'm trying to run some resources over there, which is going to allow me to make a bunch of stuff. And then that's going to allow me to do that nuclear power. Now, why is nuclear power so important? Well, nuclear power really steps up the amount of power that you have. Whoa! Off the top rope! Oh, my God! Oh, jetpack. Jetpack for the win, everybody. Jetpack for the win. That's what's so great. You jump off of there and you actually have a jetpack where you can just stop yourself from squishing on the ground. Of course, if you're like me and you forget that you don't have your jetpack on, you got your skates on, and you did. I've done that more than a few times. Now, right down here, again, we have our run level, which is our under run level here. And what we're doing is we're running a bunch of resources. Now, we have a bunch of pure resources that we're running right now, which is pretty awesome because I happen to know the map here. And so I'm going to go ahead and just take a little peek what's going on under here. As you can see, we've got a bunch of resources coming through. And we're running those lines right now along here. Like this. Okay, very nice. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add ourselves some foundation. Now, this game is incredibly fantastic for building. It is second to none. Second to none in how elegant its building is, right? So I'm going to go ahead and run. Of course, you know, my fat fingering stuff, just ignore that part. But you can go ahead and run stuff really super easy because you can control exactly where you want it to go, right? So if I say I want it to run this way, I can roll over there. I can run it this way. I could go ahead and say, oh, well, I want it to be on top of this. I actually want to build way over there. It will do that very, very subtly. And again, it seems like a simple thing. It seems like every game has that. It absolutely doesn't. I know. I've been around. I'm the OG. The original gamer from way back in the day. I'm talking the 70s, everybody. I've been around for 50 years. That's right. I'm 50 years old. In 2020, going to be 51 this year. And I've been playing games since you could play games. On the Magnavox Odyssey, the very first gaming console, as well as the Amiga, the Atari, all of them, you name it. I've played them along the way, thousands and thousands of games. I've been a gamer since before being a gamer was cool. Way back in the day. People are like, oh, you're a gamer? I said, that's right. I'm going to continue to be so because I answer to nobody. I can do whatever I want, and so could you. Be proud to be a gamer because I knew back in the day that one day it would grow to be the #1 entertainment in the world, and guess what? It is right at this very moment. More than sports, more than anything else in the world, gaming is #1. There you go, baby. See, validation for all of us gamers who knew it way before everybody else. You guys were ahead of your time. Ahead of your time. All these other people, gamer, nah, 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 nah. Yeah, that's right, bro. That's right. Gamers rule the world. So let's get into it. All right, we're going to go ahead and start running these lines. Now, why do I have all these lines? Well, these are all individual resources, right? Like the very first one I'm running there is iron. Then we've got some limestone. Then we're running, looks like coal in this line here. Yeah, we got some coal going along there. More iron here. We've got sulfur. We've got cadmium. All these things make different items, and you have to go around the map and find them. And I just happen to, belt is too long, really? Get up there. There we go. I just happened to know where they were because where I was last time, when I played last time, I discovered there was a bunch of pure nodes there. And so we happened to run into it, even though we started in a different area. The map is one gigantic map. And so we found those pure nodes that we were using last time, and we've tapped into those, and we were now running these basically clear across the entire map to get to our nuclear power. Now, normally I don't run raw resources this far. Normally I don't run them this far, and the reason why is because it's a lot of work. You can see I'm taking a lot of time to run all this stuff and put it all up in there. But I typically will build at the node. I find that's much more efficient. And right about this part, right about when I get to the nuclear power, I'm always kind of tempted to start over again, but we're not going to do that in this playthrough. We're going to keep on going, and we're going to basically get our nuclear power going, and then we're going to retool the factory again. We're going to use that templates, we're going to use those blueprints, but we're going to scale it up like you wouldn't believe, because we have a lot of the big items now. We have the faster conveyors, we have all that stuff, so we can really efficiently run our base much, much better. And see, in the beginning, you have just the simple basic tools, and so it's a lot more difficult for you to run a lot of stuff at the same time, because that's a lot of work to run that stuff. But if you could take all the stuff and combine it into one line, as opposed to running 1, 2, 10, 50 lines at the same time, you can combine into one line. You can use your trains to collect all of those resources. You can really start to scale up your particular factory. In fact, you could have one gigantic factory that just does the one thing, and then you have another gigantic factory that does another thing, and so on and so forth. All right, we got to run back up here and get some more aluminum plates, because we're running a lot of level 5s right here. Just so happens that I have a whole box full of it. And guess what? I think I have a second box up here, don't I? Yeah, I got a second box full of it over there. And that's what's going on over here. It's making a bunch of aluminum. If you'd like to see any of the past stuff of me building and making all of this, know that it will run out onto my YouTube channel. So you can check that out as well, and I'll throw that in the chat for you right there. Go to the YouTube channel, you can hit that subscribe. Every single stream I've done, almost, except for the ones that corrupted or went bad, will be up there. So you can go up there and you can look at past streams, you can look at ones that are rolling out, as well as a bunch of guides up there. Definitely check out the Kismet Rule of 8. That's going to help you a lot in Satisfactory. It's probably one of my favorite ones that I've done so far on the game, is because it really helps you find an equilibrium in the game, which is what you're looking for. You're looking for ways of finding an easy blueprint or an easy template for doing whatever it is you're doing, right? For running the basics and then getting more and more complex as you go. Okay, we're just running tons and tons of lines here. We're trying to get all of this stuff all the way to the other side. Now, we could go in and just run this via train. We could have done that as well. But I just felt like running the lines today, so we're going to run it. And using conveyors, by the way, is much more consistent, because your trains go at a certain rate. And based on how far it is and how long it takes for them to get it and bring it back, you need 1 train, 2 trains, 3 trains to get that going. And this is way out here. You can see it as actually over here. It's kind of doglegging and then running way down there. So we need to get this from down here, and we need to run it way over here, and then we need to run it up into that upper level. Then we're going to run it underneath here and then all the way over there. I know, right? We got a little bit of work to do today. But no worries, we'll get to it. It just really requires time and effort. And so we'll go in here and we'll take this. Now, I actually find that doing these foundations is better from up above, because you can just go like this and walk up above. And it goes a lot faster, all right? So we're going to go ahead and just put a cover over here so we can hang these. We're going to get it right up against that wall. One more. Let's say that. All right, now what I can do is I can go ahead and push my way out here, and I can speed up and just hit the edge here, and then click, 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 click. Boom. Did all those in a row, and then I move my mouse just a little bit, and you can see, again, just every time I do this, I love this game more. Every time I do that little thing right there. And he's like, Kismet, everybody's got that. No, they don't. No, they don't. They made the building in their game second to none. And that's what you do in a building game, right? You improve upon the technology of the actual main purpose of the game itself. And that's what they've done here in Satisfactory. They've made the building part so enjoyable that it has a massive replayability. You can play it again and again and again, and as they add new stuff, and you can also add mods. They have a huge modding community for Satisfactory. Awesome peeps who are out there adding all sorts of stuff like farming and solar and all that kind of neat stuff. And we'll get to that eventually, right? I'm in no rush. I take my time. Some people, they rush through games. I don't do that. I like to get the most out of this, right? And I paid like $20 for this game, and I've literally got hundreds of hours out of it. So that, and I'm still playing it today. That really tells you, right? The animated graces are solid. Oh, yeah. The animator in here, by the way, there's a lot of subtlety to animation. I do a lot of animation myself. Case in point, Norbert. There he is. He loves to dance around the bit cup. And so there's a lot of subtlety to 3D animation. And basically, like most people, they take a spaceship and it just launches up in the air and just goes straight up. But really, in reality, if you were launching that spaceship, it would have to go up, and then it would have to gain stability and then take off, which is a lot of what real rockets do, right? They have to constantly worry about stability, and when they lose that stability, bam! And there's a lot of factors that go with that, wind, speed, and all of that stuff, wind resistance, and so on. So it's not just, up, down, up, down. And that's what they got in this game. When you actually launch your thing to run it up into space, right? You also get a space elevator too, but there's a little ship on top of your hub. And that's when I knew I loved this game. The second I saw that ship go like this and be a little wavery and a little unstable, and then take off into space, that tells me that someone over there who is an incredibly great animator and incredibly great at 3D. And the same thing with this art style, the way they do their 3D, the way they think through every little piece that's on the side of their machinery, the side of the trains, and they keep iterating on it. Just amazingly good. Amazingly good. So I give them lots of credit for that kind of stuff, because I noticed that kind of stuff. Being an artist, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years, worked for the top companies in the world. I've been very, very lucky in my career, not bragging, just trying to inspire you guys to go do what you love to do in life. I did what I love to do. I did it my entire life. I was about 7 years old. I discovered this thing called a printing press. And I'm like, what the heck is that thing? That thing is epic and awesome. That's how it is in life, everybody. And there's two ways to discover what you love to do in life. There's number one, you do a whole lot of things that you don't like, and you know what you don't like, and you just cross those off the list of the things you know you don't want to do. And then you eventually, hopefully, run into something, you're like, oh man, this is fun. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to spend my time, my limited amount of time on the planet, doing, right? Hopefully you've discovered that. If not, again, that's a great process of elimination. Now, for me, when I was about 7 years old, I saw a printing press. Now, printing press is what they, use to make newspapers and magazines and all of that. It's basically like a gigantic rubber stamp. It rubber stamps 4 different colors, cyan, magenta, yellow, black, right? And it stamps it onto a big sheet of paper. And then, of course, those 4 colors mix together to make all the other colors, right? So cyan and magenta make red and so on and so forth. Not cyan magenta, sorry. Yellow and magenta. Cyan and yellow make green, by the way. And the other one makes purple. But there you go. And now, see, I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so sometimes my brain like switches stuff around. Just roll with it if that happens. Fill in your own answers. But I did that for many years and enjoyed every single second of it. And I saw the people who were in the office, right? There were people in the office, and there were people out on the press. Now, big love to pressmen. I appreciate all of them. I've met thousands and thousands of pressmen over the years. Big love to them for being in there, running them presses, keeping things going, saving a lot of us from things going horribly wrong. But I wanted to be in the office, and that's where the nice air conditioning is. And you sit in there and you work on the traditional style, the old style, where you cut and pasted stuff up. It's actually called stripping. I know it may be you're like, wait a minute, stripping, because you were in stripping? No, not that kind of stripping, everybody. That's what it was called. See, it was called that before, the other, what do you call it? Terminology was used for something else, if you know what I mean. And basically, it's also called paste up, where you basically make a page, like a graphic design page, and you do it traditionally. You do it with film, and you do it with contact paper, and it's called Ruby Lit that you put in there, and then you go in and use these big frames that burn these things together, and you composite them together, and then that's how you make a magazine in the old way. Now, of course, I also was into a few things when I was young, including these things that we're using right now, computers. That's right, in the 70s. The old school computers, like the old Commodores and Amigas and all of that stuff. And, of course, the thing that really turned me on about computers was playing games. And so that was kind of my excitement about getting on the computer. But then I discovered the computers can do a whole lot of other things. Now, today, it's like everybody knows about computers. In those days, I would go to school and I would print stuff out, like in 6th grade, right? I would print stuff out on the dot matrix printer. Giving you guys flashbacks. I'd print that out and I'd hand it to my teacher, and they'd go, "Did you get this out of a book?" And I said, "No, I printed it out on my computer." And they go, "Computer, what's that?" Right? I'm not kidding. Some people still do that to this day, which is really scary. That they don't know about computers in 2021, right? That's scary. But it's true. There's a lot of people out there who have no idea. All right, we got to lift these too while we're talking. We'll go like that. So that's basically how I got started in computers, very early on. And then later in my career, I was about 20 years old, and the two of those things started to merge together. And guess who knew both computers and graphic design at the same time when nobody else pretty much did? This guy. And that's when I made the big bucks, baby. I started working on computers that cost millions of dollars, which basically do what Photoshop does today, or QuarkXPress InDesign does today. Literally cost $10,000 just for the software. It wasn't my $10,000, the place I worked. For the software, the computers that did like Photoshop did, those cost like $1 million. It's like something out of a movie, everybody. Those tape drives and the pack drives. I use those. Those things are heavy, bro. They're like 60 pounds. It's like a hard drive. Those pack drives are like a 300 megabyte hard drive. And they weighed 60 pounds. And you put it in there and you press the button and it started up. And then you go onto the thing. It was a German machine from Hell Chromacom is what it was called. And then you bring up the mask into 1, into 4. See, I even remember the commands. I remember, it's weird, I can remember stuff from 25 years ago, but I can't remember something that happened 10 seconds ago. It's the way sometimes your brain works, right? That long-term memory's still there. That short-term memory, not so much anymore because I have trouble sleeping. So, and I've already been to tons of doctors and all of that stuff. Basically, they told me to lay down and die, and I told them to go screw themselves. At 45, I had to step down from my epic job at Apple and find something else I love to do, and I'm doing it right this moment, which is hanging out with all of you. I really, really love streaming. It's very, very fun to do. But if I'm honest, if I could still work at Apple, I would be doing that instead. Just to be straight up honest, because I work from home. It was an incredible job. I work with some of the best people in the world. I love working with great people because it makes you better at what you do. They raise you up, you raise them up, and you're raising each other up. I feel like that is the most powerful thing you can do in life, is raise others up, and they raise you up, and then everybody gets raised up together, right? Instead of saying, well, for me to win, you have to lose. That is exactly the opposite of what is really true. If other people lose, guess what? If they're held down, everybody's held down. Everybody's behind because you're missing out on that interaction. You're missing out on what could have happened if we all worked together. Now, speaking of that working together, right here, everybody, the more we work together, the more loot we going to get in this game. Stream Raider, let's go. Ooh, look at this. Rotisserie G putting in every single unit there. Nice job, Rotisserie G. Going to probably turn the tide. Let's see how we do. Again, this is the chat playing together in a game called Stream Raiders. It is a free-to-play game. Super fun. You can see, wow, oh my gosh, look how quick we annihilated them. Oh my gosh, we went straight in there and took their thing out. Wow, that was one of the fastest battles I've ever seen. That was incredible, everybody. Incredible job. All right. Let's open the capture chest. Bam! Rotisserie G and Subi getting that love. Subi coming in MVP, but Rotisserie G, no slouch, coming in with the 4 assists as well. We got Bokes, I'm going to call you, coming in number 3. We got CW. We don't count me. And then LOC rounding out that top 5. What a fast battle. Holy moly. I don't think I've ever seen one that fast. We literally went in there, boom, took out their tower, and we win. And everybody gets the loot. All right, we got to wait about an hour to get our musketeers, so we'll come back to that. Let's go rogue up here. Now, I'm trying to get my units leveled up because they got this really fun thing they've added to the game called quests, right? So we're trying to get our quest done. I'm trying to get to 10 units over level 30, and that's going to unlock the rest of the stuff. And really what we need to do is get 15 units to level 30, and we've got all of our main quests done. And then here are musketeers. We're going to go ahead and keep placing our musketeers and get that done. That's a nice daily thing. And then MVP over here is getting so many assists. And if I don't get that, I'm fine. I'm fine. Now we're going to go into the store here. We're going to check out the scrolls here, what we got up here. And we've already maxed out our paladin. Let's see, our musketeers getting pretty high up there. Let's go ahead and get that one. Let's see, our archers getting close. Let's get our archer ones. Archer up here. Oh, very low gold. Rogue. Warriors getting close. Bomber. Oh, wait a minute. Bomber's right there. Yeah, there we go. Bomber got an upgrade. Now, the whole premise of this game, this is Stream Raiders, again, a little side game we play. We'll get back to Satisfactory here in a second. The whole premise of this game is that you start with just some basic units, right? You're going to start with your tank, your archer, and your warrior. And then what you do is you go in, you place those units down, and then the more battles you win, the more gold you collect, and the more meat and other things like that allow you to power up your units, make them into epics. And as you go along, you'll unlock different units. Now, obviously, I've played the game a lot because I got them all unlocked. And so we go through, and you go ahead and level up your units. And then you can choose to specialize your units into a certain thing. Like I have 2 tanks at max level. So my first tank here is set up so he takes 20%. He has 20% more defense, but 20% less damage. So he does less damage, but he can take more damage against ranged enemies. And the same thing here with my other tank, but this one does an extra 50% damage. So he's like a damage tank versus a heavy tank, right? If you've ever played in the MMOs, you know what I'm talking about. And there we go. So we can specialize them differently. You can have 2 of each unit built up. I've got I could have a whole nother one if I want to. And you can see I've got them locked down here at the bottom, so I can have a second one of those things, additional units later on. I'm trying to get all of these units leveled up, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to get 2 of every single unit, so I can choose whether I want them to be more tanky or have more range or make whatever, right? And so you start off with your basics, right? Your commons right here. And then you go ahead and move into your nicer ones over here, your uncommons, which are going to be like your bombers and things like that, where your dude's just going to start chucking bombs and blow up stuff, which is awesome. And then you're going to work more toward your, again, your uncommons there. And then you're going to start working on your rares, right? Your rares are really good, like your Flying Rogue here. Really great unit. Go in there and you, of course, can spec them as you level them up. You can spec them in a certain way. In my case, it deals 200% extra damage to support enemies, which is pretty awesome. It's got +3 range on here, and it's a ground-to-air attack, which is pretty awesome. And then eventually, of course, when you really get in there and you've played the game a while, you'll start to unlock all these legendary items here. Now, my highest legendary right now is level 21. The max level of your units is level 30, so that's pretty high level. And basically, you get these through events. Now, we just finished an event, and I usually do a lot of battles during the event, in which you can get your units going. Now, you can also help support the stream. You're like, Kismet, I love your stream, bro. How can I help support it? And then also get myself some epic loot at the same time, which I always like too. So you go in here to skins. You go ahead and search under Kismet. Boom, right here. And we've got all these epic skins under here. So we've got healers and paladins and musketeers. You can see I'm rocking the yellow fedora, which is my thing here in the stream. I'm the Wasteland Tycoon. And I'm actually in the game. There I am right there. That's me dressed up in my cosplay for TwitchCon as the Wasteland Tycoon, because I play a lot of Fallout. And that's me right there. And then my buddy Norbert is up there too. He's the healer. And if we get to 100, so if people buy 100 skins here, they're usually like $5, $10, depending on which one you get, the full one or the regular ones. And if we get to 100, then we get another one. So they're going to go and make us another full skin. I'm going to let you guys decide which one. And we're going to do the Sparkle Dog. So the Sparkle Dog is going to come in, and she's a Corgi, and we'll put her in as one of those units. I love that idea. I think this is such a brilliant thing. And that's something we can do on the side. So we'll come back to that in about 30 minutes. You go ahead and put your units there, actually 25 minutes. You can go ahead and start putting your units down while we're playing Satisfactory at the same time. So really, really cool idea. I dig it. I love all the peeps over there at Stream Raiders. I think they're pretty awesome. I've been showing my stream lots of love, and I greatly appreciate it. All right, so we want to get this up to there, but we want to go down to the lower level here. Man, we need to get some more fuel for my jetpack. Let's go get that first. And we want to go down to the lower level. There's an under level underneath here too. And it's the kind of higher sandwich level, or run level as I like to call it. And so we need a little bit of jetpack fuel. I'm not sure I have some up here. I think it's down below. It's down here. Now, when I retooled my factory, what I did is I took a bunch of stuff. Whoa, we got a bunch in there. I took a bunch of stuff and I put it in these boxes, right? So I tore it. When you tear stuff down, you get the resources back, so you don't have to go and recollect those resources again. Not that it's really hard, because you got it all running into your base anyways. You can remake anything. If you die and you lose your stuff, you just remake it, right? You start with nothing. If you lose stuff, you lost nothing. That's how I look at it in these type of games. For sure. Now, again, if you have any comments or questions for me, my name is Kismet, and I appreciate that great question, by the way, Father of Electricity. There is 1,000 Kiscats for everybody in the chat for being awesome. I appreciate you all coming in and hanging out. I hope you're having a great start to your Wednesday. I'm having a good day. I actually slept like a normal person almost, and I'm up and I'm ready to play some games. Ready to get into it. All right, so down here you can see we've got another level in which we're running stuff underneath here. We see we're running it there, and we need to run it way out there. We need to kind of follow this upper line, but we need to get all the stuff from down below up to here. Those Ignat's running along there, nice. We need to get all that stuff down there up to here. Now the problem is, as we're running this stuff up, it's going to run into the stuff we already have, which is going to be a big issue. But let's go ahead and push this out here and see if we can figure out the logistics. And that's what you're doing a lot in this game. Figuring out how to get something from A to B to C to D, and how to convert it into this thing and that thing, and how to have enough power to keep your factory running. You can see I've got a smidge of power. That's a lot of power, man. let me not undersell that. That's a lot of power right there. For sure. It's a crazy ton of power. Plus, we also have coal power running. We have a bunch of oil power. And now we're working on our nuclear power. So you can see I've got all these things running up over here. So we're going to go ahead, take this out, and we're going to run this up and get a general idea of where this is landing. Now, I kind of feel like that actually is not a good idea. I feel like that is probably, it'd be better if I turned all of those resources, brought them up, and then pushed them forward all the way down the line there, or push them forward over here and kind of turn the corner here and then turn the corner there and so on, then to try to run it into here. Because I'm not going to have enough room to turn my resources, all of them at once, and turn them this way. So I can't also just say, you know what, I'm going to run it in the opposite direction. I'm going to go ahead and do a little trickery here where I go ahead and run it from down there. We'll say there. And I can turn it the other direction. And so when I go, it'll go this way, and then it will come back, and then it should actually be able to be run back in the direction it's coming from. Now, why would I want to do that? Well, it's actually going to allow me to kind of do what's known as back-to-back running, so it'll actually run to the same wall, and we can go down and we can fix that. Let's just go and do it, and then you can see it happening right here. Okay, so instead of it running it frontwards, we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to run it going that way. And then when I do the next one, what it will do is it'll match up to what I'm doing. And one of the problems with running a lot of this stuff is that you're trying to make it end up at the top the way you want it to end up, right? So if I did this and I ran this up, it would connect to a wall right there, and then I could go ahead and run it up, and it would end up in the opposite direction. But we got no walls up there. It's just up in the air, right? So how can we go up there and fix it? Well, we can actually go in and say, you know what? We're going to add some walls to this. And that's why this game's an 11 out of 10. You see how easy it was for me to do that? See how it's like, boom, done. Easy mode, right? That's what makes it great. It's a building game that has great building. I know, it's crazy, right? A game that is really great at what it does. It's an amazing, Kismet. Wow, that's stunning. So what it made a great game? I know, without making it, great, years from now. Made a great game in early access. I haven't seen that in a while. I haven't seen, the other one that's probably really great in early access was Subnautica. Subnautica, another fantastic game. Give me a little remnants of that, of being great from the very beginning, of just like when you first start playing it, it's really, really good. That reminds me of that. It reminds me of like Spider-Man. It reminds me of God of War. Those kind of games that are just great right when they release, right? They don't have to grow to be great. They spent the time ahead of time making the game awesome, and then they released it after it was great, not before it was great. There we go. All right, we'll put that up there. Now, there's actually a really fun thing that we can do. We can go ahead and just grab. What I do is hitting F. Now, F, what it does is it takes stuff out. So if I take out this foundation here, there we go. I can take it out. Now, what I can also do, hit F, middle mouse button, and it picks up that item that I'm aimed at. So in this case, a foundation, 8x2, right? Or maybe I want to pick up this lifter over here, right? So middle mouse button, bam, now I'm doing the lifter. Middle mouse button, now I'm doing a ramp, right? And I go in and add a ramp in there and do whatever. I got to find that sweet spot. There we go. And I can add a ramp. So it really helps you a lot. So you don't have to keep going in and selecting it in here, right? And you don't have to use your quick bars, which I have a bunch of quick bars for various different stuff. Like right now I have it for hypertubes. But it's a great way, if you already got something down, there's no reason to go ahead and keep going into the menu over and over again. And in this particular playthrough, I'm trying to teach myself to use that first instead of using the quick bar and instead of using the menu where you go in and get it. And it's really sped up a lot of what I'm doing, which is awesome. Awesome. So I can go ahead and just hit F, middle mouse button, pick up that, and I can just go ahead and set this right up there. Now, again, someone asked me yesterday, Kismet, why are you using 8x2s? Because there's different sizes of foundations. So there's an 8x4, an 8x2, and an 8x1. 8x1, of course, very skinny. Oh, we need more concrete. Is very skinny, so let's take this one out. And you can see how thick that one is. And then if we go ahead, take a couple of these out. We go ahead and 8x1, you can see that's like that, right? So half that size. So it's like you got the full size one, half size, and then half size that again. Now, why don't I use these? Because I feel like those would not hold up. They would not hold up a giant factory. Those are pretty flimsy. Now, when I first started playing the game, I used those and said, I use these because those are the most efficient thing to use, and they give me the most space underneath there, so I can build more stuff underneath there. But if I was really building a factory, that would not hold that factory up. Unless it's like magic space metal, right? Then I guess it would hold it up. But it also, the thing is when you're doing sandwich levels, in between levels, then it's pretty important to watch out for that. so that you have enough room to run your lines and do all of that stuff and have your machinery in there. All right, we need some more concrete. Now, the thing I'm always needing all the time is some random resource that I don't have on me. It's either like plates or rods or whatever, and you run out of it a lot, and you can keep expanding your inventory. Just keep adding to it and adding to it over time. Oh, the MAM. We got to get in there. We got to upgrade some more MAMs. Now, there's another research line, not only the stuff that you're unlocking and you're going to your people and fix it up here, which I've got my Fix It shirt on today. There we go. Those are your corporate overlords who are your bosses who sent you down to this planet to go ahead and collect resources from it. And so even when I'm collecting resources, even when I upgrade my inventory and so on, you do that all through this thing called the MAM. And they actually used to be in the hub. And I played this game for a while, so I've seen it change a lot over time. They made it now so it's standalone. And so you go in here and you research things. Like I've researched how to make alien organisms here, how to make a medical inhaler, which I rarely ever use. But I go in and you research stuff to unlock stuff, like more inventory space. You can go ahead and get upgrades for your weapons. You can use a rebar gun, which is pretty fun. Cadmium right here, which is what we're still working on. We're still working on this one right here, which is our programmable splitter. And then over here, we're working on our geothermal generator, which I've never used in the game. I'm not always in a hurry. I can go ahead and, I can just take my time. I don't like to do everything when a game's in early access because you burn yourself out on that game, but you can see I've researched everything except for this Caterium here, which is our programmable splitters and our geothermal generators. And we're going to try to do those in this playthrough. And because I usually get to a point and I start over again. I would typically like to play through again because it challenges me to do different things each and every time. Now, up here, on the top part here, this is a culmination of everything that we've done. Whoa. This is a culmination of everything that we've done in the factory. All of this stuff is working together to get to this very moment where we're feeding all this stuff in here. And we're making these. Now, we were at these run yesterday, and I thought I'd had a couple stacks ready to go. Thank you, Jaden, also for the follow. Appreciate that. You click that, and bam, look at this, everybody. I thought I'd have a couple stacks, but look how many it's made. It's made a ton. And I let it run a little bit yesterday. I feel like probably half my playtime in Satisfactory here is just me letting it run after the stream so we can get to that next stage so it'll run so many plates and so many of this. You can let this game run, so you're like, hey, I don't have enough plates. Just go ahead and let it run. There you go. Good morning, Wombat. Thanks for being here. Good morning, Tycoons. Hope everybody's having a great Wednesday so far. I am Wombat. Having a good day. I hope you're having a great day. How old am I? I'm 50 years old. I just turned 50 in 2020. I'm high level in real life there, Vex. That's right, and I get to do what I love to do every single day. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. I have 100% achievement in real life as a graphic designer. I've worked for a lot of different companies. We've done a lot of great things. In fact, one company I used to work for many years ago actually had Interplay. The people who made Fallout, right? The original Fallout was their client. I got to do all the box art and the stuff that goes inside there. Amazing, amazing stuff when I look back at it. At the time, when I was a kid, I was in my 20s, I didn't think how amazing that is because I'm focused on being a designer, focused on doing stuff, and I was so far ahead because I had computer knowledge and also graphic design knowledge. And that's what you want, everybody. In the future, you want to be learning the stuff that is going to culminate one day and be that person that knows those things, right? Knows all of that stuff in one, so you could be there and you be making the big money like I did many years ago. Now, I don't have any money now because I spent it because I was 20 years old and, of course, went out and rented 30 Sea-Doos and we partied all the time. We had a great time because I used to work a lot and then I would also have a good time with the peeps. I did save some money, though. I had to spend on my doctors because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. I am partially disabled as well. I have to deal with those every single day. But streaming basically saved my life. But this is not a joke. I'm not kidding. I decided after I had to step down because of my medical conditions from my epic job at Apple, where I work from home, that I needed to do something else, or I would probably waste away in the bed and die. I'm not kidding. I know I'm getting serious all of a sudden. And that was at age 45. And so I'm like, my parents, they lasted in the 70s and 80s. My father was 83, I think, or 84 when he passed. and my wife's family, they are in their 90s before they pass. That's a good run, everybody. Not everybody makes it that long. Some people, like me, get bad medical conditions and could literally die if you don't have a reason to live. Right? The reason to live, your mental health is just as important, your physical health, your emotional well-being, and all of that. You got to have something to get you out of the bed every day. And I'm doing it right now, bringing little moments of joy, little inspiration to go out and do what you love to do every day. If I can do it, you can do it too. Do you know that I'm a 50-year-old partnered streamer here on Twitch? You know how impossible that is? It's like a 0.05%, less than 1% chance of that happening. And I knew it when I started about going on 6 years now, 2015. I started doing streaming. Now, I never thought I would be a streamer. I actually did streaming previously on Justin TV and then on Twitch, but it was for my guild. I've been a guild leader for 18 years. It's going to be this June with over 800 members. And I go in there and I show skill rotations and I do all that stuff. But it never even crossed my mind. That wasn't a career path that I was going to go. I'm a graphic designer. That's what I'm doing. I'm making lots of money doing it, and so that's what I did. And that's something I know, and I know it inside and out, and I know about paper and printing and all of those things. And so I had to give that up. And so I had to find something else that got me out of the bed. And my doctors basically, I went to 11 different doctors, and they basically said, lay down and die. I'm not kidding. When you get that diagnosis, because you go to the doctor, you think they're going to give you a pill or say, oh, do this and you'll be fine. But you never think they're going to say, this is permanent. You have to live with being dizzy every single day. You got to live with the inability to sleep for the rest of your life. You're going to feel like you get about 30 minutes of sleep every single day. Now imagine that for the last 6 years, getting only 30 minutes of sleep every single day. That's my everyday. And I'm not trying to, make pity me or none of that stuff. I'm doing fine, everybody. I've had lots of things and been very successful, so I know what it's like, and it's nice. But if you're not enough without that stuff, then you're not going to be enough with it. I'm telling you, it doesn't fill up that emptiness inside. You look at all these other people who are like, look at my Mercedes-Benz, and look at my Lamborghini, and look at all these ladies I got. They're compensating for something, everybody, just so you know. They're compensating for something inside. Where, a real man doesn't need to do that. You don't need to flaunt your wealth or the ladies that you spend time with. If you're flaunting that, it's usually an insecurity inside. Someone who needs to have gold, doorknobs out of real gold, and gold steps and gold house and gold this and gold that. Hey, if you like gold, more power to you. But if you've got to do it so you can show it off to people and gold rims on your car and your car's made out of, platinum or whatever, I feel like that's an insecurity. And you learn that as you get older. As you get older, you can see that in people. You can see people use that as an insecurity. But me, I got nothing. I got like $0 in the bank. I'm in the hole here on the stream. But somehow I still manage to get up every day as much as I can, work away at what I love to do, bring little moments of joy, and still manage to be the type of person that gives stuff away and convince sponsors to send me stuff so I can give it to you guys to maybe make a little moment of joy in your day as well. That's my goal of my stream. And the great thing about being older like me is I answer to no one. I wish I had learned that much longer ago when I was younger. That you answer to no one. You can like whatever music you like. You can sing in the shower even if you can't sing. I can't sing. I'm a terrible singer. You can dance. You can do whatever. The world is open to you. Don't let people close off your world and say, oh, you're this. You're way more complex than that and amazing, and you're probably younger and better looking than me, and you could go out and do way beyond whatever I can do, that's for sure. So if Kismet can rise from being stuck in the bed for over a year and a half, can get out of that bed, find something else, completely change my career, go into a whole different direction, and then come back from that, and be able to get up again and walk around and go from, to drive again, to spend time with my kids and my family, because I couldn't do that. I was literally trapped in the bed. And man, when you're stuck, see, when you think staying in the bed is great, right? God just lays around all day and do nothing. Well, it's great for like the first couple weeks. And then when it's something you're not choosing, it's something that you have no choice against, then it becomes something that's really scary, because it's like, oh my God, I could waste away in here. If I choose to give up and not find something else I love to do in my life, that's what's going to happen. My wife take care of me until I wasted away and died. I'd probably be dead by now if I had made that choice. Because you got to be strong here. You got to be strong up here, right? You got to have a mission, a goal in your life, somewhere to push forward. Otherwise, it's really tough. And you guys probably know most of this already. But it's really tough to push forward in your life if you don't have some sort of goal, some sort of thing you want to do in your life. And especially if you don't have people supporting you. If you need a little positivity in your day, you need a little bit of love, a little inspiration, you know where to go. Come on in here and hang out. Let's get back to the game, everybody. So we call that kids talk. I get off on tangents all the time, everybody. It's okay. If you don't like it, you go get a drink or snack or something. When you come back, I'll be on to the next thing. All right, so let's go ahead and get some supercomputers here. There we go. And those supercomputers are going to let us do our stuff. So that's what this has been doing here, right? So it's been collecting all the various different resources like plastic and computers, and it's also making AI limiters, high-speed connectors, and it's making those supercomputers. Now back here, it's making all those other elements which go to the supercomputers, which then, of course, are all made by the stuff before that, like all this machinery over here, machinery that's underneath here, and it culminates in those supercomputers. And actually, the turbo motors are actually the toughest thing to make in the game currently, but we're going to get new stuff coming out soon. So I suggest snatch this game up. You get new free content coming up. So there we go. And again, sometimes people in the chat get me started, and there we go. I don't know anything else, but I miss the Christmas trees from 4 weeks ago. The factory looks so empty now. Yeah, Wombat, I really like that event. I think that event was just an absolute home run. I kind of feel like they'll bring that back every year, and then maybe add a bit to it. But it tells you how incredibly great they are at designing things for the game, right? So a lot of events, great example, Lord of the Rings Online, right? I love Lord of the Rings Online. I'm not trying to bash it. I love the Shire. They did an amazing job on the Shire. Mines of Moria was amazing. I played it with my guild with over 300 members. In Lord of the Rings Online, I have 2 lifetime accounts. That I go in and I check in on our guild hall, which is still going. I haven't played the game in like 7 years. In 7 years, guild hall still going. Why? Because I go in there and I have a bunch of gold from before, and I just keep paying the guild hall. But I'm out of gold now, so we'll see how long it lasts. But literally been keeping it going for like 8 years. It's pretty amazing. And so the problem with that game is if I go in that game today and I play that game, the same NPCs are giving the same quests and the same events every single year. There's no additional, change to the world. The world doesn't change. The NPCs don't change. But they do add content at the end, but they're not changing up the content as they go, right? And I feel like if you got an MMO, it should change over time. You know who did that really well? World of Warcraft did that really well. They went in and they changed the world. They called it Cataclysm came in and they did all of that. Now, I never played any of those expansions, by the way. I played the vanilla version, and that's all I've ever played. But it's a great idea. It's a great idea to shake up the world and change things over time. Otherwise, your game is going to be the same game 10 years from now that it was when it first started. And that's a bummer. That's a bummer because there's so much potential in a lot of games, like this game, is to progress it over time, right? To keep adding things and keep updating it. And that's what they do a really great job of. Really cool moon in the background. They do a really great job of that. Concrete, that was the other thing. We're doing MAM and we're doing concrete. Stay focused, Kismet. I get very sidetracked. I love talking to the chat. In fact, if there was no chat here on Twitch, I wouldn't be doing it. Chat's my favorite thing. I love talking to the chat. I love inspiring people every day. And see, I find there's a psycho relationship, right? Or cyclical, there we go. Cyclical relationship when you inspire other people. You inspire other people, they inspire you back. And then together, we're raising each other up, right? And that's what I try to do in stream. I have tons of quotes of my chat. Kismet, I love what you do. I love your stream. I love your positivity. I love your energy. I get that one a lot. This is my natural energy. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink caffeine all that much. I typically try not to drink too much soda because I gain 10 pounds every single time. And I'll go through like a cycle, right? I'll drink soda for a little bit and then I'll get off of it and then drink it very moderately or not for a long period of time because it's good for my health, especially in the wintertime where I typically gain about 10 pounds because you're inside most of the time. I'm not good with the cold. I don't like being out in the cold. And so I will, during the wintertime, I'll definitely ease up on it a bit. But I love me some Dr. Pepper, not going to lie. Love me some Dr. Pepper. I call it the cherry Nuka-Cola from like Fallout. Hey, Soothing Gamer, how you doing? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Good to see you. Appreciate you chilling out in the channel. Thanks, everybody, for coming in, hanging out. I do enjoy streaming, hanging out with all of you. Okay, so we got that, and we're doing our MAM. That's the other thing. MAM over here. And all we got to do is do our Caterium here. And right down here, what else do we need? Oh, that's it. We got it. Bam! Now, it's going to take 8 minutes. We're going to have a cool, programmable splitter. Let's keep that going. Now, while we're waiting for that to run for 8 minutes, we got other things to do right over here. We're going to jump back down in here, and we're going to go ahead and turn all of this the other way. Whoa! I didn't even look at my jetpack. Yeah, I got some fuel over there, luckily. All right, so we're running that up like that, and we're working on our hyperlift, or hypertubes as well. I love this hypertube idea, another genius idea by them. I absolutely love it. We can go ahead and we can add different walls. Like we've got wall conveyors here, right? Let's do a ×3. Put that right there. Now this one's going to come from down there. It's going to go up and connect to that one, and then it's going to switch back again and then be going in the direction we want it to go. But we also want to turn it eventually, right? We want to turn it in the opposite direction. And up there would be a perfect time to turn it and then lift it again and then run it down the line however we want. We could actually turn it multiple times. We could go ahead and flip it around the whole other direction, or we could offset it and whatnot. Now, we could also offset it down here. So instead of doing all that turning and all that lifting up there, we could do it down there so we can align it more with this side over here, because we wanted to get it away from what we're currently doing. We need to get it off to the side over there. So we'll just go ahead and lift it up there. We'll go ahead and turn it. We'll then go ahead and lift it up to that next level and then keep it going down the line. So we need to do that with all of these. So we're going to hold down Control. Now Control is going to allow us to take out multiple things just like that, up to 50 items at the same time. And then we can go ahead and just add those back in like this. Now once we know where one of them is going to be, we can go ahead and just add that. Look how subtle that is. Isn't that amazing? It really, really well done. Incredibly well done. The way that so easily you can go in and build that stuff from really far away. And so, all right, let's speed up here a little bit. We're going to do that battle here in just a second. Let's go ahead and run these up here. Now, when I'm playing the game, when I'm not on stream, this is the speed at which I typically play. Really fast. I'm usually going incredibly fast, as fast as I could possibly go. But when I'm on stream, I will slow down. I'll explain things as I go along, because that's kind of the gist of my stream, is that I give you Kismet tips along the way. Then I typically speed up once you guys got the gist of whatever I'm doing. So there we go. Fallout reference. Yep, total Fallout reference there. All right, let's do a battle. How we doing? 55 units on the board. 40 units up against. All right, let's get into it. I'm going to make a note to highlight that last battle. Hold on. All right, I was making a note. That last battle was like the fastest battle ever. I might have to make a clip out of that and post that over on Stream Raiders. Because, man, we annihilated them last time. Rotisserie G, Subi, Pirate coming in, getting some love. And Ron Frey, overall MVP with 11 assists. Nice job putting down those units. Rotisserie G putting down all the units there. Nice job. Let's get back to it. We're going high side. We're high side, getting that gold. Getting you guys tons of battles in today. Still a 27-minute cooldown on that one. Yeah, let's go Archer. Yeah, definitely filling this left side. Maybe a little further left. Over here. This is going to be the strongest resistance right here. So we get together and we push through here. Then they'll all get kind of pigeonholed right there, and we can fight them off. Let's see how it goes. let's hope it goes well. Now, again, it's a free-to-play game. You can play it in the chat along with the chat. And you can also play it in your web browser. You can also download it for mobile. Again, it's called Stream Raiders. You can find me, your Captain Kismet. We're going to be doing battles all day long, so settle in. We're going to have some fun. Let's go ahead and also put in our power. And we got to find some power from somewhere. We got to run it up there. Oh, I'm dropping resources. Bad Kismet. Pick that up. Let's see. Where do we got some? We even got any power over on this side? I don't think we do. I think we'll have to run it down instead of running it up. Yeah, we'll have to run it down from up above down to here. Okay, so we also want to go ahead and put in our hypertube from here up to there. And I kind of feel like these lifters, this is going to be in the way of the lifters. I should move over. I should move that over just a bit. Like this. And we're going to go ahead and just create that. Actually, let's go ahead and do our fun little walls. Now, there's different types of walls, including glass walls. Now, I love doing the glass walls for my hypertubes because this way I can see which direction they're going. Typically, I don't put them at the ground level because you accidentally get sucked in there all the time. But in this case, I'm going to make an exception because it is coming from the under level as well. So we'll go ahead and run this all the way up. There we go. Now we need to look on this side and make sure that we have a platform there. Otherwise, when we go up there, it'll just shoot us out of there and we won't have anywhere to land. Whoa, oh man, that made my stomach drop. I almost went off the side of that, but I got my jetpack on, so I can always jetpack up, but let's just fix that up. There we go. All right, so where do we want our entrance side to be? Probably this side. So we'll go ahead and put an entrance there. We'll go ahead and put our power, let's say right there. And then we'll go ahead and run our power down. We can also make that a down, too. In case we wanted to go down. Oh, more loot dropping over here. More stuff dropping everywhere. Oh, all these excess resources. That's what it is. So much excess resources. Just going to throw it away. So I can pick all that up. What happens when you have too much stuff in your inventory? Stuff starts to drop on the ground. At least you don't lose the resources, which is great. And so we'll go ahead and get this set up. Run that like that. Take this out. And then we'll run it from behind this way up to there. Now, let's go ahead and put it the other way. Let's just go ahead and put it the other way. We'll take that out. Run it this way. And we want that to end up there. Now, what's going to happen if I do it like this is going to think that I want to set it on the ground, which I don't want to do. I've unlocked these things called the Hypertube Wall Hole. You unlock them using tickets, so you run a bunch of extra junk into your Awesome Sync. You go to your Awesome Shop, you unlock it. Very, very cool. I like it a lot. And there we go. So we can put that up there, and we can link that to that. And then we're going to need some power up there as well. And I'll probably switch that out. Probably switch that out with a with another thing. Get up here. Now, I like to get up on this level here. This is kind of a level where I just do my factory, as well as it allows me to run around without having to go through all the other piping and whatnot underneath there. And I go ahead and just go way up here to the top. Like so. All right. Now underneath, we're working right now underneath our space elevator, which is awesome because it actually goes up into space. That's why it's called a space elevator. Very, very cool. Now underneath here is that run level, and we need to get to that level and get this going on. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and build this out just a little bit to see where I'm at. And we're going to try to get right under there. See, it's just like we're literally right underneath there. Underneath our actual thing. Now we can actually also build our way to it. We can use our foundations here, our double ramp, something you want to unlock pretty early on in the game. It's going to help you a lot. And we'll go ahead and just make ourselves a nice little ramp. And that's going to allow us to go ahead and get down into this lower level. Like that. So we can just walk down from right there. And then again, down there, there's also another little sub-level. And if you got your jetpack, you just jump off. I could also make a ladder or stairwell or whatever I want to do to get up there. But I need to get up here so I can go ahead and do my hypertube. And let's go ahead and actually redo this hypertube. I feel like we want to do the proper way. In this particular playthrough, I've been using my single windows like this so I can see the direction of the hypertube, right? So when I go into the hypertube, I can see whether it goes down or goes up or whatever. All right, there we go. And eventually we want this to go ahead and run up. So let's go ahead and get our walls here. I forget which direction are we. See, I'm even stickler in the direction of my walls and how my walls are going to go. But let's go ahead and run this. Let's get up here. Run that from behind into there. And then now that's set up. So if I come up here, I should be fine. Make sure that you go, if you have a hypertube, up, not so bad. Down, you're going to be going really, really fast. You can slow yourself down in the hypertube by holding down S and even turn in the opposite direction, which really does help out. But give yourself some extra platforms because you might come firing out of there. So I got that working up here at the top. And again, we need to get it working down there, down the bottom. So we'll jump down again. This makes it easier for me to run stuff. Like this. Run that up to there now. And then we'll also run our power line. All right, looking good. Now we need some power. I believe I have some power under here that we can just go ahead and run. I was going to run it from up above, but I'd have to kind of run it around there where I'm sure I've got some power. There it is, right there. Okay. So we've got some power right here. Now, they did add something new to the game if you haven't played it in a little while, and that is the vertical power line, which is one of my favorite new things. And so you go ahead and just run this vertical power line across here, up on the ceiling. You know, I've got an opening there, so it's very nice. I can just run that across like this until it says, hey, Kismet, it can't go anymore, right? It'll say wire too long, right? If I go ahead and say put one right there, and then keep running this, and so easy. Look how quickly we got that, right? We quickly got that together and ready to run. So let's move it over here. Let's actually move it over by 2. Let's say here. And then, again, it seems like just a simple thing, but having the ability to run these on the ceiling is such an amazing boon to organizing your power, right? So incredibly great. So that's what I do with all my machinery now. I just run them up above, attach them up above, and then I create a whole network of power lines. So much cleaner and so much nicer to do it that way. Now, the other thing we want to do is go ahead and put in our entrance here. We can then go ahead, run that into there, and now we don't have to go up and down somewhere else. We can just go up and down right here. Easy, right? Easy. Very nice. And we'll go ahead and extend this out. And now we've got this going a good amount of place. And you're like, Kim, are you going to build something up here? Probably. Or nothing at all. One or the other. And then we're going to go ahead and build our way up again. Same thing here with our hypertubes. One of the things that it does when I'm doing walls is it'll flip the direction of the wall. It drives me crazy. It'll flip the direction of the wall. Like I did the first one, and then the second one will be the opposite direction. And then it'll be the other way and the other way. And so it's really, there's a subtle way of running it that sometimes does it not the way I want to do it, right? So here we go. So we got this going up here like this. Now we have a little bit of a problem. I just realized it when I put that one up there, is that this one is actually in the way of which way I'm going. So it has to be moved over. So let's go ahead and take this out. And the reason why it needs to be moved over is because I also want another one that goes from this level and then goes up. So we need to go ahead and fine tune all of that, but that's pretty easy to do. We can go ahead and put in those entrances there. We can go ahead and readjust that. We can take this out. Now I like to run my lines from behind because they run much cleaner. Like this. Like that. And then from down there, we go ahead and run our line up to there. Like that. And then we'll go ahead and run our power into here. And now our entrances are working again. So I can go ahead and test it out. Again, watch out. It'll fire you clear off the side there. Now, another way to do it, if you don't want to get fired off the side, if you're going downwards, is to create a bit. See how I flipped it the wrong direction? And create yourself a bit of a wall to protect yourself. And instead of falling off the side, you'll just take one right to the face, which happens all the time. Right there. And then off we go. Now I can offset this one down here too, just kind of match that one up above. So let's do a little bit of that. Just because I'm a bit of a stickler in how I design my stuff. And so when I see something that needs to be fixed, I'll just fix it, right? Because you get all your resources back. It's not like, you know, you have to go and recollect all those resources and whatnot, which most of the time sucks, especially when you're doing a factory game. That would be very time intensive. To every time I took this out, I'd have to go get those resources again. That would be very, very time intensive. All right, let's reconnect our power. I kind of feel like I want to move this power back a little bit. And then put this kind of here just to get it up out of the way. Let's say this way. And where's our power line over there? Here to here. Again, I'm trying to keep it from it clipping. Perfect. And then there we go. Back up we go again. So there's a whole bunch of logistics that you're doing too, and transport from going from place to place to place. It does help out a lot when you're doing putting in that structure, especially putting in hypertubes or ways to get from A to Z. Now another thing that we can do as a backup in case we lose power is they've added this just recently. It's one of my favorite new things. On top of all that other cool stuff is the ladder, right? So I can go ahead and say, okay, way up here, I'm going to go ahead and run down a ladder. And you can only go so far, and then you can go again how far you want your ladder to go, right? Now, I'm out of materials, so I can't go any further than that, so I have to go collect materials. This is how it always is, everybody. You're always going, I'm out of this, and I'm out of that, and I'm out of this thing. You do that. Now, the cool thing is I also have a vehicle. There's many different vehicles in this game that I get in. I can drive off. Even got a little red light. There's a red alert, everybody. Red alert. We need some materials. Now, you see this yellow road right here? Or this yellow painted foundations? Those are my roads. Those allow me to get from A to Z without being blocked by machinery or anything else. I highly recommend setting up your roads first and setting the precedent of where you're going to put your roads and how wide they're going to be. You can see this one's a 3-lane road. This is my primary road. That goes both down to lower levels as well as goes across into other areas. Very, very important. Helps you out a lot. All right, let's get a bunch more of these rods. Put a bit of these back. There we go. I don't like to have the small stacks. Small stacks I put back. There's no reason to have a stack of, 2 rods. It just takes up your inventory, I find. All right, and back we go again. And again, you see I leave this whole area pretty much unobscured. So you can see I'm using a lifter there. We're going to be revamping all of our lifters. We're going to be revamping all of this eventually. But we can also see that we got a hyper tube there. And then we can see we've got a hyper tube over this way. And this is basically my drive level. So I could drive from A to Z to B. And you can see we've got even a thing that goes up over the mountains off in the distance. Which is how we found our oil originally. Pick up that cart, and then I'll put the cart back in my hand slot so that, and then go back to my coffee cup so it's not obscuring my view. You can see that if you put it in there, it saves you an inventory spot. So you have an extra inventory spot, so you don't have your vehicle in the inventory. You have it in your hands, in your pockets. So you can go ahead and utilize that versus your pockets. Okay. Now that's going up there. Now we want to go ahead and run our hypertube again up here to the top. Level, so we'll go ahead and do it from way down here like this, and then we'll hit the middle mouse button so we don't have to find that again. Run that like that, and I like to run all the lines from behind like this, all the connection lines, because they're back here. Then you don't have to look at them, right? You don't see them, and that's going to connect to that up there, and then oh wait, we should go. Should probably go, well, we'll go this way anyway because we're going to run it like the other thing. So, and so we've got to make sure that we go ahead and add, some foundations, because when we go up there, it'll make us go flying. If we don't, let's put an entrance in. Again, look how I can do this from way down here. I just think that's like the coolest thing. So awesome. All right, and then we'll run the hypertube from behind this way. There we go. And then we're going to end up there And so we want to bring out our foundation so when we end up there, we have something to land on. Like so. Now also up there, we want to go ahead and take this and we want to run this up here. Now this foundation is going to be in the way, so we got to watch out for that. But we're going to go ahead and use the walls that are already pre-existing to go ahead and run this out. Now before I run the rest of these, the best thing to do is to go up there and take a look. And see if it matches up to my other level. I can see through the glass and see that it does match up to my other level here. And this is where I'm trying to get it to. I'm trying to get it to this level, right? And then I'll take it and I'll run it. And the running it's going to be easy. But figure out the logistics of lifting it and how you're going to get up and down and how it's going to get up and down with all your resources is among the hardest things in the game. And that's where you got to use your noggin, right? That's where you use your brain to figure all that logistics out. Now, the rest of this is pretty easy. We're just going to go in and we're just going to lift this up into there. Now, again, if we have these in the way, we're going to have to take those out like that. Very nice. And we got to do it. Now, it's kind of hard to see from down here exactly where that is to line up, right? Like that. You can go ahead and check the side here. You're going to see these little like marks on the side that will help you. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. I just usually eyeball it, or even easier, you can actually go up there and run it from up above. I feel like running it from up above is the easier way of doing it because you can literally just see. Oh, wow, I got it on first try. You can see if it actually matches up here. And so we can just go way up here. It's kind of awkward, though. You kind of lean in over the side. I can also back up by 1, but look how much easier that is, right? The one at the bottom is snapping, so I know that one's right. And then up here, because it's not its max distance, it's actually a little bit down from its max distance, we have to kind of fine-tune the top. So that's why I use one side as the snap, and then the other side, I kind of eyeball it and fine-tune it. You've also got a whole lot of indicators in game, which are going to tell you, and you can also feel it snap, right? You see it go from one to the next, but it's hard to see if you're way down there. Easy to see if you're way up here. All right, so now I've taken that and I've run it back this way, and really that is not going to work out. That's not going to work out like that. And you're like, Kismet, well, did all that work? Well, that's okay. I do stuff sometimes on stream so you can see what the problems are. And I feel like that's probably my favorite thing, is figuring out what the problems are and solving the problems. Now, if I run it this way, again, what's going to happen is the fact that I don't have enough room. I have to turn all of this and run it that way. If I run it this way, it's going to run into the stuff I already have. So how can I fix that pretty easily? Well, I can just change the direction of which this is running. And so when it gets to the top, it's going to go the opposite direction. So there's many different ways of doing it. I can fix it way at the bottom. I can fix it way at the thing. But what you can do is just go down by 1 level. And so we go down by 1 level here, like this. And then we say, okay, never mind. We changed our mind on this. We want to go ahead and take these out. Now, by the way, you can also just hit Control and let go. Press and release, press and release. And that's another way of getting it without accidentally getting all the walls and getting all the stuff you don't want to get. So again, from up here, we're going to go ahead and grab our lifters here, one with our 5s, and we'll get this one first. And then we're going to go here first, right, to this one. Again, much easier to control it when you're up here and you can see what you're doing. And you'll make mistakes even like this along the way. And then what you do is you get everything in place and you come back later. If it's not working, you go in and you troubleshoot it. Now, I prefer to take the time and do it right the first time than to have to come back and fix it all the time. I feel like that's always a better idea in anything that you do, is to try to get it as correct as you can right at the very beginning. So now you see I'm just going in, adding a lifter on this side to turn it around and aim it in the other direction. Very easy to do. There we go. Now we got them all lifted, all connected, all going up here. You want to see and look across here and see if you see all your resources being lifted through there. It does look pretty good. And so now we can go ahead and cover this up. Oh, that's a little too close. We could move it down to cover that up. By the way, there's also other things you can do right here, which are wall crossings or basically walkways. And so if you're a little afraid you're going to fall down in there, you can also Cover it up like that. There we go. So you can walk across that, do whatever you need to do. Just safety, in case you get safety inspected. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and turn all of these resources, and I'm going to aim them into this direction. I'm going to show you how to do that as well. Like that. Now I'm actually going to lift these back up again. Eventually up like that, but for right now we're just going to turn them at the ground level just because it's a little bit easier. Now the first one's going to be pretty easy. I'm going to go back to my different set down here. And I'm going to go ahead, again, if you notice I'm just running Mark 5 belts. The reason why I do is because it's just so much easier. And what I can do is just go ahead and line this up, back it up by a couple, let's say by 2, but this is not going to snap because I'm using these things. We're just going to kind of align it to the one that already exists, and we're going to try to run it. And we'll say, oh, no, that's not good. So we'll back that up a little bit more, like this, and we'll have this come out just a little bit. Now, this is a lot more awkward when you can't snap to the grid, but you can still get it to work. Just as good as if you were on the grid as well. And the same thing here. We're going to go ahead and go out. Now, if you notice, we have a spot that we kind of stopped, and it was a little bit less than the edge of the corner, right? Where our 90-degree corner is. It's a little back from that corner. And so we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. We're going to go back just a little bit from the corner. Notice the green line? That's saying when it's straight. So even if you don't have the ability to snap, you can still do that. And then around the corner, see if it's clipping. No, it looks good. And so on. It's not perfect, but it is pretty well off. Now, when we get over here, you're going to see it's going to start to snap to the foundations. It's going in different grids and whatnot, and so on. And so we're going to go ahead and line it up. Now, the way we line it up is we're going to get a green line that shows us when it's going straight, and then we're going to get another cross line if it's something it can align to. So we get to the center, and again, back up by 2. 1, 2. Right there's our spot, and then we got a nice 90 right there. Beautiful, right? Beautiful. Love them 90s. Try to hit those 90s as much as you can. Uh-oh. What's going on there? I missed one. I missed one. See, that's why you double check, right? You troubleshoot. Troubleshoot your stuff. I definitely missed one there. There we go. Let's go fix that. Okay, again, we go out here. We line that up. 1, 2. Again, notice how it's just a little bit back from that other one. So if you know that's the thing, then you know you can do it even without the snapping. If you just kind of visually. And that's what you're trying to learn in this game, too. You're trying to learn those simple mechanics like that, which make a huge difference, right? Like 1, 2, and then you're going to get a nice 90-degree. I feel like that's the best thing I can teach you here in the game, is how to make that look beautiful like that. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Very nice, very nice. All right, one more to go. Let's go ahead and get this one in, and then we're going to ready to run our lines and so on. So again, right here, we're going to go ahead and put it in that first one. We're going to look for that green line. We're going to line it up. 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2. Yeah, I don't mind measuring it again, because that's how you make it great. There we go. And let's give ourselves a little extra room here, so we're not just hanging off on the side. Jetpack's really good for when you're working up high like this, so you don't end up killing yourself. All right, and then this right here is going to probably go about 5 wide, so we'll go here. And we're going to go around our little ramp here so we can use it right by our space elevator. And I'd say probably about there is good enough. And then I'll go ahead and go this way. That's 3, that's 4, and this is 5. And then I'll go all the way to the end here, and I'll go ahead and match up to the end. And watch how quickly I can add these. Oh, so great. Oh. Face itches. Over here. There we go. Very nice. I love that car. Window stays open for optimal airflow. I know, right? Would a 1 millimeter thick foundation work instead of those walkways? You can. Yeah, you can use that instead. You can definitely do that. I typically don't use the thin ones because I feel like they wouldn't hold up the factory and they would buckle. under the weight of the factory. So I typically don't use them. Of course, that would probably buckle under the weight of the factory too. But you know what I mean? Yeah, you can definitely use that. And you can try different... One of the things that's great about this game is that no matter how many times, and I played through the game like 30 times. This is my first time playing the game. I've played through everything. I've unlocked everything. Have I seen everything in the entire world? Have I gone in every cave, under every bush? No. I don't do that in early access games. Just like, you know, Subnautica and other games like that, which I will jump in, I'll play, I'll see kind of the gist of the game, and then we'll come back and we'll try it later, right? I feel like No Man's Sky has been in early access for a very long time, and so when it first released, I get in there, and when the first Beyond update or whatever that first update was, whatever, I can't remember, it's so long ago now, but I would get in there and I'd say, oh, okay, this game's fun, it's got a little something, definitely needs some work, and then I would come back later and then I would try it some more, and I've been doing that in Satisfactory for quite a long time. And I've got to see it progress over time, which is really awesome. I'm also rocking my corporate overlords. Just pull that right out of my ears. Rocking my corporate overlord shirt, aka Fix It, and so on. So yeah, I have a lot of fun in the game. So right now, what we're doing is we're running some resources to our nuclear power over here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run this across, and we're going to start lifting this up, right? And the reason why we're going to lift that up is so that we can walk under it, right? So we're not having that problem. And this is what's known as a run level or a sandwich level, where we can go ahead and see again. Look how clean and easy it is to add stuff, right? You're just adding to your base. You're adding foundations. You just like have such precision of adding. And I know it's a crazy idea to make a building game have great building. I know it's such a crazy idea, right? And their building is just so good. It's the reason why I play the game. Is because it's so great. The mechanics of the game is great. The way you build, the way you connect assembly lines here, the way you can not only make it functional but make it elegant in the actual way that it runs, make it more efficient in what you're doing. That's what really makes the game shine. And that's a whole nother level, everybody. I mean, you can play the game all the way through and feel like you only know about 10% of the game, right? And then you're like, okay, now how can I make my factories more efficient next time? How can I progress more efficiently, right? And I work very much on function first and form later on. So early game, I'm working on just getting through the things and unlocking the stuff and going through the game. And then in the later game, when I have a lot of stuff that allow me to fine-tune the look of my resources, which you can see down here, I'll actually tear the entire factory down, which I did, and I do it multiple times through the playthrough, and we're going to do it again. We're going to tear all that down again and redo it again. I know. It's a lot of fun. Because now you have new pieces, right? You have new pieces, you have new parts, they're going faster, they're more efficient, and so there's a much more efficient way to run all of our stuff and whatnot. And running it underneath like this really helps you a lot in everything that you do. So we're going to go ahead and turn this again like this. We're going to turn it up higher like this. There we go. And we're going to run it over this way like this. And again, we'll get our upper foundations in. I mean, it's magical, everybody. It's like magic every single time. Again, you got to think that I've probably done hundreds of thousands of foundations in this game, and every single time I do it, I go, gosh, this game is good. Every single time. And if you can do that in a game, I feel like you are like a fantastic dev, right? Because you put in the fun first, and then, you can come back and add all the fancy graphics, all that stuff later on. Always think of fun first, and then all the other stuff later. All right, so let's go ahead and put this in here. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do our stackables again to control that angle, like this, right? So we put this up here, and again, we're going to attach that there and attach that. And what that does is that eliminates the clipping, right? You don't want this stuff clipping because I feel like someday you might not have the ability to clip stuff. I don't know if they're going to eventually take that away. I have no deep insight in whether they're going to make it where you can't clip stuff. But I don't like it to clip. I don't like it for any reason to clip through stuff. And it pushes me as a designer, as a factory designer, because I'm also a graphic designer in real life. I don't do it for anybody anymore, but I did it for 30 years, top of my field. Had a great career in graphic design. If you're looking for that in a career, make sure to learn the whys before learning Photoshop and all that stuff. Just knowing Photoshop and Illustrator and all of that does not make you a graphic designer, just so you know. Even though they'll try to teach you that in modern graphic design. Oh, well, all you do is learn Photoshop. Bam, there you go, you're good. Well, that all comes from somewhere. Every single tool and every single thing in Photoshop or Illustrator, all of that comes from a traditional method of doing that particular thing, right? Say you're doing photo retouching, say you're doing all that stuff used to be traditionally. I've done it traditionally, the old school way. I've done that also with photos and understanding the different levels of grayscale. Did you know that images are made up of 4 grayscale images? There are actually 4 black and white images, or really they're called grayscale because there's 0 through 100 of gray versus black and white, which is just white or black. So it's called grayscale. And it's 4 different photos that are at different angles. And because if you have little dots and those little dots are going the same angle, it causes what's known as a moire pattern, so it's hard to see, right? I'm telling you a little bit of graphic design today. So you have to understand about that grayscale and about how your highlights, midtones, and shadows work, and so on. So if you don't know all the concepts, the why you're doing it in Photoshop, it's going to be so incredibly hard. And I feel like that's one of the problems with modern design and what they're teaching is they're not teaching you the whys. They're teaching you the hows, but not the whys. And I like to talk about the hows in here, but most importantly, the whys. The why am I doing something? Why am I doing this right now? I'm doing this so I can get more power. And that's going to basically allow me to basically build all of this stuff way off over there, which I normally don't do. Normally I build at the node. I feel it's way more efficient time-wise and effort-wise. But sometimes we just do stuff just to see if it's good this way or that way or the other way. We go ahead and just try it out. I'm going to go and bring that stackable forward just so I can eyeball that. Watch out behind you there. Yeah, go for a little free trip there. Line that up, back by 2. Oh, I eyeballed that one. Nice. Eyeballed that one from afar. Very nice. Right there. Now, again, the other ones over here are pretty easy to do. Because they're just at a scale of where it's at. So you put it here, forward by 2. Notice that 2 number is very important, right? That offset by 2. So 1, 2, and then that's it. We got it done. We got to turn the corner. The offsetting by 2 is probably one of the most powerful factors in getting your conveyors to be 90 degrees. Like this. And then like this. And why do you want 90 degrees? Because it looks awesome. That's why. Why else would you do it? Right? I could just run it in there and let it clip through there and it'll still work just like anything else. But it looks amazing, right? Take out a little bit of this thing here and go up a little bit so we can see a little bit more. See, look how perfect that's turning that corner, right? So it's not only just making it, but it's making it great. Very, very fun. Put that foundation back in. Okay, so we've taken all of our resources. We've run them up from down below. We've actually run them from way over there. They're actually, see this mountain right here? That's where they are past that mountain. They're way over there. They're running from underneath. They're running through our run level down below, our sandwich level. And then they're running up here into another run level. And then we're turning it so that we can go ahead and run it this way. By the way, you can take these out now if you want. And just have them floating up in the air if you want. I don't like doing that, so I'm going to leave it like that. But there you go. And so we're getting just a little bit closer. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and speed up. I hope you don't mind. We're going to go ahead and push forward here. And try to run these lines all the way over to where we need them. Now, if you do have a comment or question, you can throw it in the chat. You can use my name, Kismet, K-I-S-M-E-T. In the chat is going to help me pick it out of the chat a little bit easier. It'll highlight in red. Know you're talking directly to me. And let's go ahead and do our sides here. I love doing this, right? From as far away as you can. You put down one of these and then boom, 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 boom. You do a whole bunch of them in a row. Sometimes I misclick and I get one underneath there. I click just one too many. It happens. But look how nice that is, right? How easy that is to add in. There goes our train up above. Doing our box right, aka our aluminum. Oh, out of concrete again. When you're doing a lot of construction, you're going to run out of resources. But all the time that I'm down here doing this it's off making those resources for me. And when I run out of those resources, it will continue. It'll turn itself back on again, make me those resources, and then when it fills up the box, it will then turn itself back off. I feel like that's the most efficient way to manage your factory, is to have a point in which it stops. This way you're not spending so much time doing power that you're not actually progressing in the game. I try to find a good balance between the amount of time I'm spending on something, which again is my most valuable resource, and then the amount of effort, and then the amount of resources and so on, like in a sliding scale of how I'm doing that stuff. And so we went in there, got some more concrete. Now that's going to start up my concrete production, and I will have that box all filled up. Notice that, by the way, we took a bunch of that out earlier. We used it all up, and the box was filled again. If you missed that earlier on. Let's go ahead and fill in this little area here. There we go. Very nice. And let's keep running all this. Now, you need a lot of concrete. I'd say concrete is your AO #1 resource that you need in the entire game. Always keep that concrete going. Always keep that set up and running. Especially, it's the first thing I get going, even though like they try to aim you toward iron at the very beginning. First thing I beeline to, concrete. And then that's the first thing I'll scale up later on when I get more power and I can scale up my factory and so on. Now, there is an actual formula for running lines at their maximum distance, your conveyor lines, and that is 6 foundations. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, the most efficient way I find of running stuff is to pre-do a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're going to be doing this, you're going to do a bunch of these, do them all ahead of time. So you just go ahead and do that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, just because that is the maximum length of difference, that doesn't necessarily mean that's a good spot for us to run stuff, because we want to actually turn this again when we get it over here, and we'll want to turn it in this direction and run it underneath our train line here. And so we'll go ahead and get all these in, and we'll say, okay, that's our spot. Now, we got a little bit of a problem. We can't get through here. Now, I actually don't need these. I can just take these out, or I can put a doorway in there. I don't need the bottom ones. We'll take those out like that. And there we go. Now, these ones are floating up in the air. Obviously, we don't want that. We don't want no floating if we can avoid it. And so we're going to run our 8x2s back over here. Again, the reason why I use 8x2s and not 8x1s, I feel like they wouldn't hold up a factory up above. That's why I use 8x2s. You can use 8x1s if you want. It's your factory. You do whatever you want. Right? You want to run spaghetti, you want to just run it randomly all over the place? Your factory, you do what you want, right? Don't feel obligated to do what other people tell you. Ah, God, your factory's so messy. Ah, you should fix that up. Hey, you're the one putting in the time and effort. You make it however you want. Me, I like to, I start with just, making it work, right? Making it work first. And then in the long run, I like to come back and make it super clean, right? Make it run, the runs are super clean. The way I'm running my conveyors and whatnot are super clean, and then everything's running in kind of tandem, like what we're doing right now. Running everything in tandem here. And we're running basically 7 lines of pure nodes. These are all pures, which is pretty awesome. That's a lot of production we can do out here. Oh, more aluminum. All right, no problem. Jetpack works great for getting up here, getting more loot. Now over here, this is my aluminum production. Now, a lot of times while you're doing stuff, we'll do that battle in a second, by the way. A lot of times when you're doing stuff, like I'm building out and running those lines, well, meanwhile, it's off making a bunch of stuff for me, so I don't have to worry about it, right? It's off making me more aluminum. I have 2 boxes of aluminum now. Wait for that save lag. There we go. 2 boxes of aluminum. That's because it's making it while I'm doing something else. The more things that you can have it doing while you're doing something else, the more efficient you are being at the game itself. And let's see, anything in here else we can get rid of for right now? I could probably take those steel beams off. See, I like to have at least 1 inventory spot full in case I take some stuff out. I hate it when it drops onto the ground. That drives me crazy. Oh, man, I don't even... Oh, we got a little bit. All right, let's just full stack that. Our quick wire's getting a bit low. Yeah, definitely going to need some quick wire. Let's go over here and see if we've got any here in the corner. I kind of feel like we used it up, but we'll go look. Yeah, we took that out and we used it up. Okay, no worries. We got some quick wire laying around somewhere. Let's go down here. Again, it's good to stop every now and again and say, okay, what do I need resource-wise? Let's see what we got down here. Again, I'm hitting F like I'm going to take it out, and that allow me to peer into that particular box without having to actually physically go in that box. Now, see, I've got two of them. I've got one at the bottom and then one at the top of my quick wire. I can sort it, put it together. If I've got a stack of 5 in there, I take that out because 500 is more than enough because I'm not using a lot of quick wire right this moment. We're going to use a lot later on, though. We certainly are. We're going to make a bunch here, too. All right, let's go ahead and do this battle while I'm traveling back over to where I'm going to run my lines. Let's do it. How do you make it stop once it's full? It automatically stops. It'll start backlogging to the actual machinery. The machinery will say, hey, I can't make any more of these, and then it will automatically turn itself off. There's nothing you need to do, which is great. That's really great. Like right now, how do I know that my aluminum has stopped? Well, I'll go over there and I'll show you here in just a minute. Let's do this battle first. Ooh, this is a big battle. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. They're behind. They got behind our support. That's okay. Go for that generator. We're going to turn around. We still got some healers. We got some mages shooting out some fireballs. Doing a great job on the right there. Taking one for the team. Oh, I was trying to get you. Trying to see who that was. Looking good. Look at my archer in there. Yeah. Get him. Get him. Range for the win. Look at this range battle. Oh-ho! Go range! Yeah, bringing it! Oh, that was epic! Epic range battle going on. Nice. Let's see. Open the captain's chest. Grab some rewards. Pirate getting some love. Techie and Subi getting some extra scrolls. And Subi, whoa! Putting up the big numbers. See, that's how you do it. See, you put down all 6 units. You can put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. If you put down as many units as you can, then you have a chance of being MVP. You're going to get extra loot for getting those chests and all that stuff, too. By the more kills, the more assists you get. So Subi coming in MVP with 29 kills. Fantastic. Speaking of gold, let's go ahead and get you guys some gold. Now, I'm going to tell you a little trick on how to be quick and get out there and get yourself some gold. I feel like we're going to go bottom. Oh, we got to use our other guy, our musketeer. There we go. To get our quest done. There we go. All right, got our quest done. Here's a great little trick for you. Use your rogues, all right? So put down a rogue right down here in the corner. There we go. See, Ron Free knows how to do it. You put your rogues down in the corners. Now, we don't know where all the chests are going to be. One chest right there. So you guys can make a run for that chest. And as it basically shows more down the road, so in 5 minutes, it's going to show us more items and more items. And if you see another chest, you go ahead and put a rogue close to that. So you might want to save your rogue because there's already 2 there by that chest. And you wait for another one to pop up, put your rogue down as quick as you can, and then you can run out there and grab it because your rogues are going to be the fastest, right? And they're just going to run right for those chests. Meanwhile, the rest of us will kill off all the mobs. You guys get all the loot, and that's fine with me. I like it when you guys get tons of loot. Boom. All right, back over here into Satisfactory. Let's get it going. Again, we'll let that run. Now, how do I know this is turned off? Well, when this is full down here, I know that this is turned off because the lights will turn to yellow from being green. When they're green, then that means they're producing that item like this. See, they're green right now because I took some of that out of there. Right here, see, that's yellow. And the whoa, out of jetpack. My bad. And so that's yellow right now. And so we get up here. We can go ahead and see why that's yellow. Why is it yellow? Well, that's because we have so much aluminum scrap. Oh, there it goes. We have so much aluminum scrap. Now see it turned to green. We had already had enough in there and it had backlogged and stopped producing because the machinery in front of it was full as well. And then because the conveyor belts are already full, you can't continue to go. But the second you've cleared the box, you've taken some stuff out of it, it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. I can start running the rest of the stuff out, which will basically make the machine so it's not full. And then it will start to run that out in the first machine. And then that one starts to make stuff. And then the one behind it starts to run that into this machine because now it's starting to use up the resources and so on and so on. And it'll back its way all the way up and then turn all the machinery back on again. And then when it fills, it'll turn all the machinery off. Notice some of this machinery back here is off and on, off and on. You can see it going yellow and green. I was trying to catch it. There we go. There's one that went yellow, and that's telling you that this is full. It's full of alumina solution right now, and so it basically is backlogged. It's going at a rate that's faster than what I can produce up here in the front, and that's okay. It's actually all synced to each other so that it will run in a perfect harmony without me having to sit there and micromanage it, right? Now, any of the excess stuff that it's making, like in this case, it's making a bunch of excess water. Oh, there he goes. Saw it there for a second. It's making a bunch of excess water. So what I'm doing is I'm packaging that water, and I'm running that excess water in this new cool thing called the packager. See, just shooting water everywhere. And so it's packaging that water. It's running it in. It's running it into the Awesome Sink. Now, why am I doing that? Well, the reason why I'm doing that is so that it doesn't stop my production. So it'll keep making it. If it produces too much water and then it says, oh, well, I'm full of water, I can't make any more stuff, then the whole rest of the thing will turn off. The whole side of that factory will turn off. So I actually get rid of my excess, like my silica and all that other stuff in my aluminum production and water, and just get rid of it. Now you're like, well, Kismet, you can put the water back into the cycle. You absolutely can. Now they've added valves now that allows you to constrict the flow of water so that you can make up for this excess water that you have. So you can actually run it back into the system and constrict the amount that it comes out so that it doesn't overwhelm the system and cause the whole entire thing to stop, right? You can run it into a container. You can flush out that container if it's getting overfilled, and so on. There's a lot of things you can do. Look at that cool steam coming out of there. That little thing working on the side of that refinery. Neato. So you get the general idea. So basically, I'm running all the excess into the Awesome Sink whatever way I can. Here comes our train. Whoop, whoop. Now, our train's bringing in the bauxite. Now, of course, if it's full of bauxite, it'll just come in here and say, hey, it's full, and then it will head out. And so that's a lot of fun. Now, if you want to see how I did that, you can check it out on my YouTube channel. This video will eventually, it'll probably be a few months, will eventually drop up there, and you can see how I started the game, how I got through, and all of that on there, and so on. So there you go. You get the idea. How do you make it stop once it's full? So there you go. There's the answer to that. Love the shirt. Exactly. Yeah. I like to show my support for peeps who make great games, right? If you make a great game, you don't screw over your community, you're not over monetizing it, you're a smaller studio as well, I'm going to shout your name from the mountaintops, whether you support the stream or not. They're not a sponsor of mine. They have rated my channel once before. I do appreciate them because I did buy the merch. I think that's why they rated me. I can't remember. I think it was because I buy the merch and I said, hey, I love your game. I think it's amazing. And they came in and rated my channel with like 600 people. Maybe some of you are in here from that raid. I won't know. But I do appreciate that. But I'm not officially sponsored by them. They're not a sponsor of my channel or anything like that. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. And plus, I tell it to you straight up here, everybody. If I don't like a game, just to tell it to you straight, I never play it for any reason ever. I don't care how much money they pay me or how much whatever. It's not my values to go in and try to sell you stuff. I'm not here to sell you stuff. I'm here to play games, bring you little moments of joy, bring you a little inspiration in your day. That is my purpose. It's always good to know what your purpose is, what you should be doing in the moment, right? What are you doing, right? What is your goal for what you're doing? Some people lose track of that as a streamer, and they go, well, I got to go play the most, the biggest, most popular game. I've got to go play that. And they're stuck in that cycle. They've stuck in that cycle. Oh, okay, this game comes out. I don't like this game, but I'm going to go play it because somebody paid me to play it, right? I don't do that ever. I feel that's very disingenuous. I feel like it's very underhanded and sleazy way of doing what you're doing, but that's other people's choices. That's all on them. What I do is on me. My choices are on me. What kind of person I like to be, how I like to do my thing, that's on me. And all your choices are on you. And so I don't play games if I don't like them, ever at all. And you're like, Kismet, if someone gave you $1 million, you'd do it. Nope. I know where that road leads. That road leads to somewhere where these other people are at, where they'll do anything for money, even if it's like a terrible game, and they'll say, oh, this is the greatest game ever, everybody, and they'll recommend that game to you. You go buy that game for $60, and you go, dang it, I bought a stupid game that sucks for $60, right? I don't know. No. Because I wouldn't want it done to me. And I certainly wouldn't want to do it to other people. So do unto others as you want them to do to you, right? And that's how I have my stream set up too. These are the type of streams that I like to watch. The ones where the people are explaining what they're doing and they're not going so fast that you missed everything they did. They might have done something awesome. You're like, oh gosh, man, I wish I could have saw what the heck they did. I wish they had explained what they did. And I've been in a few streams like that where people are just like, go Google it. Right? I go, wow, how'd you do what you did? Right? So I'm just, in their chat, I'm just asking them how they did that thing. Right? Just asking them a simple question. And they're like, go Google it. I'm like, whoa, bro, that's really rude, man. Okay, well, bye. Not being in this stream again. So yeah, watch out for those peeps. Watch out for those people, the people who are being underhanded. They're like, oh, this is the greatest game. Oh, I love this game. It's so incredibly fun, right? And you just know it's not that fun. Because man, they should be like me. They should be excited to play the game. They should be all hyped up and ready to play. They're like, oh God, I'm gonna get my nuclear power going today. Let's do it, right? They should be like that. If they're not inspired or excited about what they're doing, that really turns me off a lot on certain streamers, right? And I have a lot of great streamer pals that I know that are inspired, that love what they do. They come in every single day and feel lucky to get to do what they do every day. And I felt that way about graphic design. I still feel about it to this day. And I feel that way about doing what I'm doing right now, which is talking to you guys, inspiring you a little bit, and also running a bunch of lines at the same time. Because we do a lot of stuff simultaneously up in the stream. We don't call it the mega stream for nothing. We do a lot of different stuff. We play various different games simultaneously, like we're doing Stream Raiders and Satisfactory at the same time. Let me put that there so I can just kind of eyeball it here. There we go. 1 and 2 is where we're going to go. Right there. And then as we go here, pretty easy, right? So we just go double stack that one. This one, 2. Like that. And then this other one, start there. 1, 2, forward. Using that grid to help us out. And again, watch this, everybody. Again, gonna speed up since I just showed this to you. This is how you turn the corner and make all your stuff beautiful. Get those nice 90s using your stackers. There you go. And again, I typically play games very, very fast when I'm not on stream, and then I will slow down on stream for when I'm first doing that particular thing. And then when I'm, when I kind of you kind of get the gist. If I'm doing something that's repetitive, like I'm doing right now, then I will just speed up. Because I feel like that's what you want someone to do, right? You're like, okay, I get it now. Now go on to the next thing. I'm the same way. Again, that's how I base my stream on what I like. And sometimes I'll do like T-shirts and stuff like that and merch for the stream that I like. Not just for other people, but for me, right? And see, that's the great thing about getting older. You're not thinking about, oh, well, I want to do this so I can make $1 million and do all of that stuff. Streaming is probably the worst way to make money. It is the worst way. It is the hardest, most taxing thing to do to make money. I think anyway. Other than, of course, digging ditches and janitor and physical labor, it is actually very taxing because you're literally doing a split of concentration all the time, right? You're watching the chat, you're watching the activity feed, I'm watching the redemptions, I'm watching Stream Raiders, I'm doing this, I'm doing a whole bunch of things simultaneously, splitting my concentration in what I'm doing. And you can make it into a job if you want. I try not to. I try to just make it something fun. I'm hanging out, we're having a good time. But there are a lot of things like, trying to keep the lights on. You're trying to keep yourself fed, that kind of thing. In my case, I'm just trying to keep the stream going and so I can do more giveaways and so I can bring more moments of joy here in the stream. My particular stream is not a for-profit enterprise, though, it would be nice one day to get to that point. One day down the road have, 500 or 1,000 subscribers and so on. But that's not my primary goal. I feel like when you make money your primary goal, you're going to end up hating that thing. Whatever it is that you want to do in your life, like Vibe said, oh, well, I want to be a graphic designer, so I made lots of money. Money was a byproduct. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. And really, it was astounding that, a 20-year-old kid's making more than my dad, who was the manager of 10,000 people and worked at the same place for 40 years. And I made more than he did at 20 years old, right? That's pretty crazy. I'm talking, between me and my wife or my girlfriend at the time, we're making six-figure salary, bro. We're making that cheddar, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so then there's just the two of us, and we didn't have kids. We didn't have any responsibilities. We were in our 20s. And so I would just, it was party time. I'd invite the friends. Hey, let's go to the river. I'll rent the sea-doos. I'll rent the boats. Let's go party. We'll bring the beer. We'll hang out with all the ladies. We're partying and having a good time. You do that in your 20s. You're doing that in your 50s is a little creepy. It's a little creepy, I think. You're all out there with the 18 years old and you're 50 like me. No. At some point you progress past that in your stage in your life. You go through a whole bunch of different stages. Usually, just like games go through different stages. Your life goes through different stages where, when you're young, you're thinking about yourself, you're thinking about your success and what you're going to do in your career, and what you're going to do tomorrow, and, find that special someone and whatnot. And then you start to see things from different perspective. And as you start to gain levels in real life, you'll start to gain different perspectives. And hopefully you'll level up in real life. You start to care about other people. You start to have empathy for other people with children and with medical conditions and disabilities and things like that. You start to open your eyes to a larger world than just a little cosmos that you live in, right? Wherever you grew up and the values of the people who live in that area. You'll learn about other cultures and other amazing things like science and engineering and all of those other things that you have interest in. And your world just widens up. Right? And you'll try different music, right? Say, instead of just liking one type of music, you'll explore different types of music, different type of dance and singing and all sorts of stuff in your life. And it'll really widen out your life. It'll really widen it out and add so much joy and so much amazing things to your life as you go along. Now, I'm not saying there isn't going to be some ups and downs, because there is. I'm going to tell it to you straight. You always get it straight here in the Kismet channel. You're going to have some tough times. Like last year sucked. This year, sucking a little bit already to start, but it's getting better. So once you have that hope of something getting better, then it actually fuels you forward, right? So life ain't going to be easy, and it's not supposed to be easy, right? This is your training ground. This is your rise to the challenge moment, right? Every moment that you get to live is a moment in which you can rise to the challenge to do what you love to do. Now, I'm living proof, bro. Partially disabled, 50-year-old man, partnered streamer on Twitch. That's not easy. Took me 2 years to get to there. And just the fact that happened alone is amazing. And that's why I give Twitch so much love, man. They took a risk on the Kismet here. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate all that love. And, of course, thanks to all of you and all my streamer pals come in and show some love as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'm trying to count my stuff out here too. Trying to not get too distracted. Thank you for the follow. Sky Captain coming in, showing some love. Imagine finding rings to talk about the hardest. I don't know. Rings? I don't know what that means. You've stunned my brain. So there you go. So there's a lot of hard things to do in life. But see, everybody thinks, oh, well, you just play games and all of a sudden people start throwing money at you, right? That's not how it usually happens. Most people are not overnight success, even though it may appear that way. A lot of the top streamers that are on Twitch right now and other platforms, they've been doing it 10 years. 10 years. When you start a business, you should always, and I've had multiple businesses, I'm very successful, I've sold them off and went on and done stuff, and luckily saved that money for when I had problems with doctors. I had a problem and needed doctors and had to pay for them doctors out of my retirement money. But they're not overnight success. If you have a business, you should be aiming, this business is going to start making a profit within 5 years, within 10 years, within 15 years, 20 years, 30 years, right? That profit does not happen till much later. You got to put a lot of time and effort. Now, in my case, I'm older, so it's going to take me much longer. I cannot do the same stuff I did in my 20s. I can't put out 4 videos every single day. I can't stream for 18, 20 hours every single day. So I have to do it at my pace, right? And so it takes me 2 years to become partnered. It takes me years and years and years for this business to become profitable. Still not profitable. Probably won't be for another 5 years, maybe. If at all. There may be a chance that this would never pay me back for all the time and effort and money I put into it. But I don't really value being rich. Right? I don't need to be rich. I've had lots of money. I've made a six-figure salary. I've made and bought very fancy and expensive things. And guess what? There's stuff after a while. You got a bunch of stuff. Congrats. You got a bunch of fancy stuff that you overpaid for. A car goes from A to B. That's what a car does. It's great if you got a fancy car, more power to you. If that's your jam, if you like to collect cars, if you're into cars, that kind of thing, and you feel like a fancy car is what you want, more power to you. It's your money. You do what you want with it. But I don't feel like that's a necessity. That's a luxury in life. If you got a car and it costs you $200 and it's got an orange hood, which a friend of mine had, it was a $200 car. It had an orange hood on it. It was missing a bunch of bumpers and all of that stuff. But we had a great time driving around in that car, going from place to place as kids, right? Because we didn't have any money. We grew up in like a lower middle class, probably upper lower class, in that level, where, parents aren't going to give us a car for our birthday. You know what our parents say? Guess what? There's the world. Go out and make your own money. That's old school from when I grew up, everybody. You want to go to college? There it is. Go get a job and pay for it, right? That's the years when I grew up. And it did make me resilient, though. It made me go and learn how to take care of myself and, do my own laundry and do all that stuff from 5 years old. I'm talking old school, bro. I'm talking old school. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right there. I'm talking, hey, you hungry? There's the kitchen. I'm talking that kind of old school, and I'm sure a lot of you, put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. If you grew up old school like that, or maybe you're growing it up like right now, where your parents are like, hey, it's your responsibility to take care of yourself, right? And I teach my kids the same thing, though I didn't teach them at 5 to do that. More like about 8 or 9, I started having them do their own stuff, right? Do their own laundry and do their dishes. And they're still at 13 because, we baby them a little bit, that they should be doing everything for themselves. Now, my oldest daughter, who is 16, it is now her responsibility. She now got her own room. She got her own stuff. It's her responsibility to do everything for herself. Other than, of course, supply the, food, water, and the house. So she does have a job, so she can supply the house. And I go very easy. I say, you want to pitch in for gas for your mom. You pay $10 to gas, right? So at 16, all she has to pay is $10 for gas out of her money. And then she can save the rest of her money for her college. And me and my wife, we get by. Right? We have $0 in the bank, but we get by. And sometimes, you got to put the credit card when someone's sick, and you got to, say, hey, medical thing, which I'm paying on a ton of medical stuff right now. Like my kids, they had infection on their toe, and they had to have surgery on their toe and all of that. Two of my kids have that problem. And so that costs like $8,000. Now, I can tell you, I ain't got no $8,000, and I ain't going to come on the stream and say, hey, everybody, my kid had a medical problem, pay toward my $8,000 of my medical kit. I feel like that's not part of what I do as a streamer, is to ask people for money. If it's something that's related to the stream, if it's something like going to TwitchCon, if it's something like upgrading my equipment, well, then I can understand. But I don't ask for rent. I don't ask for all that stuff. Even if it's at my own detriment, even if it's at I'm suffering, and even though I'm putting money into the stream to keep it going, I don't feel like that's my focus, is to ask people for money, ask people for stuff just to survive. I'll just buy less stuff. I'll just survive on less fancy food. I won't go out to eat as much. I won't go out to do the stuff, right? That's how you adjust for that, I feel. And some people do that on stream. They go like, hey, I want to pay my rent this month. And, hey, if they're putting a lot of time and effort into their stream, I can understand it. I can understand it from their point of view. It just doesn't work for me. I don't like doing that. I don't feel like that's my purpose here, is to come in here and try to ask people and beg people for money. I don't think that's my jam. I prefer to take that money that people do donate and subscribe and put it back into the stream, making the stream better, and then try to create as many moments of joy as I can with those funds. And that's what I do every single day. That's my focus of every day, of everything that I do, and all the hours I spend behind the scenes doing stuff. Is trying to bring that into a reality. Like, great example. Oh, yeah, lots of ones in the chat. Great example is TwitchCon, right? Now, every time I go to TwitchCon, I've gone to TwitchCon every single year, except for the very first time they had it, because I didn't know it was a thing. Plus, I wasn't a streamer at that time, I don't think, 2015. But every time I do that, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go. I don't know. And sometimes I just put it on a credit card like I did there. Sometimes I just put it on a credit card and try to figure out how to pay for it later, right? Which is a very scary thing to do. But I'm 50 years old, so you got a YOLO at 50 years old. If I'm 20 years old, probably not the best idea to just keep running up credit card debt unless you have a really good job and you know you can pay that off. Probably not a good idea to do that because you're going to be paying interest on that too. So you say you spend $100 on something, it's actually going to cost you $120, $150, $200, $500, $10,000 if you let it go too long. If you spent 30 years paying on that $100, guess what? You're going to spend like $10,000 for a $100 thing, right? So very important to watch out for that credit. But when you're trying to build something, sometimes you use that as an investment in long-term gain, right? And so as a business person, you have to think of that. Am I going to pay a little bit more up front so I have this reward down the road? And is it worth that extra bit? And it's definitely worth it, I think, going to TwitchCon and bringing my mods to TwitchCon and doing all of that. And so I just say, well, hey, guess what? We're going to raise money. I'll just think of it one day and say, look, we're going to raise funds to bring my mods to TwitchCon. And we're going to try to do that every single year. And so I did it for 3 years in a row. And thanks to all you guys who did donate and make that happen. It was pretty amazing. We did it 3 years in a row, brought my mods. They had a great, fantastic time. And I paid for their airfare, their hotel, all of that stuff to go and have this whole experience together in a physical way as opposed to just in the chat. And we went and we would, broadcast live from the show, and we'd be at the Intel Center, and we'd get a bunch of swag, and we'd take that swag and we'd send it to all the people who donated. And then I would have a whole bunch of other stuff made, which I couldn't afford either. And I go have, loot drops made, and I get some like donations from all my sponsors, and, I get like Mountain Dew sent to me. I get like Kismet candy bars, and I would give those out to not only the donators, but also random people at TwitchCon. Just random bits of love, little moments of joy, and like, oh, cool, man. Oh, man, thanks for taking the extra time to give out a Kismet candy bar or to give out a free dessert from BJ's Restaurant and Brew House, right? Very, very cool that all of that stuff happens. Not because of any, magical ability that I have. It's all through time and effort. The more effort you put into something, typically the more you get out. Now, if you put a lot of effort into something and you're getting very little return on it, you have to reevaluate that. Don't spend a lot of time. Like right now, if you want to become a YouTuber, it is a terrible thing to do because a lot of the time right now is they don't care about the small creator anymore, right? They got all these corporate people in there who don't care about the small creator. They don't care whether they succeed or whatnot. They're basically turning into like a TV conglomerate, right? Where all they care about is advertising. They care about advertising. They care about the big YouTubers. They care about all of those. And the small guy couldn't care less. Couldn't care less whether you live or die. And they'll screw you over in every way that they can to get that dollar bill. And I feel like that's the worst thing you could do right now is really focus on YouTube. Unless you got something that's really special. Unless you got something. I'm not going to totally discourage you from it. But the chances of you succeeding at that are very low. Very, very low. I'd say even less than 1%, maybe 0.5%. Very, very low, maybe 2%. You'd actually be more successful probably on Twitch and as a streamer than you would be at making videos unless you're really good at doing videos. And then you'd be very successful at it, right? Again, I don't want to discourage you. I want you to go out here and do what you love to do. But know that your chances are really low. Know that going into it, right? I knew going into this that my chances of ever in my lifetime becoming a Twitch partner, which is my biggest goal in the beginning, is very low. Is probably, again, 0.5%, right? But there's a chance. And so if I saw that chance, I thought, you know what? I'm going to be the one that does it. And then when you do it, when you get that achievement, you're like, dang, I actually did that. I actually made that happen by pure force of will, right, in your life. And there's nothing like that moment, everybody, when you get that achievement that you've been looking for, and then you're like, okay, what's next, right? What's next? What else can I do? I've proved to myself, and that's the person you've got to prove to the most. You've got to prove it to you that you can do it. Right? And once you see you can do this thing, that's going to lead you to be able to do this thing, and so on and so forth. Now, my next big goal would be to get to 500 subscribers. That is the big goal. And I've hit 500 subscribers before, but subscribers go up and down. People have different financial issues they got to deal with, especially now during Corona. Here, let me keep counting this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And there's nothing wrong with that. You got to take care of the family. You got to take care of your real life. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I do appreciate everybody who does come in, support the stream. It's not required. I don't come in and say, oh, well, you're leeching off my stream and da-da-da. Oh, my God. Oh, it makes me cringe just thinking of how incredibly self-centered you must think yourself and how unappreciative you are of people in the world who say, Kismet, I like what you do. And then they take the extra effort to hit the subscribe. They hit that Amazon Prime. They say, Kismet, you're the best, bro. I'm going to give you a little extra love, right? To not appreciate that moment, to not appreciate that person making that choice and saying, hey, I love what you do, right? And I want to support that. I want to support the Kismet Love Drive. I want to go in there and show you some love. So, oh, wait, I'm too offset. I'm way too far out. Way too far out. We don't need this. Take that out. I'm trying to go under this one. There we go. And I appreciate that. But I never take it for granted. I don't expect that to be like the default, like everybody in the chat come in and subscribe to the channel. If you can't afford it, that's fine. There's a lot of awesome people who can afford it. A lot of people come in and give out gifted subs to people in the channel and show them lots of love. That's one of my favorite things because it's like a double whammy, right? It's like a double positive. So when someone gifts the sub to the channel, so of course it helps the channel, but also it helps some people in the channel get a little extra love in their day, get a little extra loot, get a little extra something, something. You know what I mean? Now they get emotes for a month. They get the ability to win the giveaways more often. They have 3 times chance to win the giveaways and all of that. And that's really why I love that feature. I love that feature. Really genius idea by Twitch and all. Of course, it was also sent in by a whole bunch of people that said, hey, this would be a great idea. And then they said, you know what? That is a great idea. Let's go ahead and make that happen. And so they did. You got to give them credit for that. All right, so here we are. We're now underneath here. We're getting closer. Again, you'll see me just go into like chatty mode whenever I'm doing repetitive stuff like this. I get very chatty. There we go. I'm the Typo King. Well, hey, we can be the Typo Kings together. We're supposed to be things. Okay, let me go back. Here's a suggestion, by the way. Whenever you retype something, it's best just to retype it. And then what I do is I put an asterisk. So people know that that was a correction. That's old school there. When you put an asterisk in something, and I do it all the time when I'm typing to my wife, I'll mistype. Oh, battle time. I'll mistype to my wife, and then I'll just be too lazy to go back and fix it. I'll just send that, and I'll go down to the next line, and then I'll type what I'm really supposed to say, and then I'll put an asterisk in there. She's learned over all the years how to read my writing, and especially when you type something out, and then it like changes it to something you didn't even want it to say. And then you like don't notice it till after you send it, and you're like, oh God, I didn't want it to tell, I didn't want to tell her that. I wanted to tell her something else, right? And then so on. And sometimes, Surrey's a little risque, right? Surrey's a little risque, and going in there and changing your words around. I'm like, what the? How did she even get that? Watch out for that. You don't want to send that to your boss. And you're like, hey, boss, you're a jerk face. Oops. Look out. All this part of the line is the nuclear facility as per title. Yeah. All of this stuff I'm running is going to the nuclear facility. And this is what I'm showing you. You actually need a lot of resources to make your nuclear facility work. And that's part of why we're doing all of this in the first place. Is to run all of this just to nuclear. Now, I don't necessarily need pure nodes to do this. I just happen to have extra pure nodes that I haven't utilized yet. And so that's why I'm running this. And this is also showing you what a waste of time it is for me to run it this far. You know what I could have done? I could have ran the uranium from over there to over where my resources are, and I could have built it at the node where all of these, because all of these nodes are actually fairly close to each other. So I could have just taken all of these and ran it over there and been doing the nuclear power way over on that side, which would have been the smarter one. But I did say in this playthrough that we were going to run it from the raw resource to wherever we're actually making, wherever the actual resource is, or into our main factory. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing right now. Again, I like to play different ways. I like to try different stuff each and every time I play. Sometimes you learn that was a bad idea, right? And that's okay. It's okay to try stuff and fail. Failing is not really failing, in my opinion. It's a learning experience. Everything you do in life, you will try, and sometimes you'll fail, and sometimes you'll succeed. You learn more from failing than you do from succeeding, I find. Big time. Right there. There we go. And again, more resources over here. Now, there's a whole bunch of iron. This is sulfur. This is cadmium. This is a whole bunch of stuff. And also, what's the other one? Brain. The other one is coal. We're also running coal because we're going to need to do steel. And run that there. Now, what I do is I run one just so I can see it a little bit easier, so I can line it up like that. There we go. And again, we're just running this really, really far. It's very time-consuming to do this, but also very fun. Gives me something, you know, give me time to chat with the chat. Chat with the chat. Those nice 90s. Offset those all beautifully. There we go. All right, now we finally got it weaved through our entire base, and now it's just a straight shot right to our nuclear power. And we're going to get this done today. We're going to get this done actually in a few more minutes. I'm going to have it over there, and I'm going to start up the rest of my factory, and you're going to see all the steps that we set up yesterday of the nuclear power, and you're going to see it start to kick in and everything turn on. We'll get that going here in just a second. Let's go ahead and start a battle first and get it going on. Built my first ever 2 nuclear 4 days ago. Got the game January 1st. Awesome. Yeah, I've been playing for years. This is like my 30th playthrough. I've done nuclear power many times before, as well as aluminum and all that stuff. And all that stuff's changing this year, by the way. They're going to do a new update, update number 4. And we're going to get a whole bunch of new stuff for Tier 8. And they're going to revamp Tier 7 and all of that. Super excited. Super excited for all of that. And, of course, you know what we'll do? New playthrough. Because that's what I usually do. Whenever they come out with like a big update, like when they came out with trains, I started a new update. When they came out with fluids, new update. When they changed a bunch of stuff around, I do a new update. And I've done every single starter zone now. And I don't play quickly. I don't run through the game as fast as possible. I feel like, especially in early access, that you're just kind of playing the game, getting an idea, a gist of it. If you got some ideas and some feedback, you can go to the QA site and give them some feedback on the game so they can make it better along the way. And whatnot. And I usually write down those things, but I rarely ever get around to posting those because I'm a busy guy. Techie coming in, getting some love. Dead Pirate. This is a little side game we played, by the way, Stream Raiders. We got Seth coming in. We got Subi getting 50 gold. Wow, look at that. And Paul coming in, overall MVP. Congrats on that. Let's see, downside for sure. We want to go for some of that gold. Again, really fun little side game. Let's see, do we get a new quest over here? Let's check our quest. Let's collect our quest. Let's get that going. There's 50 gold right there. 9 hours and 13 minutes. Let's get that on cooldown. Back in here in the battle. All right, let's keep this flying rogue going. I'm feeling, I don't know, kind of right. See, I like to go either right or left. The reason why, if you go center, a lot of times the mobs from the side will sweep under and around. As you're pushing forward, they'll sweep across or under, and they'll hit your support. You don't want them to hit your support. That's not a good idea. So if you swing one way or the other, you eliminate the guys on this side, and then these guys come at you, and then your front line typically will turn toward those guys coming at you. And then you're going head to head, which means your tanks and your DPS and all that stuff's in the front, so they don't take out your support. Battle tactics, everybody. I've been a guild leader for going on 18 years now, so I can tell you, I know me some battle tactics. Now, again, thank you, Stream Captain, also for the follow. Dropping that Dragon Hammer. Crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons here at the Kismet channel. Welcome, everybody. If you're new to my channel, my name is Kismet. I'm a partner streamer here on Twitch. I try to bring little moments of joy every single day, every single stream. Or I'm not, I guess it's 6 days a week because I stream 6 days. I have actually streamed 7 days a week before. A little too much for me. I'm a bit older, so I got to watch out for my health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Sometimes I do 2 streams a day. So I actually measure my streams not in how many days I stream, but how many streams I stream, if you know what I mean. And so that's why we call it the best stream ever, the BSE. That's why you see it in the title. Right now, I started that, I forget how many years ago it was, a couple years ago, 2, 3 years ago. So I've actually have even more streams than that. I think I'm on 1,000 something. 1,145 streams since I started, best stream ever. And so it's like a mindset you get into. I want this to be the best stream that I've ever done. I want it to be the most inspiring, the most joy-filled stream that I've ever done. And so that's the mindset in which that best stream ever go into it as. And I've been doing that for years. And I don't necessarily count, how many days and stuff like that. I know that Cole Carnage did that for many years. Big love to him. I'm very inspired by Cole Carnage. I've actually met him several times at TwitchCon. We typically run into each other. It's like I don't know him like he's my bro, but I know him as in, hey, Code. He's like, hey, random guy. There you go. So very inspired by his stream. He started just like everybody else, started with a few viewers. Went in, made it into his own, made his own unique style and whatnot. Like a lot of other streamers as well. Tim Tatman, Shroud, of course, Summit 1G, all those peeps. Very inspiring. But I see, I don't want to be them. I want to be me, right? I like who I am. And I like what I'm doing, right? Don't try to be somebody else. Don't try to be the next whatever, right? Try to be who you are, and that is going to work out way better. Because you carbon copy someone else, usually when you make a copy of something, it's not as good as the original. Very, very good to remember that. What you want to do is you want to make something uniquely you, something uniquely different that makes you, and then makes your stream different than everybody else's. And I feel like mine's different in the fact that my stream's all about bringing moments of joy, all of that stuff. It's different in the fact that I have Kismet Love Train, I have the super building, I have the mega building. I have all of these things that are very uniquely to my stream as well. And sometimes I hear someone using my terms, and that's okay. That's okay if they want to, get that going to get started, and hopefully they develop their own stuff down the road. But I've been doing it for 6 years, since before some of those people even started. Another great example is like people use overlays and backdrops and things like that over the blue screen. I've been doing blue screen since it began way back in the day. But in my stream, I had my overseer's office. This is one of my cool things I started with very early on when we played Fallout Shelter here on the stream. Very, very fun. I'm getting aluminum. Very, very fun. And so I like doing those backdrops, and I like, putting myself in different scenes, like where I'm in space or I'm in the factory or that kind of stuff. It really, I kind of immerse you into the actual game itself. Really like doing that. But I see a lot of other people doing the same thing. And, that's comes from traditional media too. Traditional media does a lot of that kind of stuff. So they might be inspired by other people's streams. But here's what I suggest. I don't care what you do in life. Don't copy what other people are doing. Making a copy of what other people are doing is not necessarily going to make it great, right? In fact, it usually makes it less great. What you want to do is, if you want to make something like something else, you want to improve upon it. You want to make it better than what they're doing. You want to take it to a whole nother level, which is what I like to do. In fact, same thing with like variety streaming. Like a lot of people, they just play the one game. I like to do different variety of game. This way, when you're watching the stream, like, oh, cool, he's playing Satisfactory today. Oh, what's he playing tomorrow? Oh, cool, now he's going to be playing some Fallout 76, and then he's going to be playing this, right? And then I might have some sponsored games that I might play, or some games that I just ran across and I think are pretty awesome, or you guys might have suggested here on the stream. And then play those. So then you get a nice variety. I'm a big fan of variety in life. Again, I don't just play the same game 18 hours a day. Though there's a lot of games I could do that. I could do that definitely with Satisfactory. I could do that 18 hours a day. I could play Fallout 76 for sure. Unlocking all of those various different items. I know that any game that I'm playing right now, I could play it all week, 7 days a week if I wanted to. But again, I like to get a good mixture, right? So I don't get burnt out on what I'm doing. If you get burnt out on what you're doing, and I see that a lot with YouTubers and streamers and whatnot, they're just going and going and going and going and trying to push yourself forward, which is great. But you got to keep this intact, right? And that's why I do my stream the way I do it, is so I can keep my mental health intact. I don't rush games. I don't try to get through them in 2 seconds. I play games that I enjoy. I try to show love to other people on Twitch, usually with Kismet Love Train, go out and raid. Then I ask them to go and raid someone else, and so on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And so on. So those are the things that are the priorities of my stream that make my stream uniquely mine. And also with my vault door that opens, and my dancing dragons, and my gigantic full screen alerts. Keyblade Knight coming in with the 7 months of sub love. Thanks so much for that. I'm one of the very first people here on Twitch to have full screen alerts. You ever seen all those other alerts everybody does? Way down in the corner, just little tiny, what I call baby alerts down there. Now, I hit up my buddies over there at Stream Elements to give me more room over there so I could do full-size, big alerts like that. I kind of pioneered a lot of the large alerts like that because you're the most important thing I want to show off here on the stream. Not only just the game, but all the people who support the stream and show the love. I want you to pop up so you can read it, right? Everybody can read it right there on the screen. And so some people are like, Kismet, your alerts are too big. Don't tell me what I can do in my stream. I want to show my people off who support my stream. I'm going to do it and continue to do it because it's my stream. I can do it however I want. Keyblade Knight coming in says, thank you for all your hard work. Keep it up. The amazing job you do. I love your stream and always turn a depressing day into a bright day. Well, thank you, Keyblade Knight. I appreciate that. Now, see, when you inspire others, they come in, they say kind things like that. And that's what inspires me. That inspires me to keep going, make more videos, and make my stream better and better every single day. I call them inspiring quotes, and I'm going to take that one and put that in my inspiring quotes here and add it to the thousands of 1,000 plus inspiring quotes. And I missed a bunch of them too. At some point, I really missed a bunch of them last year. We had a bit of a rough year last year, right, everybody, with the COVID and all of that. And it's still not over yet, but you know, at least we got some hope going into this year that we're going to be doing better, right? We all work together. We'll get through this. Then we can go back out and we can take our family out to a restaurant and we can go to the park and hang out where other people are. And we can, you know, gather in groups again and hug each other and love each and every person. Because now you got a newfound understanding of how bad reality could be, right? How bad one's life can be, that you're stuck inside all the time, that people are dying by the hundreds of thousands and millions of people. You don't know what you got until it's gone. You don't know how good you had it before something like this happens. But now you know, and now you should never forget how incredibly interconnected people are in the world, right? Everybody from every background, from every place in the world is interconnected. We're all human beings, and that can go sideways very, very quickly. And it hasn't happened in 100 years, so it's like a wake-up call for everybody to, you know, drop all that ridiculous, you know, treating each other horribly, and a good time to come together, and we can do amazing things when we come together, no matter where you are, right? If you take the knowledge from all over the world of people of different experiences and different backgrounds and different skills and combine those together, you can do stuff like build a space station, and you can build rockets that take off and land again, right? That's pretty awesome, bro. That's not because of just one person or one type of person or one country or one thing. That's the combination of years and decades and centuries of people progressing from every culture, from every background, from every place in the world, pushing us forward in science, pushing us forward in medical health, and pushing us forward in all of those things from every background, right? And that's how I look at the world. I look at the world that how can we do a bunch of things together? And that's my favorite thing to do now. That's why I don't play too many Battle Royale games. You won't see me play like Nuclear Winter. I've really kind of got more away from PvP where I win when you lose, right? Now, I still like PvP. It's really fun. Even if I lose, I don't care. It's really fun to, you know, challenge yourself and be better at the game and whatnot. But that's not my main goal. I don't want to be the number one, first-person shooter player in the world. It just doesn't float my boat. You know what does? Us working together. Us fighting in Stream Raiders together against the bad guys so everybody gets the loot. Us working together to build gigantic factories and build up space stations and build up, areas in Fallout 76 and build up settlements and things like that and work together and say, oh, you need this pattern? Oh, cool, I got this pattern. You got a pattern for me? Okay, cool. You got a thing? You got some ammo that I need? Okay, cool. I got some ammo you need, right? And so you're working together to make things better. Same thing like 7 Days to Die is a great example. We're all working together. We're all doing a different role. So I'm like building the main base and I'm building it up and I'm putting up the defenses and putting the entrances and exits and all that stuff. Other people are out collecting materials and they're bringing those in. Other people are going to the trader and getting that, and so on and so forth. And together, you can see the difference. You can see the difference when people are just in that sync, in that mode, Within the first 7 days, we could build a concrete bunker because my people work so close together. People are getting weapons, people are getting items, and so it's really working. We're actually working at double speed right now. Our days, instead of them being an hour long and 7 days to die, are 30 minutes. And it really does add a toughness factor to it that's really fun because, of course, all my people rose to the challenge, and now we're crushing it, right? I got an auto shotgun already and all sorts of fun stuff in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and go up above here and see how much further we have to go. Right, we got to go way over there where we have our machinery already set up, ready to go for nuclear. All we have to do is feed them in there, provide it some power, and it's going to start up and make those things. That's why we're running all these lines. Now, this is a pretty excessive line running. You normally don't want to do this. You don't normally want to run your lines that far. I suggest, when you're first starting off, to build at the node first and then just run a single line and get that down before you get into the more complex long line running and running it from underneath and running a really vertical factory. Work on that horizontal factory first to get that down, get your ratios down, and then go from there. Now, hopefully, I've inspired you a little bit today to go do what you love to do. Thank you again, Keyblade Knight, for that love in the chat. Greatly appreciate it. And again, if it's your first time in the channel, feel free to hit that follow button. Appreciate it. We do talk about not only games up in here, we talk about real life. We try to get you a little inspired in your day to go out there and do what you love. Oh, look at this. We got a hypertube on the left there, too. We got a hypertube on the left that we could use as a way of getting up in the middle of here and getting up and down if we want. What I'm going to do is just go ahead and run my foundation. Now, again, like I said earlier, doing the same thing over and over is more efficient than doing this and then switching to another item and switching to another item. Now, I'm trying to go in the most efficient way. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to do the center until I run out of concrete there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go from there and continue to make the center line. And then on the way back, I will go and make the other lines, unless I run out of resources, which I did. And so we need to get some resources. Now, I have a jetpack, so I can actually go down to go up. So I go down here. And I could have used my jetpack to go up too. That's also a great way of doing it. But I can go down, then get on the hypertube. And then the hypertube is going to take me up to this upper level, which takes me to the train level here. Right? And we got our train sitting over there. Now another thing we could do is we could try to hit it from here. It's really far away. I don't think I'm going to get it from here. Might as well just run to it. Now, I've also got these gates here, which make me run faster. So it's like you're rollerblading, right? So you're rollerblading over there. I think that's actually what they're called. I call them skates. They're blade runners. Yeah, blade runners. They're going to get me there faster, and then I get on the train, which really is not that far. It's right there. But this train goes like 120 miles an hour. Now, trains do not collide with each other right now, and you can also ghost ride your train. Boom! Letter train! Go for it! Now, eventually, those will collide into each other, so I suggest not to take that for granted. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and utilize that, to get back and forth faster while we're working. So let's get over here. More concrete. Because it's kind of nice, though, when you run back. Gives you a little break in what you're doing. Keeps you inspired to keep on going. Speaking of break, holy mackerel, 3 hours without a break. All right, let's go. Now, I highly suggest everybody, if you do sit at the computer for long periods of time, and there's no one who's sat at the computer longer than me, I can tell you. I've been doing it since I was 7 years old. That's 43 years of being at the computer. And I can tell you, I've sat at the computer sometimes for days on end, only getting up to use the restroom from time to time. And just so focused, 20, 30, 40 hours of just working on stuff. Whether it was designed for me or whether it was designed for other peeps. Basically, way overdoing it. But what I try to do is every 2 to 3 hours, I try to get up, stretch my legs, get my circulation going, and then get re-energized. Oh, going a little too far. Get re-energized to go out here and play some games and hang out with you guys. Oh, actually, that was pretty good. Run that out just a little bit right there. And then we just kind of jump down. There we go. Now, the funny, scary thing is I didn't have my jetpack on, so if I did fall, I'd have to go, switch my jetpack. That's confirmed works, by the way. It actually does work. If you actually are falling, and if you have enough falling time, like that's a pretty far way down, you can switch it in your backpack. I did it the other day. I've tried it other times very unsuccessfully, where I've just died at the end. But what we're trying to do is get this way out here where our uranium is. So instead of running the uranium way over there, we're running the stuff to the uranium. Let's go ahead and push out this way a bit. We're going to come down here. We're going to turn this corner. Go 3 wide here. Let's go ahead and fly on up here. And you can see we've already got our machinery in place, but we don't have any conveyor lines or anything like that. We've already got all of the stuff we need for nuclear power. And we talked about this yesterday on what all of it is and about the speeds and the ratios that we needed to make all this work. Now, I could just run the actual item that I need. I could have just ran concrete over here instead of running the limestone. But in this case, we're just going to run them completely separate, all the main lines separate, and this is going to be its own autonomous thing, right? So we'll run the raw resources in here. It's going to make all the resources it needs, and then we can run it. Now, another thing that's going to allow us to do later on, which is what I'm building toward, is scale this up. So if I then need a second nuclear power, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 10, 50, 100, I can keep scaling it up and scaling it up because I'm going to have excess resources, right? And that's why we're doing it. So now you know. Now you know. Let's get in here and let's go ahead and keep this going a little bit further this way. And I think this is going to be our first stop right over here, right behind this one here. So let's see how we got this set up. Right about here. So let's go ahead and take this out and we'll go ahead and feed this from underneath. So we need this to be able to come up underneath there. So let's go ahead and push this forward. We'll probably take these other platforms out too for right now so we can see what we're doing up above. There we go. And so we're going to run these lines underneath and then we're going to run them up into our very first thing. Which is going to be our foundry here. Now, our foundry is going to be making some resources that we need, some steel ignits, right? It's going to make 45 per minute, and that's going to go ahead and run in here into steel pipes. Now, I need only 30, so I'm actually going to have excess, and that's okay. And then it's going to go ahead and produce those pipes and run those pipes in the next stage. And then I also need wire. So to do wire, I do actually need some additional production in front of that. So I need to also get that in, which I'm surprised I didn't do. And so we need to go ahead and have, before the wire, we need to have the ability to do copper ignits. So we need to go in and we need to put in our smelter. There we go. And we'll kind of line this up over here and we'll hang that off to the side like that. So the smelter is going to come in. It's going to go into here. It needs to come in at 15. And I can tell you it's going to be coming in at 30. So we need to take the raw iron, make it into iron ignits at the rate in which it needs. It only needs 15 because this is as much wire as I need for right now. And then that wire is then going to run out into the next machine. So very nice. I think we probably ran out of time. Same thing here with our copper sheets. We're going to need copper ignits. And to make copper ignits to run into our copper sheets, we're going to need another smelter. And again, we're just going to line this up by using our green line. We're going to use our other green line going the other direction. You see kind of a line going that way and then a line going in that direction. And that's telling me that that's all lined up. Also, make sure you got it going in the right direction. This one over here, copper ignits, 30 in, 30 out. How many does it need? Only 20. More than enough, right? We can even probably scale it up later if we want to. Now, over here, same thing. What do we got? Quick wire. So we need to make cadmium, deuterium ignits. And so we're going to go ahead and go like this, extend this out a little bit, and say, okay, what's going to make those ignits? Now, whenever you're doing ignits, typically they are in the smelter. Boom. So we go ahead and again line that up. Tell it over here, deuterium ignits. So we need deuterium ore, deuterium ignits coming in at 45, which we have a pure node of that. So we have 240. So that's fine. And then output is going to be 15. What's the input of this? 12. Perfect. That's going to run in there, run that into there, and all of these will then run into our assemblers. Our assemblers will then run into our other assembler. That other assembler will then run down and then run across over there to our two manufacturers. We've already got our refinery going for our sulfuric acid and for our control rods and all of that. And then, of course, we're going to power this nuclear power plant, which is going to give us some waste material, which we'll have to deal with as well, and so on. Now, over on this side, we've got even more stuff that we need to do, and that is our encased industrial beams. So we need steel beams, and we need concrete. So we need to go ahead and back up over here. And we've already got the ratio of what we need. We need some steel pipes back here as well. And those steel pipes are going to run forward. Oh, wait, those are steel, should be steel beams, not pipes. My bad. I probably was talking about that. Steel beams, we got concrete. We've got concrete here. And over here at the end, more concrete. Now, why do we got a bunch of concrete? Because we need concrete elsewhere. On top of the concrete it needs here, the 30, we need concrete down the road. We might as well all do it in a row. So it's like we're starting all over again, right? We're starting from our raw resources and then building it up as we go, as opposed to using the bunch of factory items that we've already built over there, which are currently being used to make other things, right? But I could have just ran my concrete over here, right? And then boom, I'd be up and running straight away. But I always find this a fun thing to kind of make. You can make autonomous factories, factories that are not connected to other factories, and they're making that particular thing. Like in this case, I can just do nuclear power over here and then just run the power line back. And that's it. This makes it all autonomously over here in this factory, where my main base is way off over here. And it's actually producing a product, which is, I feel, the most important thing to produce in the entire game, which is the power. Right? The power, without power, you're not going to be doing anything other than doing it manually in the constructor. By the way, if you have no power, you can actually make most of the things in the game. You can go in there. If you have the raw materials, you can actually convert it yourself. So you're never like truly stuck if you don't have any power. But I feel like power is the number one thing, because you want to have a bunch of things running at the same time where you're not having to micromanage it all the time. So there we go. So we got those lined up. So let's go ahead and get our first part of the process going. Now this one right here needs iron ore and coal. Next one's going to need iron ore. The next one is going to need copper ingots or copper ore. This one's going to need deuterium. And now you know why I'm running all of those materials down the road and ending up over here, so I can run the factory autonomously, separate from the rest of my factory. And then it's not going to rely on anything over there. It'll rely only on itself. And once I get the nuclear power going, it'll cause a perpetual circle. So I will no longer need the power from over there. It will power itself, because the nuclear power is going to power all of the machinery that makes the nuclear power going. So you have a cost to creating your power, and then you have a surplus of power on top of that. Hopefully your cost is not big and your surplus is small. You want your surplus to be and your cost to be as small as possible, right? That's what you want. And it's a power cost. How much power does it take to power all of this stuff and the extractors and everything else that you're doing? That's all a cost factor. Okay, so let's get this over here. And let's keep going, running our lines here. And we should be able to get this going on here in just a second. And so I'm going to kind of backtrack this a bit. We'll get all of our foundations in. Oh, wait, that's not where I'm going. Take those back out. That was just to lean out so I could jump out. We're going on this side, right? Yeah, we're going this side. Let's push this out. Again, so you walk this way, do your center line, and then on the way back, you go ahead and fill in all of these. That's a very efficient way of doing it. And I always run from one direction if I'm running my conveyors or whatever. You always want to run in the same direction. Because if I were to run it back the other way, it's going to be less efficient. And it may not match up at the other end. So I always kind of set the precedent of every playthrough. I make one foundation, and everything I build everywhere is based on that foundation. It's all going in the same direction. It can all interconnect to each other with no problem. But you can build them completely separate. And instead of building all of this, long runs like I'm doing, which I typically don't do, I try to make it as efficient as possible on my time. Oh, we got to get more concrete. Oh, we just burned that up. I wonder if I have some concrete here at the end. Let's go see. Let's go see. I think I do. There's a constant balance in your inventory, your personal inventory, of what you have on you and what you don't, and so on. And I feel it takes longer to put my vehicle down, me to get in my vehicle, drive my vehicle, get out of my vehicle, pick it up, put it back in the slot. I wish when I picked up my vehicle, it would go back in the slot in which I had it in previously. If there's an empty slot there, I think that would help a lot. In the kind of, yeah, I do. I have a bunch right there. Okay, now I might have just a little too much of this here. Let's go ahead and scale this back now that we're getting closer to this side. And this is why I put resources forward like this, is so that if I need it, I don't have to run all the way back to my primary base. I can go ahead and just run up forward there and do that. All right, back to the jetpack. Just in case. All right, back to work. Back to work. Now, again, we're going to take a break here in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and run this back to the train station, and I'll let you guys ride the train. It's Ignatz, not Ignatz. Well, it depends on where you're from. Depends on your accent. You know, where I'm from California. The way we say oil is we say oil. And you're like, well, is there a different way to say oil? Yeah, oil. That's how they say it here in Tennessee, which my wife's from. You know, people say stuff different, right? We go look it up online, and that's what I usually do. If I don't know how to say something, I'll go look it up online, but I have sleep apnea and vertigo, so low chance that I'm going to say it correctly. Even if I did get it right here.
Ingot.
Ingot. So there you go. Ingot, if you want to say it that way, there you go. There's the official dictionary term.
Ingot.
Ingot. So if you want to say it Ignat or Ingot, it's up to you. I do actually know how to say it right, but again, sleep apnea and vertigo it doesn't quite always work, right? And you get used to saying stuff how other people say stuff in your area. So if someone says it a certain way, great example, toboggan. When you think of toboggan, what do you think? Right? You probably think of a sled. That's what I think of. But here in Tennessee, toboggan is actually one of those little knit hats that you wear in the wintertime. It's called a boggin for short. And so, and the same thing with other cultures all around the world. Maybe you might be in London or something like that. They'll say things differently there. Instead of, you know, like baby carriage, they'll call it something else. I forget what they call a baby carriage. It just went out of my head. What do they call that? Baby, I'm going to look it up now. Baby carriage in London. They call it something else. What do they call it? Pram. They call it a pram. That's what it's called. I didn't even find it. It just all of a sudden popped back in my head. Yeah, they call it a pram. So they call it something different, right? It's okay if someone says something different. In life, people say this is the way you're supposed to say it. True? Not true. Not true at all. You, of course, want to learn the right way to say stuff and try to say it as best you can, but there is no one right way to really do anything in life. You can go ahead and do things differently. Like, great example, here's one for you. Ready? I'm going to go ahead and look it up in the dictionary right now. And it actually applies to this game, too. Right here. Now, when I look it up in the dictionary, not just for me, when I look it up in the dictionary, right here, hold on, we got to get the definition. Pronunciation, there we go, pronunciation. And there we go, here we go.
Aluminum.
Aluminum, right? Is that how you say it in your country? Aluminum? I bet it's not in some of them. Here in the United States, that's how we say it.
Aluminum.
Aluminum. Hey, it's not me. That's the American pronunciation. Now, if I go ahead and choose it, I can choose a different. I can do the British version of it.
Aluminum.
Aluminum, right? Which sounds weird to me, but then again, to someone else, the way that I say it sounds weird to them. And that's having a wider view of the world, everybody. That's having a view of the world that not everybody is just like you. Not everybody grew up in your area. Not everybody pronounces things like you do. In fact, I find accents incredibly sexy. My wife is from the South. She's got that Southern Belle accent. And I knew she was from the South, by the way, when she said the word hanger. And where I come from, you don't accent the G, right? In fact, there's no G in the word hanger, right? You don't say, you don't add emphasis on the G's, right? Hanger, right? And she still says it to this day, which I think is super cute. Been with my wife 28 years this year, February, next month. And when she says it, it's just the sweetest, cutest thing, right? And she still thinks it's an embarrassing thing. She goes, oh. And she rolls her eyes every time because, you know, behind every great man is a woman rolling her eyes. Great line from Bruce Almighty. Right there, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And so, yeah, people are going to say stuff different. It's okay. It's okay if they do. And you're going to get a lot of stuff here in the stream where I just totally fail. And it's okay, everybody. Guess what? Spoiler alert for that special someone who you think is perfect or someone who acts they're perfect. Nobody is. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's imperfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody says things wrong. Everybody does wrong things. It's okay. It's okay to be imperfect. It's okay to make mistakes. Great learning experiences that you're going to have in your life. I answer to no one, everybody. I've been around, if you know what I mean. Let's do this battle. I answer to no one. So there you go. Preambular. There you go, I think. Related to going for a walk. Well, there you go. It's Pram. Yeah, Mello knows what I'm talking about in the chat. Yeah, Pram. Look at you guys. You guys are so smart in the chat. See? That means you're very worldly when you know how to say stuff in other languages that you may not have grew up in or whatnot. And again, I like to expand my horizons and understand things from different points of view and explore different cultures. It doesn't make my culture more right because this is the way you say it, right? And it doesn't make their culture wrong or their culture right because the way I say it, right? And that's just the way it is. Now, I love the fact that in the country that I live, in America, our greatest strength is our diversity, is the differences between us. Not that we're all the same and we live in the same country and we're the same color and we look the same and all of that. That's not what makes people strong. What makes some people strong is their ability to work with different people from different walks of life, from different places all over the planet. And I think that is the greatest strength of the country, is the fact that we are different and that we come from different places and we have different points of view and different knowledge. And that different knowledge is what fuels the world, which is amazing. Now, not just in America, but in every country in the world. That ability to have a different point of view and to look at things differently is what makes computers, what makes, streaming, which makes electric cars, which makes rocket ships, which makes all of those things. To think that something is possible when other people say it's not. A great example is the ability to shoot off a rocket. Elon Musk, which I'm glad he didn't listen to the naysayers, to shoot off a rocket and then have the booster come back down and land. They said it was impossible. And you know what? They were right. For them, it was impossible for them to do it because they chose it was impossible. But when people say, no, that's not impossible, we can do that. It just takes a lot of work, hard work to put into it, and we did it. Bam, there you go. I especially like it when 2 or 3 of them land at the same time. I think that's awesome, bro. If that doesn't inspire you and to how amazing if everybody worked together, how amazing every day could be in this world with that power. That's like the ultimate power, everybody. The ultimate power is everybody in the world working together and everybody rises together. Everybody gets the benefit. I feel like that's the ultimate power. All right, let's go ahead and give out some love. Rotisserie D, but that's just my point of view. It's your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. Razdory getting some love. Techie getting some love. Ronfrey, again, just crushing it today with those 24 kills. MVP of that round. Ooh, more gold. Let's do it again. Use those rogues, everybody. Throw some rogues right there, quick. Now, I don't get anything from the chest because I'm the captain. So you guys go ahead and get all that loot. I'll just back you up. How about that? That sounds like a plan. I can only put down 1 unit. So you guys are good to go. Go to it. I like being the captain, though. They're actually going to come out with captain spells. I can't wait for that. That's going to be really fun as well. I love accent. Aluminum. Yeah, exactly. Right? So, it's spelled differently, too. Some words are spelled differently in different cultures and different things. Kiz Isgamus is thank you for meal in Japanese. Oh, well, there you go. Now, see, I have a lot of members who are like scholars in my guild. Like when I'm playing Lord of the Rings online, man, I'm butchering those names left and right? And my members will come in and say, no, Kismet, you say it like this, right? And I'll try to say it the right way. But, if I don't say it the right way, don't jump all over me is what I say. Because, that's just the way it is, right? Not everyone's going to be perfect. Especially I don't correct people's grammar and stuff like that. I feel like that's a very aloof thing to do, is to go in and say, oh, well, you spelt that wrong. And you did that wrong. And, there's a right way and a wrong way to do that. Oh, hey, I just wanted to say that you have a mistake here in your thing. Just thought I'd help you out and whatnot. See, that's the right way to do it, right? That's called the respectful way. Now, you do it the other way. Oh, you suck because you spelled that wrong. You suck because you did this and you made this mistake. Oh, you suck, you suck, you suck. That's the wrong way to do it. And that happens sometimes. You know, people, that's usually a self-esteem thing, by the way. If people are putting you down, that means that they don't have enough inside of them to not have to do that. They do that to make themselves feel better. Believe me, I've been down that road. It's a dead-end road. It goes nowhere. You can't fill the nothingness inside with nothing. You got to have something to fill it with. Moments of joy, doing kind things for other people, that kind of stuff. That fills you up inside, gets you motivated every single day. That's what I do. try to bring people up, not try to bring them down. There's plenty of people in the world trying to bring you down. I don't bother with that. Those are like level 0 human beings. They only care about themselves. They only care about their own success, and they don't care about anybody else around them. That's not a good place to be. And those are not good people to have around you because they won't be there when you need them the most. Watch out for those people. Those people are red flags. People who are mean or rude or disrespectful or constantly negative all the time. Trying to put that negativity on your shoulders. You got to carry that around like it's your burden to carry their negativity around. Nope. Nope, you don't. You don't have to carry that around, everybody. I give you permission not to have to carry other people's negativity around and them being so negative and, oh my God, it's the end of the world and this is going to happen and that's going to happen. No, those are naysayers. I don't like naysayers because I know they're always wrong. When they say, Kismet, you're old. You'll never be a partnered streamer. Partnered streamer? Say, Kismet, you'll never make this into a successful thing. I made it a successful thing. I've brought my mods to TwitchCon 3 times. I've done lots of giveaways. I've done lots of stuff. And I've created thousands and thousands of moments of joy, which is my goal here in the stream. So I've crushed that goal again and again and again, even though it was impossible. It's impossible for a 50-year-old partially disabled man to switch his career into something completely different and be successful at it. But I made it happen. Or I'd like to be even more successful. And like to get to a point where I can just start giving out Origin PCs to you guys. That'd be awesome. But, you know, it takes time, takes effort. And if it doesn't happen, that's fine. You know how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got to be okay with it whether you win or lose, right? Whether you succeed or fail. And that's the hardest lesson to learn, is to get to that stage where you got respect for other people. You care at least the minimum amount, whether other people live or die. You're not going to hit them when they're crossing the crosswalk. You know, enough to wear a mask for 20 minutes while you're in the store. So, you know, thousands of more people don't die today. Yeah, so that kind of thing. I mean, that's like a level 1 human being. I mean, you level up to the very first level. That's where you should be. You care whether you're bringing other people down, whether you're being mean or disrespectful to other people. That's why I don't play some games, right? Because I get bummed out on some games. I like Sea of Thieves. I think Sea of Thieves is really awesome. I love the water. I love all the graphics. I love all the stuff. But they need like a single player mode. They need a mode where I don't feel like I'm running around stealing, 11-year-olds chests after they spent 2 hours collecting their chests. And then I'm just over there killing their stuff because I've got a whole bunch of high level players and we're over there killing their stuff and taking their stuff and going stuff. Now, that's why I don't play that game, because I don't like that kind of PvP where for me to succeed, you have to fail. I feel like that's always a mistake. It's fun to do that, though, when it's like, when it's consensual on both sides. Now, of course, when you start a game like Sea of Thieves, obviously you're saying, hey, I'm going to play a PvP game, so you're already consenting to it in the beginning. But I feel like a lot of people play games to just have fun and go around and do the thing. And they don't want to be part of that PvP. So if you're forced into PvP in a game that you want to play, but you don't have the option to turn PvP off, great example, Fallout 76, I feel like that's a mistake. You should always have an option to play PvP or not play PvP, right? And then it's like, hey, well, Kismet, play another game. I am. I am right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And again, I think Sea of Thieves is actually an incredibly great success story, right? They started off, they didn't have much content in the game and whatnot. They had a bit of a backlash because of that. And then they went in there and they added a bunch of content and they made the game better and so on and so forth. And I have good streamer pals of mine that I know that play Sea of Thieves and have a great time playing it and whatnot. But I just feel like sabotaging someone else's fun for my benefit is not something I want to do in my life, right? That's not the type of player I want to be. I don't want to contribute to that type of play. I want to contribute to the type of play where we work together, everybody has a great time, no matter if they're on my team or another team and whatnot. And you can still do that with PvP. You can go in and do it, but I find that most PvP now is ganking. It's not PvP. It's like 10 versus 1, 30 versus 4, right? That's the type of PvP. Or really super advanced players who are really good at the game, and then people who are just getting started off, and they just keep killing those people who are low level over and over again. That's ganking too. That if you're just doing that over and over. I feel like that's also a terrible contribution to gaming. 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See how long this stuff takes, everybody? This stuff takes a while. That's why I'm talking so much on the stream. I talk a lot when I'm just running lines. And so, I try to inspire people while I'm doing this kind of repetitive stuff. Though this stuff is fun, running this many lines at the same time is very time consuming, especially this far. But it's going to be awesome when we get it to the other side. We're going to have a lot of awesome resources over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And sometimes I'll get people coming, Kismet, just play the game. Hey, you ain't my papa, and I ain't your papa, so don't tell me what to do in my stream. Sometimes, by the way, you know how you get respect? Is you ask for it. If people don't give you respect, you ask for it, and you say, look, that's me. I'm asking for respect. That's where I'm coming from. You don't give me respect, that's your problem. That's someone else's problem, right? If they're mean to you, it's not because of you. That's them. They have chose to be mean to you. What you do is on you, and what they do is on them. And that's the best way to go through life. Not taking all that stuff personal when people are all up in your grill, right? They're all up in your face, and they're like, hey, you suck, and that sucks, and this sucks, and the world sucks, or whatever. Man, I've heard that so many times, and so many peeps are like that, which is so bad, right? It's so bad that they have not learned that that is just sabotaging themselves in their life. And so I try to steer clear of all that kind of drama. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's why I don't call out other streamers, and I don't call out other people, and I don't say this guy's doing that and that guy's doing that. Those are his choices and her choices. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not in charge of who people love. I'm not in charge of what people do in their stream. I'm not in charge of what you do in your life and what choices you make, right? I'm not in charge of that. And you're not in charge of mine, just so you know. And so on. And see, a lot of people feel like they got to please other people. They got to, try to befriend everybody and whatnot. You don't have to. In fact, if they ain't supporting you, they don't care about you. No matter how much you try to make them your friend or whatever, they don't care whether you live or die. And you know how you know? Is they will treat you right. They'll treat you like a decent person. Now, sometimes they might tell you a little something about yourself. I had a good friend of mine say, Kismet, you'd be a great guy. You weren't such an a-hole. And he was right. I was in my 20s. And he was right because I only thought about myself. I only thought about what I wanted. And I never thought of anybody else, ever, in those days. I just thought about that. And then, of course, you know what happens in your life? You start to see life from a different perspective. Maybe your friend gives you a little check, right? Says, like, I give you, and that's a mentor of mine, millionaire, by the way, really successful guy, went on to do some amazing stuff in design and computers and other stuff. Really great guy. I consider him a mentor of mine, and he really told it to me straight. And that's a true friend. They say it with love, they say it with respect and caring for you, but they tell you the truth, right? Honest feedback. Not BSing you and kissing your butt all the time. I hate yes people. I don't like people who just kiss up to people and say, oh, well, you're the greatest, even though they're doing all sorts of scummy stuff. No, not good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got to watch out for people like that because what they're doing is they're kissing up to you for a reason. Everybody has a reason for what they're doing. They have their own agenda of what they're doing. And so they want something from you, right? They want your money. They want recognition. They want something. And if you don't give them that something, then what's going to happen is they're going to turn on you. So watch out for that. That's the fastest way to get someone to turn on you, is for them to, kiss your butt for a whole bunch of time. Oh, you're the greatest, you're the greatest, you're the greatest. And then turn right around and then backstab you. That's how the world works, everybody. That's the truth of the world. A lot of people are like that. And they'll backstab you. And you're like, oh, man, now I have to remove this person from my life. And that's what you got to do. You don't want to have that kind of toxic person around. People who are negative, who are being disrespectful to you. I only remove mods for 3 reasons. And I used really hard to stop being a mod of mine. I remove people, or for people who work for me, back in the day when I was a graphic designer and I worked for giant companies. The only reason I remove people is when they're disrespectful to my community. And I've had to do that. I had to remove a mod for being disrespectful to my chat. Sorry, you're gone. Right? I don't mess around, too. People come in, be disrespectful in my chat. You're banned forever. I'm not going to unban you. Unless it was a mistake, which is very rarely is. I'm going to ban you, and that'll be it. And you've just lost out on thousands of dollars worth of free stuff. And plus, you maybe don't want the stuff. Maybe you just want to be a jerk. And the second thing is if they're rude to my mods, right? If my mods are rude to my other mods, well, then they're gone too. And then the last in the line is me. Now, I've been around the block. I've been called everything under the sun. It doesn't affect me anymore. I don't care what other people think who don't care about me. If someone cares about you, then I put a little bit more into their opinions and their feedback, especially if they're being really honest and caring. But if they don't care about me, that's what I always evaluate. When someone says something to me, Kismet, you're old, Kismet, you suck, Kismet, whatever, this will never happen, it's impossible. I evaluate whether that person cares about me. If they don't care about me, their opinion, shoom, shoom, that's where it goes, bro. I don't let it inside. I just like, whatever, that's your opinion, bro. Very great scene in The Dude. What is it? Oh, God, I hate it when my brain stops. The wheels in my brain just stop. It's like when your factory turns off. I should get that sound. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add that sound. Every time my brain stops, I'm going to hit that factory sound, turn the sound off or the power off. That's what my brain does. It just powers off. Dang it! What's the one with the dude? The duder. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Come on, you guys know in the chat. Come on, that's a famous movie. Jeff Bridges. I can remember Jeff Bridges. I can remember that. Yeah, The Big Lebowski. There we go. He has a great line in there, and I got to get to the line. Now I forgot what the line was. That's your opinion, man. Right? When he said that, that's like my life thing, right? Well, that's just your opinion, man. Very great, rhetorical thing to him. My favorite quote. Well, there you go, Mello. Yeah, it's mine too. I love that quote in there because that's really true, right? That person don't care about Lebowski. They don't care whether he lives or dies, right? That guy don't care. What do you care about his opinion, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I gotta keep this going. We gotta get this done today. I was gonna take a break too. That was like 30 minutes ago. All right, we got to get this going. All right, I was going to stop at the train station. Let's go back to the train station. Let you guys ride the train for a minute. I'll take a break. I got to take a break here to keep my health up. This way I don't miss the stream tomorrow. All right, so I got to keep it going. Got to keep my blood flowing here. So we'll wait for the train to come back. And we'll hop on the train, let you guys watch the train for a minute. We'll chat for just a minute. Hey, when that happens, brain freeze. Well, I have sleep apnea and vertigo. So every day, I get about 30 minutes of sleep no matter how long I sleep. I go to sleep and I wake up every other minute, and it's very difficult for me to go to sleep. I have a bit of insomnia as well, and so I've lived with that for the last 6 years. Now, before that, 9 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock in the morning, like clockwork, every day, 7 days a week, keeping that rhythm, right? But all of a sudden, I started getting lots of sinus infections, a lot of allergies. And then I started, I took the carpet out of my house. I got a bunch of allergy stuff. And I went to a whole bunch of different doctors to try to solve this problem. And I actually thought it was from the medicine that I was taking because I kept getting a lot of sinus infections all of a sudden. And it started making me dizzy. And I'm like, wow, this medicine is really making me dizzy. Dang. And so I went in and I went to my doctor and he said, well, go see these specialists. And I went and saw all these different specialists. And I found that I have hearing loss in one of my ears and it's causing an ear imbalance. Apparently you have 3 channels in your ear. I had no idea. The middle channel ear of my ear is causing an imbalance. Now I call it vertigo because you guys understand what vertigo is, your dizziness. But what it really is an ear imbalance, and it causes me to be dizzy all the time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And when I first got it, I was really, really dizzy. I'm talking like a 9, 10 dizzy where you fall down dizzy. Where if I go from here to my bathroom, I would fall down. I would get up from my bed and I would get in my chair and I would sit here for like 30 minutes and I would become so overwhelmingly dizzy that I would have to get up from the chair and lay down, or I would literally fall out of the chair. I've fallen hundreds of times now while I'm out walking or going up and down steps. Luckily it was up the steps and not down the steps, and so on. And so now I live in a different reality than I did before I had those conditions. And so what happens is now, instead of me being, super sharp, where I can remember things and I can do stuff, which I could before. Before that, I can remember thousands of things. I can tell you things about pre-press and printing that you never wanted to know. We could talk about it for the next 50 hours straight, of all the things I know about pre-press and printing. So I still have all my long-term memory. It's just short-term memory stuff or recalling certain things that I have trouble with. And that's because of sleep deprivation. And I live in that every single day of that sleep deprivation. And now I had two choices, right? I went to all these different doctors and they told me what I had. Is it coming back? There we go. All right, put a 1 in the chat if you can see it, hear me, everybody. My OBS gets overwhelmed because I do a lot of stuff here in the stream. I'm doing a lot of stuff at the same time. Let me know. And I'll finish my story here, and then we'll go on a break. Oh, I got off the train to stay on the train. We'll get it here in a second. So yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you can see it, hear me, everybody, so I know that my stream is back up and running again. Because sometimes what happens, my OBS completely freezes. Mellow Fox, thank you very much also for the follow. Thank you very much for dropping the dragon number. There we go. Thank you, everybody, for having my back. There's 1,000 kids caps for doing that. Again, sometimes my OBS freezes. It causes the stream to freeze. You can still hear me, but the video will freeze. It's not on your end. That's on OBS's end. Again, hey, it's a free program. I can't complain. It's free, so, I can't complain that much. There you go. Even if I did pay for it, it's a really a fantastic program. Big love to all the peeps who open sourced OBS. Makes what we do possible. There we go. So again, so I went to all those different doctors. They basically told me to lay down and die, and I told them to go screw themselves. I said at 45 years old, I got to lay down in the bed and waste away. I watched my father do that. I watched my wife's grandparents do that. But they were in their 80s and 90s, right? They had a good run. 80 and 90, I think, is a good run. Of course, I would like 125 myself, or longer. Hopefully, they unlock the secret of 1,000 years for us by then. But I'm certainly not going at 45, and I'm certainly not going to be stuck in that bed. Because the longer I was in that bed, the more determined I was to find a way, to find a solution. I'm a great problem solver. It's probably my best skill is problem solving. So once I discovered that my doctors basically had no miracle cure for me, and they also did help me a lot though. I did go to physical rehab. I learned how to get around with vertigo and how to minimize my vertigo so I'm not so dizzy. Things that go by like this on the side cause me to become more dizzy. It's that kind of peripheral vision problem. Also, when I'm walking, I'll look at a doorknob, and so I'll focus on that doorknob and then not focus on all the stuff around me, and it will help me get there without falling, right? When I'm going up and down steps, I hold the handrail. Just so you know, 45 years of never touching the handrail ever. I never used the handrail because I didn't want to get germs. So I would just run up and down the stairs like it's nothing. Now, stairs are like my nemesis because I'm always uneven, because I'm always a little dizzy, and so I have to hold the handrail or at least have my hand ready to grab the handrail because I have fallen several times. If I fall down the steps, I'm dead. Luckily, I've fallen up a few times where I was holding a glass of milk and I came up and I dropped and I let go of the glass of milk because I just wanted to grab with my hands, and that glass of milk hit that stairs, banister, milk going everywhere, and I fell down on the steps and I just laid there for a minute while I was like, okay, I dodged the Reaper again because I've been dodging the Reaper for years now, everybody. And so I had to find another way. I had to rise up, right, from inside. You have to rise up from inside when you have that kind of news, right? Like, guess what? this is permanent. This is something you're going to have to live with. And I appreciate my main doctor who came to me and said, Kismet, this is going to be something you're probably going to have to live with for the rest of your life, right? Maybe magically it'd go away someday. I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt that that's going to happen. Now, I could keep going to doctors and keep getting further and further into debt because I spent tens of thousands of dollars on doctors that really did nothing for me. Zero help. There was a zero-sum return on that investment, right? And that was my retirement and my wife's retirement. We have zero retirement. We're 50 years old, both me and my wife, and we have zero retirement. So pretty scary, right? So I hope my kids go off and become successful so I can eventually retire in Hawaii. That would be awesome. But if not, I'm okay. I'll get by, as you do, right? And I got like 18 more years for retirement. But I'm never going to retire. I feel like retiring is just saying, okay, I'm done with life. Time's over, right? I might retire from streaming. I might retire from graphic design, which I've already kind of done. I do graphic design for myself. I don't do it for other people anymore. But I always feel like you should have something that motivates you out of the bed every day. Otherwise, I mean, what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? You're just going to sit around and watch TV all day? Well, that's great for the first 2-3 days, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, and then what do? Right? It's like being trapped in the bed. When you're trapped in the bed, it's, hey, cool, I can just, I don't have to go to work today. I can just sit and lay in the bed. But then after a week or 2 weeks, you're just like, oh, God, I'm trapped in this bed. And then like a month, and then 3 months, 6 months, a year and a half, like me, I could literally not go anywhere. I couldn't drive. I couldn't do anything. I was basically fully disabled. I couldn't go anywhere. And so by pure force of will, I said, no. This is not the end of Kismet. This is not my time to be done. I'm going to get up. I'm going to work on my health, and I'm going to find a way. And that's what I did. And so I got up, I stopped drinking soda, I started taking better care of myself, I lost 10 pounds. I then motivated me to lose another 10 pounds, and another. I lost 50 pounds, everybody, and kept that weight off, which is the hardest thing to do. And I've continued to look after my health every single day. If you don't see me stream, even though I'm scheduled to stream, that's because I'm looking after my health. I'm looking after both my physical and mental health. And if I say, you know what, I can't stream today because I got to help my kids paint their room, that's the highest priority for me. I've changed my priorities from when I was young. I wanted money. I wanted fame. I wanted to be the #1 graphic designer in the world. I wanted to do everything you could do in graphic design. Those were my goals. But then as you go through life, your goals shift. What's your most important thing? Your spouse should be #1 above all other things. Money, things, cars, other people should be always #1. My wife is #1. If she calls me right now and says, I need your help, I've locked my keys out of the car, bye everybody, I gotta go. That'll be the way it is. That's how my life is prioritized. Then there's my children who are second in line. I know you're not supposed to say that, but too bad. That's the reality, and they know that. They know that they should treat their mother with respect, that she is a #1, right? Even over me, right? That's how they should do. Always treat your mother with respect. And then extended family, friends, all of you guys who come in and show the love here in the stream, and then all the other people in the world. Are down here. And the people who are disrespectful go way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom, right? They don't care about you. They don't care whether you live or die. They just want to be mean, and so they can make themselves feel better about what a horrible person that they are, right? Those people should go all the way to the bottom of the list. And sometimes people can come back from that too, by the way. I did. I was young, egotistical, self-involved, right? And then, of course, you meet that special someone, and then you start caring more about somebody else than you care about yourself. And then you start to see life in a different perspective. You have children. You understand what it's like to carry around an infant, to take an infant from place to place, to understand that infants, the only way that they can communicate with you about a problem that they have is to cry. That's their only form of communication. And so they're not doing something to you. They're not trying to, oh, well, I'm going to cry today to irritate everybody around me. That is their form of communication. And when you learn that, you're not so intimidated. Like when I was young, I don't want anything to do with babies. Like, I have friends who have cousins and aunts and whatever, and they say, oh, here, Kismet, here, hold it. No babies. Keep babies away from me, right? And then as I get older, and as I have my own children, and as I, soften to that, then children aren't so annoying to me anymore. It doesn't bother me when children cry. When I'm on a plane, when we could go on planes, or wherever I'm at, it doesn't bother me. It bothers me if I'm in a theater and I'm watching a movie and someone's got a 2-year-old or a 1-year-old in a movie theater. I never brought my kids until they were after 5. And if they were making noise or being loud or crying or something, I would take them out of the theater. But they never did, because you know what? I waited until they were old enough to be able to do that thing, right? That's the only time it irritates me. But other than that, it's not on a personal. See some people, especially people who are affluent and people who have money, feel like people are doing something to you on purpose, like you're the center of their universe. Like you see some person who's sitting in first class and your children's crying and behind them, and it's disrupting their ability to do a crossword. Like they're doing something to you. They ain't doing nothing to you. They don't know you exist. And guess what? They probably don't care that you exist. And I feel like people get that. Put a 1 in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Those people who treat things like it's a personal assault to them, like it's a personal offense to them because some children is crying or you did something and you didn't even know it had anything to do with them. It had nothing to do with them altogether. And they try to get themselves all involved in the drama and all of that. I hate being part of that. I hate being part of all that drama. I feel like it's a huge waste, and it just shows what type of person you are. It shows that you just care about yourself, that level 0 human being. It's a dead giveaway. When you just say, oh, well, this person's being a jerk, and their children is crying, and I can't believe that they can't get their kids under control or whatever. Now, I can understand it. If you're in a grocery store and people's kids are running in there and they're knocking stuff off the shelves and they're running in there and they're throwing stuff at each other and they're taking the cheese packet and they're throwing it across there. I've actually seen that in the store before in California. Kids just running wild. Now, I can understand that. Hey, get your kids under control here, bro. And you're not supposed to be breaking stuff and running around and being rude and, hitting people and doing all of that stuff. That you want to have within control, right? But a kid, an infant crying is not something that the parent can totally control, right? They can give them the, pacifier or whatnot to try to control that. But children cry, babies cry to communicate. They're tired. They need food. They went to the bathroom. You got to clean that out and all of that. And believe me, I changed crazy ton of diapers. I have twins. Changing twin diapers is going to be like one of the most biggest struggles in your life, everybody, if you have twins. Believe me. There you go. Disabilities retirement here. It sucks so bad you play games most of the time if you're no longer mobile. I am mobile now. Getting to the end of that story, circling back. That what I did is I went and I started working out. I started taking better care of myself. I went to physical rehab. They taught me how to get around, how to take care of my conditions. And then like pure force of will, I said, no, this is not how I end up. And I said, I got to find something else. And the biggest moment for me was the biggest kind of milestones along that journey I've had so far on streaming is the moment in which my doctor told me that, look, this is something you're going to probably have to deal with. And so now I have to make a choice. Lay down and die or get up and find a way to live. Right? Now your life is simple. You have those two choices. That's it. No, not all these other things that might happen that you might just all of a sudden be better and all of a sudden everything goes away and you're going to be just fine. You go back to your epic job you worked your entire life for, like me. And so that was the first milestone. Then the second milestone is when I said, I'm sorry, I can no longer work here at Apple because I have medical conditions that are going to make it impossible for me to work here. And I have to work on my health. I have to focus on me, which I've been focusing on my family and I've been focused on everything else for a lot of time. And that's why you lose your health, by the way, is because you're so focused on this over here that you forget to work on you. And I've done that, fast food generations where I grew up, right? We just ate fast food all the time thinking it was just fine. I don't know how to cook. I'm a terrible cook. I'm even terrible at the microwave, everybody. My wife is an incredibly great cook, by the way, can bake and cook and just amazing. Her whole entire family is amazing. Southern food is the best, so good. That's why I got a few extra pounds there too, as well. But I made a choice. I made a choice to live. And so I said, I have to find something else that I love to do. And I love to game, and I love to work together with other people, and I love to inspire people and maybe teach them a few things along the way. That's me. That's who I am. The person you see here on stream, I don't play a character. This is the real me. This is the person you will meet at TwitchCon or wherever. We get to go to TwitchCon at some point here, get past this COVID deal. I am the real me. I don't need to pretend to be anybody else, a secret agent or the richest person in the world. And look at me with all my hoes and all my stuff and my $1 million rims on my car and all that. That's a young man's game. That's a hey, I don't feel secure enough about myself that I have to show it off to everybody else how amazing that I am. I feel like that's you're making up for something. You're making up for something. If you're a real man, you don't need to do that. You don't need to put other people down. You don't need to be disrespectful and rude and condescending to other people. You don't need to go in and bring the ladies down and say, oh, you're not a real gamer. Only guys are real gamers. You don't need to do that. You don't need to make people feel less of a human being, whether they're male, female, or anything in between, wherever they come from in the world, all of that. That's what a real man does. A real man is there changing those diapers. Being there for your spouse. Being there for your family. Being there for your friends. When your friends call you up on the phone, my friends call me right now. I got friends call me anywhere in the world. I will stop what I'm doing right now, get on a plane, sight unseen, don't even need to know the reason why, because if they call the red panic button, I'm gone. I'm there. And they would do the same for me. They're very rare to find in the world. That no matter what, at any time, day or night, they will answer the phone, they will be there for you. And I would be there for them. And I would, hey, if they wanted me to go to Japan right now, I wouldn't be able to afford it, but I just put it on a credit card, bam, off I would go. And I know people from all over the world. All over the world. So there you go. Yeah, choices. It's definitely about your choices that you make in life. Now, again, I'm not trying to, brag or anything like that. I just try to inspire you to go do what you love to do in your life, because I'm the living example, everybody. Disabled in the bed 6 years ago, couldn't go anywhere, couldn't do anything. But by pure force of will, I made it happen. Even though everybody says it's impossible, it can't be done, blah, 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 right? That's all you should be hearing when people say that. Blah, 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 right? Doctors saying, oh, well, you'll never be better, you'll have to have a caretaker, you'll have to have all that. Now, that's a scary thing when someone says that to you. That guess what? The rest of your life is going to be made up of you sitting in a bed forever. Even though you're a super active guy like me, I love to work, I love to do design, I love to do all my stuff. Guess what? This is your new reality. This is going to be your life. And I thought, no. I don't go out that way. And so I got up and I made the decision to change that, to change my reality, to change what I wanted my life to become. Now, am I ever going to be able to go work at Apple? Probably not. I'm probably not going to. I have to understand that reality, too, of the things that I can no longer do. Can I go and drive cross country anymore? No, I can't. I actually drove from California to Tennessee when we moved here about 16 years ago. And so I can't do that anymore. There's certain limitations in which I can't do. I had my gallbladder taken out a while ago, too. I can't eat spicy food anymore. I can't eat spicy food. I can't eat a lot of bacon. I can't eat that stuff. Those are the realities of my life, right? But, focusing on the things you can't do never gets anything done. Focusing on the things you can do. You can't control what you eat. You can't control if you work out and take care of yourself. You can't control your mental, right? Streaming for me is controlling my mental state, my mental ability. Do something you love so it inspires you every single day. And that's what I'm doing right now. Oh, God, I'm getting emotional. I'm getting emotional now. Whew. Okay, it's getting hot in here, everybody. Because I'm getting emotional. Do something you love to do every day so that it keeps you going. It's like momentum, right? It keeps your momentum going in your life. If you stall out that momentum, if you stall out that mental health, then everything in your life starts to stall. So you got to push forward. So that's what I had to do. Now that was the long version of that story. I've told that story many times on stream, but that's the long version of the story. And here I am 6 years later, partner streamer. I have a bunch of epic sponsors down below: Elgato, Bethesda Gear, Fraser, who sends me 1,000 Kismet candy bars every year. They have the greatest candy. They're like the Willy Wonkas of chocolate confections. Check them out. You can find all that stuff down below, and a whole lot of other sponsors too, like Systemera, who sent me a bunch of Astroneers to hand out. Of course, Bethesda Gear sent me thousands or hundreds of dollars worth of stuff, and I've given away thousands of dollars worth of stuff here. 7 Days to Die's giving me codes to give out, but I bought an additional 100 and whatnot. And of course, all of you who drop bits, who do subscribing, who say, Kismet, I'm going to donate today to help you pay off the Twitch card. Somebody did a $500 donation a while ago to try to help toward that, and said, Kismet, I've been in your channel a long time. I got to go look that back up. Hold on. I have it here in my thing. See, now I have terrible memory for names, but then again, that's why we write this stuff down. Topaz says, thank you for being such a wonderful person and providing such a warm community for me to be part of. I've been lurking for so long. I'm happy to finally be able to give back to you. Right? Now, you don't have to. It's okay. I'll get by. My wife works now. She hasn't worked in 10 years. She's been taking care of my kids. But she's been working, and she got a decent job, and, we get by, as you do, right? We're not, I'm not buying cars from the factory anymore with my name on it. I'm not buying $1,000 suits and walking around like I'm Mr. Fancy Pants. We don't have a Mercedes. We don't have all that stuff. My car's 25 years old. My wife's car's 10 years old, or 15 years old. 15 years old now. Wow, that was an extra 5 years that just went by. 15 years old. We don't have fancy stuff. We don't have fancy things. And I don't feel like I need to come onto the stream here and throw it in your face even if I did. Even if I did have that stuff. Oh, look at me, everybody. I'm rich. Look at me. Oh, man, let me just make you feel worse about your situation by showing you how rich I am. That's an a-hole thing to do. I hate when people do that. They have no idea what it feels like to be the person on the other end who is getting change out of their car, like I used to do when I was young, and then get change out of their couch just to get enough gas money to get to work today. They've lost their perspective on what it's like, and I never lose that perspective, no matter how successful I was or how tough I have it now. I never lose that perspective of what it's like to have nothing, to have zero, right? And I grew up with family that was not wealthy. They did not have it. They barely got by for a lot of years, and then they had some success, which is great. But they always said to me, you want it, you go earn it yourself. And that's what my parents. And of course, they supported me when I was young, a baby and a child, and as I get older and whatnot. They paid for the rent and the food and all that stuff. Your parents, just for one child alone, is between $250,000 and $500,000 you spend for 18 years of getting them through their childhood. Your parents know what I'm talking about, right? I'm doing it right now. I got 3 kids. I honestly don't know how we keep it going. I'm like a money magician, everybody. I stretch every dollar, every penny, use coupons, use all that stuff. You know what it's like. You know what it's like just to get by. But would I be more happy if I was a millionaire? I don't know. Maybe if I could get a bunch of doctors to come in here and fix my brain, that'd be great. But I don't know. I'm pretty happy now. I'm pretty happy that I'm not stuck into bed. I appreciate all of those things that I took for granted before. I like spending time with my kids every day. I like spending time with my wife every single day after the stream. I get up from the stream. I start the thing converting. I go see how my kids are doing. Make sure they're doing their homework. They say, hi, Daddy. I say, hey, how you doing? I'm doing good. Do you need anything? No, I'm good. I'm just working on my homework today. I said, okay, if you need anything, let me know. And then we go out and we have something to eat later. We have dinner together and so on. And then they get up in the morning. I see them in the morning and so on and so forth. Some days when I'm not up too late and so on. So that is a powerful thing, everybody. That is the most valuable thing to me. Now, everybody has different values, what they value the most. When I was young, it was money. It was things. It was $1,500 VCRs. It was $4,000 TVs and, expensive stuff, right? Buying all that stuff and renting Sea-Doos and partying at the river and having a great old time. And then I got past that stage in life and thought, well, that's fun, but is that what my whole life is about? Is my whole life just about myself? And then I had to choose, especially when I met my wife and then a girlfriend at the time. My previous girlfriend was nuts, which those are the greatest ones when you're young, by the way. All you crazy ladies out there, much love to you. Those are great when you're young. Not so great stability-wise when you're having a family and whatnot later on. But I just broke up with her about a year or so ago. Before I met my wife, and I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm not gonna, women are crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and focus on my career, focus on making money and whatever. And I find when you stop looking, that's usually when you find that special someone. And then I met my wife, and then I knew there was something different about her than anybody else I've ever been with. And we've been together 28 years. This February, on Valentine's Day, is when I asked her out. And man, there's nothing scary. It doesn't matter how old you get. It doesn't matter whether you're, 10 years old, when you, tell that girl that you think she's special, or when you become, 14, 15, and you get your first girlfriend or boyfriend maybe, or 18 or whatever age it was, or maybe some of you are even younger. And then, of course, you have those people when you're young, you kind of feel like you don't really know what love is yet. You don't really know what caring about other people. And then you get in your 20s and you might meet someone that you connect with, and you go, whoa, this is the person. This is the one, right? And then they do the same for you. And that is like lightning, being struck by lightning, I tell you. If it didn't happen to me, I wouldn't believe you if you told me. But it did happen to me. So there you go. Rich History G, Seth, we got Keyblade Knight, Paul, Icy Diamonds, all getting some love. Rotisserie G, MVP. See how it rhymes? Right there. All right, let's do some more battles here. I don't want to get too talky here and get that going. There we go. So again, that's when I had to choose. Do I want to be with this person and go more toward family and more toward being together, or did I want to stay on this other path I was on and just have no children, never get married, which is what I was. That's the way I was when I was young. Never going to have children, never going to get married, never going to do any of that. Money, graphic design, that was it. That's all I want to do. I want to do my career. I want to make lots of money. That was my focus, right? I don't care what other people are doing and what other people wanted. I only cared about myself. And then you meet someone and it, bam, it's like lightning striking you. It's all of a sudden, you've got a different perspective. Wait a minute, I kind of, I care about this person. Could I see myself marrying this person? Yeah. And then I proposed to my wife. And we did get married. A while ago. Almost dated us there. But you guys know we've been 28 years together anyway. So there you go. And so we got married. And then, we're never going to have kids. Me and my wife, same thing. Never get married. Never have kids. And then my wife starts going, oh, look at that baby over there. Isn't that baby cute? And that's how you know, guys. That's how you know you're in trouble. But I didn't want to have kids when I was young because I didn't feel like I was good enough, be a good enough a parent because I hadn't been around long enough. Because problem when you're young is you haven't gone through a lot of the experiences that will probably make you into a better parent. But me and my wife went to tons of classes. We learned CPR. We did all that stuff. We did our homework, everybody. And I wouldn't call myself a perfect parent. But what I did is I learned from the previous generation how their parenting wasn't so great. When you just let your kids run wild and you don't have limits with your kids. And the most important thing that your kids want from you, and I know I'm going really long on this one. We're going to take a break here in a minute. Now I'm going an extra hour over. Is that your kids just want your time. And they want your attention. That is the most valuable thing. And this is when I learned that. And I learned a lot of stuff from my kids, by the way. As an adult, you can learn stuff from your kids. Here's one thing that I learned about children is that I bought this toy, and I've said this one before on stream. I'll go ahead and switch back to Satisfactory here. We watch a train run. Where's the train? Oh, it's still over there. I bought this toy. It was like $75 for a 5-year-old. $75 toy for a 5-year-old. It was a Winnie the Pooh. It was the Tigger, right? The one with the tail where he bounces on the tail. So I bought that for my daughter. Gave it to her for Christmas. And, she's like 5 years old. So she's just learning how to open up, presents and all of that stuff. And so she opened it up and she took it out of there. And it was all automated. It was really super cool. It was awesome. I think she still got it to this day. And you go ahead and press the button. And then what happens is, let's get on the train so we'll ride the train while we're talking. And so you press the button and it bounces on its tail and it bounces around the room. How cool is that, right? That's pretty cool. And so we turned it on, we showed it to her and she thought it was really cool. And then we turned it off and then she went and she took the box that it came in. It had one of those little clear plastic things in the box so you can see the thing in the box. And she took that box and she played with the box for like 2 hours and did not play with the toy, the box. That was what was important to her. And she took her little dolls and she put her dolls in there and she could see through the thing. And she was playing with that. And she got more enjoyment out of that box than she did out of the toy that I got her. And that is when you gain perspective in life. The kids have zero care about monetary stuff. They don't care what you look like. They don't care where you come from. They don't care how much money you got, if you got a fancy car. They don't care about that. And people lose that. I feel that's a loss. That's not a gain. That's a loss in your life. That you start to care more about yourself. You start caring more about what people look like and where they come from. And if they're not the same as you and they're not the same, beliefs as you. And, if you don't have the same beliefs as me, I'm going to be hardline and I'm going to say that you suck and mine is the best. Right? That's the worst thing you can do. Children are always open to learning things and being open to other people. If you put people from different cultures, different babies from different cultures, from different backgrounds together, do they start saying, well, I don't like you because of where you come from? No, they don't. They don't do that. They don't care. It's not important to them. What's important to them is, hey, you got a toy, I got a toy, you want to play together? Let's play together with the toys and what stuff. See, you can learn something from children, and that is that empathy, that caring, that letting go of, I am better than everybody else. It's all about me. It's not all about you. I can tell you that that is one of the biggest things that I've learned. There you go, in my life. Now, again, they're your life choices. They're all on you. I'm not going to take your choices away from you. If you be who you be, right? Because you're amazing the way you are. Try to make it into something positive. That's what I try to do every day. I try to take something that was a negative, where I got disabled and I became unable to do what I love to do, and I had to find something else I love to do and turn it into something positive, and then share my story with you guys, and hopefully it goes out there. And if just one person it inspires them, then I think I'm doing it right. There you go. You also need to think about you. Exactly. And that's one of my mistakes I made in my life, is that I stopped taking care of myself. I stopped going to the gym. When I was young, I used to go to the gym all the time. I had a 4-pack. I didn't quite have a 6-pack, but I was in incredible shape. Incredible shape, because I would go with a friend of mine who used to be overweight, and I've talked about this before, used to be overweight, who became like Arnold Schwarzenegger huge, because he would go in the gym like every 3 hours and whatnot. He's inspired by wrestlers. He was inspired by people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and people like that. And he went in there and he became humongous. Now, he was missing his leg. He could have just said, hey, you know what? I was born without my leg. I had a prosthesis for my leg, and so I'm just going to give up on life. But he didn't. He actually made a physical choice and said, you know what? I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to do better, and I'm going to improve my life. And that's what he did. He's way stronger than me. He could pull the entire rack down. I mean, he's disabled, right? He's disabled. He lost his leg. He's got a prosthetic leg. But he didn't let that stop him. He went out and became the strongest person that I know, the strongest person I've ever met. Incredibly awesome. And I'd go to the gym and work out with him. I'd spot him and whatnot. I couldn't always hold the bar. I said, bro, you're going to have to give me lots of help on these bars when you're pushing up. So when you're getting really, when you're getting where you can't push it up again, make sure to warn me, because I can't lift the entire thing up. So he warned me in advance, and then we both, we bring it up, because you're spotting people. So if it comes down on him, it's going to crush him, right? So you don't want to crush their ribs or face or whatever. So you got to make sure that, he doesn't go totally to failure. And so we used to do drop sets all the time. And I used to be in incredible shape. And then I met my wife, and then, you go out to dinner a lot, and you're having a good time, and you're not so much, and then you say, well, I'm not going to go to the gym today because I got other things to do. And then you don't go to the gym for 2 days, and then a week, and then a month, and then you don't even think about the gym anymore, right? You don't even think about taking care of yourself. And then you get your children, and then you're focused on your children. And every penny you got, you put towards your children to get their education, to get their books, and to get their, music, and to send them on trips, and so they can learn a bit about the world, and they can develop themselves into a decent human being in life. And then you forget about you, and you don't want to make it all about you, but you want to make it enough about you that it doesn't cost you your health. Don't go the way I did, everybody. Eating junk food all the time. I have a terrible candy addiction. I love candy. I just like, it's like my one addiction. I'm not addicted to anything else. I don't drink lots of alcohol. I do drugs. I don't do any of that stuff. But I do have a serious candy problem, because I'm always yearning for like M&Ms or candy bar or ice cream or something like that, something sweet. Because what happens is that, when you're used to having that constant sugar rush all the time, that sugar rush starts to drop off, and then, it's an addictive substance, right? You want to have that sugar rush again. And then, of course, that's when you add all the extra pounds like I did. I still have about 50 pounds that I need to lose. Would be nice, maybe 30 pounds. I'm down from, I think it was 220 or 210 at 5'9". That's pretty big, bro. That's pretty big. And then I lost 50 pounds, so I'm down about 175, 180. And I'd like to get down to, I was 140, by the way, for my entire life. Until I got into my late 20s, early 30s, I was 140 pounds. So I was very skinny, but very muscular, very toned. I wasn't big. I wasn't, I don't have gigantic muscles, right? I still got a little something. Still got a little something there. But I didn't want to be big. I didn't want to be like, huge like that. Because I feel like, man, that would really hurt your back. Hurt your back, and you got to carry all that muscle around all the time. You know what I mean? That wasn't my big goal, just to be in shape and take care of myself. And so once I shifted my mindset to do it, why did I get off the train again? That's like an automatic thing. I didn't even do it. I didn't even think about it. I just got off the train. And once I changed that mindset, then things started, more positive things started happening, right? So all this negative stuff happening. And then I changed my mindset and said, you know what? I'm going to work on my health. I'm going to focus on my health. I'm going to focus and do something I love to do every day, which is gaming and talking to you guys and doing that. And if it goes on and I become partner and I become famous and I have thousands of subscribers, great. But if not, that's also great. if I create little moments of joy, if I bring the Kismet Love Train, I bring to some other streamer, and that streamer goes on to be super successful, awesome. And I've had that many times. People have gone on to be affiliate. People have gone on to be partner. From me coming in there and saying, oh, I love you, I think you're great. And then inviting other people to come in and say, oh, you're great, right? And they've gone on to be successful. Some of them went on to be partnered before me. And that's okay. Relish in the success of others, right? That also tells you you've leveled up in real life. When you can not have a chip on your shoulder. Well, I'm way better at Fortnite than that guy. I'm the best that ever was. And this guy sucks. And I should be #1 on Twitch, and he should be in the toilet, right? That, oh man, don't approach it like that. That's a terrible way to approach anything. It just means it's all about you, and that you're using that as an excuse because someone else is better. And you might be better. You might be the best in the world. But it's your attitude that's holding you back. I find that's usually the case. So there we go. Sometimes I get off on side tangents, everybody. That's my stream for you. That's my stream. That's how it goes. I do love to talk to people and inspire them. That's really the focus of my stream. And I could go into just chatting, but we are still playing the game. So we'll keep it going. You also need to think about your choices. Yeah. And this is something I talk to my kids about every day. Making good choices, right? Getting to bed on time, getting up on time, doing your homework, doing all of that stuff. But we also have lots of fun. We do silly stuff, like I'll make a big gigantic pile of leaves and we'll all jump in the leaves. My wife doesn't though. She's not a leaf jumper. She's more a practical person. I jump in there. I still have that childlike wonder. I feel like you don't want to lose that in life. You don't want to. That's where it's at. That's the magic spark that keeps your life enriched, right? I let them jump in puddles, and sometimes, because my wife tells them not to jump, because I'm the exact, I'm the polar opposite of my wife when it comes to that kind of stuff. I'll jump in the puddle myself. I say, it's just water, just jump in there, and I'll jump in a puddle and I'll spray the water all over, and I'll laugh, and my kids will laugh, and that's what's cool. My wife will give me the look. She'll give me the look like, But she comes around though. She comes around sometimes. And then I convince her to do crazy stuff like that. Jump in puddles and jump in leaves and just embrace life, everybody. You only get so many minutes, and something like this might happen to you one day. I hope it doesn't. I hope it never happens to anybody. But one day you may gain a perspective on life that, guess what? All of the things that you could do before, you can no longer do now. And I know some of you have that. I know a lot of people in my chat have disabilities that are have conditions that make it tough for them to do things like walk up and down stairs, to get around. And some people are on like ventilators, and people are on machines that just keep them alive and things like that. I've had lots of stories like that of people come in my stream. And so know that it is possible to at least get some of that back. Not all of it. I'm going to tell you the truth. That's just the truth, everybody. Am I going to be working at the top companies in the world anymore? Probably not. Probably not going to happen. I just physically am too old and physically not able to do at that level I was before. But is there something I can do? Oh, absolutely. I can come in here and I can show some love to everybody. Kids, if you recall a while back when I tried to join 7 Days server on my game, PC crashed and burned. Things have finally fixed better internet. Looking forward to jumping in on Saturday events to gather resources. Well, there we go. That's Mr. Yeah, come join us from 7 Days to Die. So fun. So fun. There we go. All right, so we're going to let that run. And I'm going to go ahead and go on a break because now I'm really over by 4 hours or 2 hours. I'm going to go on a quick break. You guys can ride the train, and I'll be right back. Thank you very much for sitting through that, by the way, everybody. I'm going to give you 1,000 Kids Caps for being awesome. You might win the next giveaway because I just gave you a whole bunch of extra loot toward the giveaway. There you go. All right, be right back. Does anybody else just love to watch these trains run? I do. I just love to watch them run. So awesome. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and thanks for the love. I saw that chat in the chat there talking about Kids Caps. Yeah, they are for my contests and giveaways. If you missed it, I think I still got it. Boom! I gave away all this stuff. You're like, Kismet, I missed out on all that stuff. Yeah, two $25 Amazon gift cards, $10 Steam gift cards, copies of 7 Days to Die, Fallout 76, Astroneer, extra large mouse pads, $60 Bethesda Fallout watch there, $150 articulated figure with voice and sound and all sorts of awesome stuff, $100 gift card, all that stuff I gave away during Christmas. I'm sorry you missed it. But don't worry, I give away stuff all year long. In fact, to the tune of like $10,000 in 2019, and then last year was a lot of money too. But that's okay. I'll just have my accountant mad at me. He's like, you know, you're supposed to be making money, right? And I'm like, maybe one day. Maybe one day, but that's not my goal. I'm not here to sell you stuff. I'm here to entertain you, get it going on. Now, again, thank you for sitting through that, everybody. In fact, I'm going to give you another 1,000 kids caps for being understanding that new people come into my channel. I try to inspire them. Do you know that on average, 2,000 people come through my channel every single day? I actually have some specs. You can check that out. Unique viewers. Now, some of them might stay in for a second, a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or hours on end, which is usually the viewer number is an average of so much time. So you'll see 50, 100. I've had up to 5,000 people in my channel before. Thanks to Twitch putting me on the homepage. We're going to jump off right here. Thanks to Twitch putting me on the homepage and whatnot. But usually on average between, especially this is not my actual normal time I stream, by the way. Normally I stream during the nighttime. But because of COVID and having to take care of my kids and whatnot, and also working on my health, trying to work on my sleep schedule and all that, I had to shift my schedule to daytime during the week and then on Saturdays at nighttime. And again, you always know where my highest priority is, right? AO priority number one is the family. Because, again, this is not a thing that is, for me, something that should be more important than my family. Should be more important than another thing. Though I do find it to be very important in what I do. Come in and show some love to peeps. But not so much that I would neglect my family over it. All right, we need some more of this stuff. Let's go over here. Let's use our skates to speed up. And again, sometimes I'll get onto that. I'll try to inspire people. I'll take a moment to talk to the chat. I feel like that's my favorite thing. My favorite thing is to talk to the chat. I mean, why would you stream if you don't talk to chat? I see some people who never talk to their chat, who never say thanks. I mean, some of these donations are huge, too. Some people are dropping, I think, a $50 donation, I think is a big donation, right? $25, that's a big, especially these days, that's a big donation, too. $100, $500, some people drop like $1,000 on some of these streams, and the streamer never says one thing. They hit the follow button, they don't say nothing. They don't talk to their chat, they don't do nothing. Now, of course, that's their stream, that's their choice, but that's not how I roll. That's not how I roll. I like to talk to the chat. I like to inspire people, especially new peeps who come in through the stream. So you might hear me talk about the same thing again and again, maybe about my disability or how I, did what I did, and I went on to be an affiliate and whatnot, and then on to partner here on Twitch. And you might hear me talk about that again and again, or I might repeat myself on certain things. And that's because I have new people coming in all the time. And I know that because I can look at the metrics and see how many people coming through my channel each and every day. And how many people are sitting in the channel and how many people are just coming through. Who is this Kismet guy? And that'll be, some people will like that and some people will be like, well, this guy isn't playing the game. I don't like this guy. I'm going to go watch someone else. Hey, that's your power. More power to you. But that doesn't make me want to change who I am. I'm going to be who I am, and I'm going to bring that love to the chat every single day. I'm going to say hi to the chat. I'm going to talk to the chat. I'm going to say thank you for all the people who hit the follow button, who donate bits, who come in and do donations or whatever, or just come in and say hi, Kismet. I'm going to say hi back. That's just the way I am. Whether I got 5 people in the channel or if I got 5,000, right? Now, when you have a lot of people in your channel, I can understand it's pretty tough keeping up with that. And that's why you have mods. Mods can go in, and that's usually happens when I have, 5,000 people in the channel, or 200, or 500, or 1,000. I'll have my mods picking stuff out of the chat. And that's why I added that feature where you can use my name. You just use Kismet, highlights in red, because sometimes, we're doing giveaways or whatever it is, and the chat's just like, zoom, zoom, zoom. It's hard to keep up. And so my mods are awesome, by the way. Best mods on Twitch. And my Tycoon mod crew. And they'll come in and they'll pick things in there and they'll put it into our mod chat so I can just get that one thing. Or they'll say, Kismet, you forgot to shout out so-and-so who came in and rated your channel or whatever. I try to stay up with my alerts. I try to stay up with it. But sometimes I am talking. Sometimes I'm playing the game. Sometimes I am distracted and I go a little long, maybe on a battle. Maybe I go a little long on something else. Just be understanding that I'm not just sitting here doing nothing. I'm not really doing nothing, everybody. I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. So yeah, that's what those are for. Thank you, Kismet. Thank you, Mama. Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the chat. Appreciate it. I've only ever watched the YouTubes before. They helped me start a proper iron factory. Well, there you go, Mellow. Mellow Fox, here's what I suggest to do. You want to rule this game? You want to master this game? You want to be the best there ever was? Use the Kismet's rule of 8. You want to do that? Watch this. You go ahead and follow that link right there. You go to the YouTube channel. You can hit the subscribe while you're there if you do enjoy the channel. And you're going to go over there and search for Kismet's rule of 8. And it will explain how to master this game in one video. In one video to show you about the balancing and learning about the equilibrium. And once you learn those blueprints of equilibrium, then you can go ahead and make all this stuff work, which is what we have right here, right? This is a blueprint of equilibrium for nuclear power. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? Let me tell you. Right here, we have one smelter. We have our one foundry, 3 smelters, second foundry over there, 3 smelters here, right? And then over there, 4 constructors, 2 assemblers, an assembler, 2 constructor, I think that's 4 constructors, yeah, 4 constructors thing. This right here is the blueprint of doing nuclear power. And so if we want to make more nuclear power, we just do this exact same thing again and again and again. So once you understand the blueprint, in that example, I use reinforced iron plates, which is your first biggest hurdle in the game, is understanding how to do the perfect ratio of doing reinforced iron plates. And then you can just take that reinforced iron plates and do it again and again and again and again, based on your inputs, right? How much you got. If you got 120 in, Kismet's rule of 8. Now, the 8 actually stands for not only 8 constructors, but it also stands for infinity, right? Meaning you can use that same technique over and over. You take an 8 and you turn it sideways. It's an infinity symbol. That's what I think of it in that way. So once you understand that principle, you can apply it to everything in the game, and that is how you master Satisfactory. There you go. There you go. I hope you enjoyed it. If you do enjoy it, hit that like button. Come back and let me know. Come back and let me know. I do accept feedback here in the stream as well. You can also go onto the Discord, which is in that link. Give me some feedback over there. Maybe you've seen a game that's coming out. You're like, Kismet, oh, I think you'd love this game, bro. Go check it out. That would be awesome as well. Feel free to go in there, read the rules, and then you hit the green check mark when you agree to the rules. And then you go ahead and post your suggestions, ideas, pet picks, any mega builds that you've done in Satisfactory. Feel free to post those up there, whether you've done it in Minecraft or whatever, Roadblocks, whatever game you like to play. You're welcome to post it up there to kind of make everybody's day. I think that really does make people's day when they go in and they see they're inspired by other people's builds. They're inspired by what other people are doing in games. And that's what I try to do too. I try to inspire a little bit here and talk about it along the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we want to turn this and then turn this again. We really want this to be back a little bit too. So we probably want to say we want to go here. And then we want to turn it here. And then we also need to turn it. We're going to do a lot of turning. We can actually just go angle, I think. I think angle will make this happen. And you're like, Kismet, what do you mean angle? Well, there's actually a way of doing this where you can angle this across so it'll line up to this over here. So instead of it just running straight and then me turning it, you can go over here and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to line this up behind here, and I'm going to put it up a little bit so I can walk underneath the conveyors so I don't have to climb over them. Let's say something like that, right? And by the way, if you ever come in my channel and I'm, talking to the chat or I'm trying to inspire people, whatever, don't worry, I will get back to the game. You don't need to tell me. Say, Kismet, go, just play the game or whatever. That's incredibly rude and it means you don't understand the reason why I'm talking about stuff in my stream. That's really rude to just tell people, oh, do this, do that. And I find the people that tell you to do that kind of stuff are the very people who don't like people to tell them what to do. So if they tell me what to do, I just tell them, hey, wear some polka dot socks today, right? Tell them something just completely random. And they're like, no, I'm not going to wear polka dot socks today. Well, then don't tell me what to do. Right? Right. Right. People shouldn't be telling you how to be you. You be you and do the best you can do. All right, we're going to cross these over. It's clipping, though. Yeah, a little too far, so it's clipping. So I don't like that. If you do it within a short distance, it doesn't clip as much. But that long distance like that's going to clip. So I would rather turn. So let's go ahead and, well, we'll have to turn and turn again. What can we do? We can do it earlier. Let's try it a little bit earlier. There we go. We'll go over by... That's a little far. Let's say here. Move this over by 2. Yeah, let's just start gradually moving over. Control, 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 control. There we go. And we'll keep this one, but we're going to move that over there. All right, let's try this. Not so far. Let's see if we get less. I don't like stuff to clip through each other. Yeah, there we go. So about 2 over is good. You saw that the third one was not good. Again, notice that I should also do the rule of 2. Kismet rule of 8 and Kismet's rule of 2. 2 offset makes a great 90 degree. 2 offset makes a great way of angle. Uh-oh. I must have did that wrong because I got one left over here. Again, we'll do that battle here in just a second, everybody. Let's go ahead and get our lines run. So again, I'm moving it over. So I'm diverting it a bit. Notice I'm running it underneath the thing as much as I can so I don't have to add a bunch of stuff. All right, now again, we're going to move it over by 2 again. Over here. That's 1, 2. See how that looks now. It's not bad, not bad. I'll go with that. Again, try to avoid clipping if you can. It's one of those things that, help you master the game. And it also will inspire you to do different stuff, and thus you might learn something from trying to avoid that clipping on how to run lines better in between these, how to run them in between, above, and run them in a real beautiful way. There we go. We did it, everybody. How long did that take? That took literally 4.5 hours to run. Of course, we had a little interlude of me talking, though. But there we go. That took about 4.5 hours to run those lines. And now you know why I don't run lines. That probably if I did that without all of that, maybe that would have been about 2-3 hours. Without all the, if I had done it off stream, probably would have took me about 2-3 hours to run that. But now you know why I don't run lines really far. Because it eats up your time. But it's great in the long run, but in the short run, you get very very little short-term gains, where long run you do, it does pay off. Oh boy. Oh yeah, good job. Look, see these guys down here, keeping them busy. These guys over here, wiping those guys out. They're going to swing back over there. Oh, pushing through. Nice job. And this guy's going to swing back over there. They're going to swing back that way and help him out. Look at Bo with that epic Norbert. Bringing in that Norbert healer. That's how you know we're going to win. Norbert in there. And, of course, you got me in there rocking my yellow fedora. We got some banners in there showing some love. Boosting everybody. Oh, that is a win right there. Nice job. Open the captain's chest. Bam! Nitox, Bo, Spectrum, Rotisserie G all getting some love. Subi coming in overall MVP with the 28 kills. Nice job. Crushing it. Now, it's a little side game play called Stream Raiders. Do it every 30 minutes or so. We pop in here. We get all of our units placed within the first kind of round. And then we go right back. And Head Not Found, thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate that a while ago. And then, bam, right back to Satisfactory we go. All right, so we got all those rocking and rolling. We pushed this forward a couple times, and now we're able to run this down in here. Now, I'm not going to run it down in here until I need it, right? What's the first thing I need right over here? Let's go see. I already know what it is. It's coal and iron, but let's just go look anyway. It's iron ore and coal into here. It's not iron ingots, by the way. This is raw iron when you're doing steel. So we need some coal and we need some iron. So let's go look up here on all of our beautiful, there's something awesome about that. Little save lag there. Every time it saves, it just auto saves for me. And so every time it saves, and then you gotta wait for it to finish saving and then you're good. They said they're working on that, by the way. They're gonna make it better. All right, so now look at this. See, now my things aren't necessarily in the right spot to run where I want them to run. So I want to divert them in such a way that they're going to go where I want them to go. And plus, I not only need coal over here, but I also need coal on that side because I have another foundry over there. Now I could run it over here and run it up and run it over, but we're going to run all this stuff from underneath because that's what we're doing in this playthrough. We're doing it in an underrun. So we need to get our coal. Now, our other thing that we need to get is our iron. We can see that's the third one over is our iron, and our fifth one over is our coal. And so we want this to keep going so we can use it over there. but we also want it to go here. So that's actually in a good position. So I can go in and I can split it into two separate directions. And so that's probably the outside one that I want to do right now, is get that going. And then also in the inside. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this one down here. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and put a splitter down. And I'm going to tell it to go one way and then the other way. Now I'm going to go ahead and take this back out just so I don't have that thing at the ground there and that I know that this is completely connected to the splitter. And then we're going to take this and we're going to run over here. We're going to look right here on the end and then we're going to back it up right here. I'm going to look for that green line, then back by 2. Kismet's rule of 2 right there. And then bam, there we go, 90 degrees. If you're going to do it, might as well make it look awesome, right? There we go. So that one's in there. Now we also got an iron over here. Now probably not the greatest idea for me to put it at the end. The reason why is because if I don't put it at the end, I can go ahead and bring down my iron from up here. Let's go ahead and just do the same thing, and I can kind of move it over. And let's see where we're at. Maybe something, just line it up. Turn it this way. And there we go. So I got that nice and lined up with that. Now, my biggest problem here is the fact that I'm now blocking my other stuff. Now, I do this stuff on purpose so you can see all the problems I'm going to have along the way. It helps you out when you go to build. So that's not going to work. What's going to work better? Well, our lifters, and the reason why I have it up on the other level, is so that I can just choose to bring it down. And that's going to help me do the same thing. But it's not going to block my other inputs and outputs, right? Now, if I run this at an angle over here, it's going to clip through there, which I won't like, but it still would work if I did it. But we're going to go ahead and run that under there. Now we've got that one there. Now we're going to take this one, and we're going to take it in the second one. We're going to line it up, back by 2, do this, 90 degree, in we go. And there we go, everybody. We've got the first part of our nuclear power going. I know that was a long journey. I know it took a while to get there. But it's totally worth it in the long run to take that extra time, to take that journey, to get your factories up and running. Now you can see I've got some iron over here. This is an iron pure node. That's 240 going in there right now. And that's 240 coal going in there until I split it going the other way. Right into here. Way more than what we need. Whoa, we're going to run out of jetpack. Whoa, there we go. Way more than what we need. We only need 45 and 45 in there right now. And we still got to run all of our power and all of that. But what we did is we did the machinery first. And then, especially with nuclear power, you do not want to start up your uranium until you have all your other stuff in place, I suggest. So you want to get all this other stuff running, then fire up your uranium because you're going to get radiated, and then it will then fire up the rest of the factory. So we want to get all this stuff going ahead of time. Now, we're going to need some power to make this work, to get it started, and then once we have it perpetually running, then we won't have that problem anymore. Back here, let me get on my train. Back here, I can go ahead and grab some power and I can bring it over here to be used here at the end. Now, I can grab it from over there or I can grab it from over here. Now, the actual train tracks themselves, these train tracks right now are running my power. They're actually running power through the train tracks. You don't have to run power lines, which is awesome. And then I can go right over here and you can see I've got some power going from my hypertube there. And we're going to go ahead and grab this right up here. And we're going to run it. Now, we can run it as a pole, or we can run it as a wall plug. Now, I like to use the wall plugs only because I think they look awesome. And so, let's actually turn that around the other way. Let's turn it this way. There we go. I think they look awesome, and they actually serve a great purpose. And that is, right here, that is the ability to connect it on both sides. So, if you use your double-sided one, you'll see me go in, and I'll grab the power from right there, and we'll run it behind here. And so that's 4 connections on this side, 4 connections. These are the greatest things of the game, I think, especially early game. It's 4 on one side, 4 on the other. So now I can go ahead and connect 4 things from this right here. So I can connect all these refineries and all that stuff. We'll do that later. What we want to do right now is just run the power. So we get the power all the way to the back here. Now, how far can I go? Well, the way you know is you just go ahead and start running a power line, like you're going to run a power pole. And it will tell you when you get too far. There we go. So right there, that's too far. Right here, not too far. Right there, good, 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 too far. But I like to usually put it in the apex of all of them if I'm using the poles. But if I'm not using the poles, I'm going to use walls. We'll go in, we'll put in our walls. And again, I like to usually put it about 3 high and then put it right in the center like that. And then I will connect it from the back side again. Because guess what? What is this going to do? Oh, this is going to connect all of this together over here. Now you guys are following along. Let's keep it going. And again, we'll go ahead and grab our power. Like we're going to run a power pole. And we'll walk this way. Now you can also count it. It's usually about 12 for power lines. It's 6 for conveyors. And so on. And so right about here is probably good enough. We'll go ahead and pick up our walls. Put in our power connector. Connect it from behind. And connection number 1. That's up and running. We got our first part of our nuclear factor going. Let's see some GGs in the chat, everybody. I feel if I end up with something clipping and don't fix it, I know, right? I know. I feel guilty. Yeah, me too. It triggers me. It really does. But there's some things that I do leave clipping, like because in this game is not like a voxel shaper. You can't shape out the world and stuff. If I run it into the side of a mountain or something, then not so bad. I just RP that I cut it out. When I'm putting the extractors down and, you know, it's hitting the foundation, I just RP that I cut it out. If I have a wire going through there, I just said I took a drill and drilled it out and then run it through there. Those are the exceptions that I make. But when it comes to lines and things like that, I always try to maximize the way my lines go. Okay, so we got the first one going, right? What are we trying to make? We're trying to make steel ignits, and then those steel ignits are going to go forward here into our steel pipes. So let's go ahead and get our stuff going here of what we can get going. So we'll run that into there. We'll say, okay, we need some power here. How convenient. Just happen to have a little power plug right here. I can just connect it in. And there we go. Now it's off doing the steel pipes. Where's the steel pipes going to go? Steel pipe's going to go right up here into this assembler. What's this assembler making? Stators, right? And it needs steel pipes. So to run those stators into that steel pipe, whoop, there goes some. I need to have power into there. Guess what we're going to do? You guessed it. That's right. Run that from right over there. Very nice. And now we've got our steel pipes. We need our wire. So let's get our wire going next. That's the next thing in the chain. Now, this is very unusual. Normally, you start with your ore and then you build forward. But if you are a forward thinker like me and you go, you know what? I'm going to start from the end and I'm going to work backwards and put in all the machinery. This is when you know you've got to the higher level of the game. When you're starting to master it. When you can think out everything without running your conveyors or splitters or anything. And you've got it all already set up. And then all you have to do is run your lines. That's when you're gaining experience. That's when you're like, okay, I can start from the end, work my way backwards. It's going to help me solve problems much easier because I can foresee the problems. I know what I need to do ahead of time and then go and do it, right? The doing is the easiest part, I find. Just time consuming, as you saw. But the doing is the easiest. It's the coming up with a concept and how to do it and get it done and all of that. That's the tough part. All right, let's hope we brought some copper down here. And I think I need to tie in some of my copper. I've got iron ore, iron ore. Over here we got iron, we got limestone, sulfur. We got that. Yeah, we need that copper. We're going to have to go back for some copper. We need to tie into the copper node that we have and run that. Okay, we'll come back for the copper. I forgot to tie in the node. That was the thing I forgot to do yesterday. That was the other thing I was going to do. Okay, so copper, we'll skip that one for now. We'll go back and tie that in. That'll probably be the last thing we run in. And then what do we got here? We need copper ignits here too. So copper there. And then over here, what do we need? Iron ignits. All right, cool. That's really easy. You know how come that's easy? Because guess what? We're already using it over there. And we can split it. Now, another thing that just happened was, oh man, wait a minute. Now I need my coal to be on this side so I can split that and run that up into this one, which would make this better, right? If you're going to do that, make sure to take out your lifters because your lifters are going to have those resources on there. And if it cuts my production, no big deal. I don't have the full production going anyway. And so let's go ahead and change this. Never be afraid to just change your thing completely around. In fact, I tear my entire factories down as I go and revamp them to make them better. If I see if there's a better way of doing something, I'll go ahead and do it like this. If I have the time and if I have the resource. So let's go ahead and put this in the second one. Now, how can we run this one a bit easier? Well, let's go up like this. Let's take this out. Let's run this up here. Oh, change that direction. Again, I wish when you pick something up, it would change the orientation to the thing you're picking up. It does that in a lot of other games. This game does not. This game goes back to its default thing, which can be really annoying. Now what we're going to do is go ahead and run over here. Now we can try to get through there like that, but I feel like we'll just go ahead, go like this. Maybe even use a nice little conveyor pull. Now the more we do this, the more we're going to block all the stuff we're doing behind, right? But if I use a conveyor pull, you're going to see that if I run it up above, it will not hit the conveyor pull. Conveyor pull is between the wall ruts. Okay, so let's do this different. Let's go ahead and put this in here. Let's get our lifters back in. Again, notice I'm just using Mark V everything. In the beginning, I would use just the appropriate speed for the appropriate thing. And then later on, I realized that was a waste of my time. And then I stopped doing that. Now what I do is I put the right thing and the right thing and the right thing. Now this one needs to be copper. And this one here needs to be iron. So let's go ahead and say, you know what? Hold on. We'll change our mind again. We're going to go ahead and bring this forward. Let's say right here. There we go. We're going to turn this way. Splitter. Like that. Now we're going to bring this iron ore here. We're going to take this one. We're going to run it over there. We're going to take this one and we're going to say, wait, this one goes over there. And then this one, now we've got iron ore, right? So we're splitting that 240 into 120 and 120, which is way more than either of those need. And it's good to go. And we'll look in here. Do we got, oh, wrong one. Now you're like, Kismet, what happens when you run it in the wrong one? Well, here you go. You just take it back out again. No biggie. You go ahead and reverse it. Say, okay, wait a minute. This is the right one right here. Straight up ahead. And then we'll go ahead and run that into there. Run that up to here. Look at this. All right, iron ingots. That's what we need. What do we need iron ingots for? Well, we've already got it right here. We need it not for wire. What do we need? Copper sheets. Wait a minute. Don't need it for that. Quick wire, no. What do I need that for? What do I got that for? I can't remember. Why do I have that there? Oh, I must have been... Oh, I switched it. I switched it because I was talking about it. I was talking about iron ingots versus copper ingots. This should be copper ingots. Copper ingots coming out of here, going into the wire. And sometimes what I do is I'll be talking about it, and so I'll say, oh, well, this is copper, and then I'll change it to iron and say, this is iron, and I'll forget to switch it back. Okay, there we go. So these two are copper, and this one at the end here, this one's deuterium. So we don't need any of that. Never mind. We don't need to split that. I take that back. We need to split it later, though. So we're going to go ahead and fix that for over there. Same thing with our coal here. We're going to need our coal and whatnot to split over this way. So we're going to do that right now. Take our coal, run it over there. Take this. Can we get in there without clipping? Yeah, all right. So now we've got our iron and our coal that's coming off the same nodes, and they're being diverted over here to be used with that foundry over there. All right. And so let's fix this. These are both copper. My bad. And you'll make mistakes, everybody. It's okay. You'll click something. You'll misdo it. You'll forget to do a power line. Something will happen along the way. Deuterium. Okay, deuterium is easy. Let's see. Where is our deuterium at? Over here. It's way at the end. Oh, perfect. Perfect. All right. So we'll go ahead and do deuterium, say, to there. I tried, but failed. Try that again. There we go. Deuterium from over there, over to here, down into there. All right, awesome. You're like, Kevin, what about all these other resources here? Well, these other resources are for other reasons and for other things that we're doing. So we got our stuff over here. We've got this going. We should get our power connected in. Whoa, look out. Ran out of power. Now what we can do is look and see if we got some quick wire. We do. And with that quick wire, what we can do is we can also go through, and as we go through the game, we're going to upgrade stuff. And so we're going to upgrade our double wall connector now. Instead of it just having 4 connections, it's now going to have 8 or 7 connections, really. 7 connections per side. So boom, we can go ahead and just turn all of this on for now. Now I'm going to do it like this, and then later on I'm going to make it better. And I'll show you. You can run it like that. It's not beautiful. It's cool, but not beautiful. And we can make it more beautiful by using the new vertical connectors, which are pretty awesome. All right, so we got that going. We got to get our copper going there. But we've already run all the other lines, so we can very easily put that copper on that line and run that fairly easily down the line. All right, the other thing over here we're going to get going is our stuff that goes over here. And I feel like we're going to have to run some of that under. But for this right here, we'll go ahead, get this like this. And then run these down. Show us where that's at. Okay, so we need our stuff from right here. Go, which side do we want to do that on? Maybe this side. So run that over there. Oops, nope. Run this. No! My fingers are not cooperating. Stop it, fingers. Click the buttons correctly. There we go. And there we go. And now we run it again to our other smelter over here, which is going to be doing steel ingots. And those steel ingots are then going to go forward to do our steel beams. Now, I could run the power from way over there, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go ahead and just bring it right over here and try to line it up by where I have my machinery. We're going to go ahead and go and put in our wall outlet. And we're just going to cross connect over there for now. And then we're going to go ahead and start this up. And there we go. Now we got that one going. Now we'll go ahead and run this forward from our smelter into here. Now again, all of these things lead to nuclear power. And so we got to get our steel beams going. So we're starting with our raw ore. We're smelting it down. We're then converting it into resources that we need, like steel beams. And so on, and running that forward. We're trying to get as much running as we can. Now right here, again, those are steel beams. What do we got over here? Concrete, concrete, and more concrete. All right, so we got to get that going. So let's go ahead again, underfeed that from those right over here. Now again, if you make a mistake, if you make a math mistake and you got to redo it, just take it out, do it again. No big deal. Don't kick yourself. You'll make mistakes along the way. It happens. I've been playing this game for hundreds of hours and I still make mistakes. I'd love to play it for thousands of hours, but I physically don't have enough time. This is the type of game I know I could play for years and years and years. It's just, you just know it has such a huge potential and expandability to the game. That would be very, very awesome. All right, we want to go ahead and get our limestone in the bottom part there. And run that where we're going. And there's our limestone right there. And we can go ahead, try to get that. Just literally just a couple more sheets is what I needed. Now again, since I brought a bunch of my resources forward to where I'm working, I don't have to run all the way back to my base, even though I got a train. I could train back. This is why you have your resources there. And as I move forward, I'll be closer and closer to my resources, so I won't have to run as far. And that's why you'll see me stack resources, just to make it easier. I got plenty of concrete. Might have to go back for even more as we do the rest of this. Now, we got some of our nuclear power going, and this is very involved. This is one of the most involved things in the game. For sure, for sure. Oh, lots of GGs in the chat. There you go. Yeah, I can't stand it with stuff clips. But that's okay. If you're first starting off, by the way, don't be too concerned with clipping and don't be concerned with all of that. Just learn the mechanics of how you get your limestone converted into concrete. That's a great example. So let's run that down in there. And then we'll run that across over to there. Got to keep that nice and organized. And then this one into here. They don't always have to be in the same one, by the way, when it comes to the 3. I just use it for transport, right? And sometimes I'll angle it. Now, we got these here. We need to bring these down a little bit further. We need to push out these conveyors. There we go. Bring it down as far as we can. Then what we're going to do is do a splitter. Now, one of the hardest things is to know how far offset you want to offset the splitter. Yeah, like right there isn't bad. That's pretty good. Very close, though. I typically like my splitters to be back just a little bit, like that. And you also want it to make sure it's not a merger, which it is right there. You want to make sure it's going in the right direction. This is the correct direction. So I'll usually set it back a little bit, but you can put it way up on it a lot of the times, and then it's just like instantly gives you more space. Me, I like to have mine back. All right, now we're going to line that up like that, and then we're just going to eyeball lining it up there. And let's call it this. And again, now we got the green line that's helping us. And then we want an input here. And we're just going to say that's there. Now, never trust these things. These are the last things you put in every single line. You always put your constructors in or your lifters in last. That doesn't look like it's lined up. Nope, not. Not lined up. If it doesn't line up, just take it out. Do it again. There we go. Again, take these back out. Always take those out. You learn only one thing in my stream, take those out. I say it like nearly every single time. So if you are not taking those out and you're wondering why your factory's not working, not my fault. I've tried to help you. Those are the number one things that tripped me up when I first started playing is the lifters. The lifters wouldn't lift my stuff. I wouldn't see my stuff in there. So why is it not lifting? That's because you put the lifters in last, because otherwise they don't connect to the rest of the stuff. Now I'm going to go ahead and run this limestone in. Now this is coming in at 240. It's actually running at 780 right now. But it's coming in at 240, and so it's enough for all 3 of these and a whole lot more to run. So let's get up here again. Let's go ahead and run our lines. Again, we'll run these nicer here later on, or never. But for right now, let's upgrade that one. Our quick wire there. 2, 7 each. There we go. Very nice. Now we got all those going. That's up and running, right? So now where is that going? Well, that's going forward again. We need steel beams and concrete to make encased industrial beams. We need 30 per minute. We're also going to need some concrete later on. So we'll run some of that concrete back in. But first we'll run this into here, right? So steel ingots, steel beams going toward encased industrial beams, which we're going to need. So steel beams and concrete. We need 30 concrete. Right now this is producing 40... the input is 45. It's producing 15. So we need 2 of these. We need 2 of these to make it work. And so we're going to use our mergers. And we're going to merge it toward me. Notice the green part pointing toward me. And then we can go ahead and actually merge it in the direction we want it to go. Say like that. And that's going to run to there. All right. Then we just connect all these together. And there we go. That one's got all the resources it needs. And then we're going to go ahead, run that over there. Very nice. Now, when I get to about this stage right here, when I'm actually making an item, and I'm going to make a bunch of that item, I might be making that item in excess of what I actually need. I'm going to go ahead and put a nice little industrial storage in there so I can create a little bit of a backlog of it. Right in here in front of it. It's kind of like a cache, right? You're getting a cache of that particular item. So it'll start running that item out into the box at a certain speed, like 6 per minute. And that'll, oops, you already ran 2 of them in there, didn't even see it. Whoop, there went one. Those belts go so fast you can barely even see it. Okay, so we got all that running. That's running perfectly. Looking good. We got all this going over here. We need to get our copper sheets and our quick wire going. Our quick wire probably already ready to rock over here. We've got our Caterium ore running into here. We told it, it's got it. All right, cool. Put that in there. Let's run those power lines. Now watch this. I can also grab the power line from over here because on the back side, quick wire firing up. Quick wire from here into there. And then again, we already know what we want this to be. Let's go ahead, run those lines. Like so. Did we already run the line for that? We did. Okay, so this one's good. So we just need copper sheets. Our really limiter factor right now is our copper. I forgot to do that yesterday. I remembered it right at the end of the stream. I thought, I'll do it today. And then I forgot today, too. No worries. No worries. That'll only take a minute. Now, do we got everything else that we need running? And you're like, well, Kismet, you got 2 more iron nodes over there that you're not using. True. I'm not using that right now. Probably don't need it at all. But I might need it later on. You never know. I might build some more stuff over here and run it back the opposite direction. We'll see. But that's what we need for that, right? And then up here, what do we need? We need stators and AI limiters. And what's this making? Oh, well, how convenient. Stators. What's this making? AI limiters. How convenient. And then those, because I did that on purpose. And then we run those into there. And then this same thing, get this out of here. Now, that's actually my radiation wall. Radiation walls means if I go past this wall, that box over there that's straight ahead, it's going to be full of uranium. And if I get too close to that, I'm going to start to get radiated, usually about 13 back. And we'll test it once we get it running because I've noticed that it didn't radiate me as much as it used to. We'll see how it goes. But I want to do the same thing right at this point because we got all this production behind this leading to this moment right here, which is going to be making our electromagnetic control rods. All that stuff we did before, leading to encased industrial beams. And there's something else we need to get going, and that is our sulfur. And so we want to run our sulfur line over here to go into here. And our sulfur needs to come in at 50, and we're going to have way more than that. And we're going to bring it up along with some water. So we also need water and copper. We'll keep that on our to-do list. We got plenty of time, I think. It's about we got about an hour. Might be able to do it. I'm going to try to do it today, everybody. We're going to try to get this going. So we got all that going. Let's see. We got to run this down and then end up way over there. So the things that I'm building over there, the encased industrial beams, the control rods, they need to end up way over here, right? Right here. We got encased industrial beams, electromagnetic control rod, encased uranium cells, which is what's going to be coming from there. Now, notice I only need 3 elements here. And so when I know I only need 3 elements, that's all I need to reveal right here. And so we're going to bring those from down there. Now here's the interesting thing. I actually only need 2 because the actual pellets themselves are going to be coming from this one right over here. So I can go ahead and just grab this one, run it right up into there. And then this one's going to be making some pellets as well. Or uranium cells, sorry, from the pellets right into there. Uranium cells. And that's what we need, uranium cells. And then we need the industrial beams, which we're already making. And then control rods, which we need the copper. And then we need some water for our sulfur over there. And that's it. That's all we do. And then we run it into our control rods, into our nuclear power. And it's running. It's running. It's going. So let's go ahead and keep her going here. And oh, time for a battle. Let's go ahead and bring some of this power forward. Way over here. And so we'll put it in such a place where we can go ahead and double up on our power lines. We're just going to go straight for the double wall outlet now. Probably should just switch my stuff to that. Go ahead and bring this back from over there to behind here. We'll go ahead and tell this nuclear power to start up, but it's not going to do anything because I don't have anything connected to it. We're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and bring this over by here. Yeah, that's why I love using the walls instead, because you get more connections, and it's like cleaner the way it sits in your factory. With these wall connections instead of using the poles. That's just the way I like it. That's just my jam. You can do it however you want. Let's take that out. Wait for our save lag. And then run this. Oops. The heck was that? Try that. That felt awkward. Let's do it again. There we go. Okay. If it feels awkward, I redo it just in case. Manufacturer's online. Boom. Assemblers. Assemble. Assemblers, assemble. Go do your thing. You're like, well, Kismet, you don't even have all that stuff going yet. Nope, I don't. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to run my power lines. There we go. All right, looking good there. I think those are all filled up there. And now, again, we got to make sure we don't start up our uranium. We start up our uranium, we're going to have a whole lot of radiation up in here. So let's go ahead and get this going. And that going up there. All right, now we have everything plugged in, everything ready to go. We've even got all of our sulfur lines already run. But we got to get our sulfur in there. We got to get some water over to that. We got to get some copper going over there. Now, we already have our sulfur line run, so at least we can get that going. And then we'll run our water lines. We'll run our copper lines, and that'll be it. That'll be GG for today. We got to get boogieing. We got to get the boogie up in here. Let's do it. Bam. Now, I want to go ahead and get my sulfur to be on, whoa, look out, on the outside. Let's hope it's somewhere easy to get to. Nope, right here. Oh, of course, it's going to be in a tough spot to get this going on. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. How do you solve that? Your kids are that screwed, bro. How are you going to solve that? You take it out. You know what you do? You go ahead and take it out, and you run it up above. That's what you do. Like this. Use that vertical. See, a lot of games that are 2D, you don't have this ability, right? You don't have this ability to go in and make it vertical. Great example, Factorio, right? It's all single level, though that's a phenomenal game. I've watched lots of people play that game. And this is inspired by Factorio, by the way. That's a little too far. I don't like it to clip. Let's go ahead and move it over a little bit, see if we can get it up in here without clipping. Nope, still clipping. No. We don't clip up in here. But yeah, you have that three-dimensional factor that really adds to this game. Really adds to it, makes it good. I think that's good enough. And so we go and bring that sulfur up. And again, you could just, work your magic by running lines. Don't have to stay exactly the same. It's kind of nice to keep it like that because it looks good. But they don't have to stay in the same line the whole entire time. You can go in and readjust them, especially if they're not clipping. Wow, that was perfect. You can adjust them and run them how best you need to run them, right? And so I want this to run right here, so I can run this straight back. Like so. And that was very, very lucky. Again, sometimes I can say, oh, wow, I'm just the best Satisfactory player ever. Look at me. I did that on purpose. And I can say, you know what? I just made that up on the spot, in which I did. There you go. That's how you know someone's a true player of games. Who can admit when they don't know, admit when they do. And then also show you some love when they do. Don't always know how it's going to work out, but you do your best. Where's any water over here? I didn't even look. I just tap some. Oh, hey-oh! Water down there. I wonder how much water's down there. Enough for pumps? Maybe. I already got water and I got it in excess, so I might as well use that instead. All right, let's go. Again, we'll get to that battle here in a second, everybody. Let me try to finish this part. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right there. Up we go. Take this one out. Pick that up with middle mouse button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be it right there. And again, the reason why I run it up above is so that I can walk under it. And so I don't have to jump over lines all day long. That was like my first factory. My first factory was me just jumping over lines all the time. When you put them at the ground level, you're just constantly jumping over them, constantly going over stuff. It's pretty rough. All right, now we go ahead and just run this out here. Oh, this is going to be so easy peasy. Now we did all this work ahead of time, and now we just get to do all the benefit, right? We went in here, we figured out how we're going to run our pipes, we figured out how we're going to run all of our stuff. Too easy. Now, these are both doing the same thing. They're doing sulfuric acid. Let's take this out now. Try to better attune that to the ground. There we go. We're going to go ahead and do a splitter right here. And again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up a little bit because we got lots to do. We only got an hour left of the stream. We've got to make this happen, Captain. Now, we get this done today, we're going to be champs. We're going to be the champs of nuclear power. We're going to get it done. Now, remember, take those lifters out. Never trust them. Put them back in again. There we go. We take our sulfur right here. Easy peasy. Right into that splitter. Run that splitter across from here to here. Now it's going to go into both lifters. Make sure those lifters are actually lifting. They are. And you're like, Kismet, why are those running in right now? That's because I gave it power. So it can get a little bit queued up and backlogged into there. And now we're ready to rock and roll. Let me go ahead and head back over here. I can just actually go up right here. Right here. Jetpack for the win. There we go. Now, we're going to need some copper. We're going to need some water. Now, to do copper and water, I'm going to need to take a little train ride. And while I'm taking a little train ride, I'm going to go ahead and run that battle. Let's go. This is going to be way faster than what we did before. that other one took a while. All right, start battle. Let's go. Battle time. Do you have this game on Xbox? They specifically said that they want to do it on console and they want to do it on there, but they're going to focus on making a great game on PC first, and then try to make the game great. And then once they make the game great, they will consider their options to port it elsewhere. I would think so. I would think so. I would think you would want to come out with this on every single platform, kind of like Skyrim, right? This is like the Skyrim of factory building. You definitely would want it to be on everything. You'd want it to be on Alexa and on Siri and all of that. Absolutely. Absolutely, the RCM. But for right now, it's just on PC. You get it on the Epic Game Store or the Steam Game Store. Or Steam, just Steam, I guess. Steam Store. There you go. Open the captain's chest. Bam! Grant some rewards. Let's see. Rotisserie G, Thor, and Paul getting some love. Icy Diamonds again. Look at you go, bro. 22 kills, MVP. Come on, we want to try to get a boss battle in today. Let's go path of least resistance, and then we're gonna do the boss. Let's go. What do we got? Archer. Yeah. Let's get the archer in. This is just a 2 skull. Fill in that bottom left corner. Right there. I think we got this. Let's check the store. Did our store come back up again? Yeah, it did. All right, cool. What do we got? Oh, boy. Oh, monk. Oh, we can get a level up on our monk. Nice. Musketeer getting close. Oh, out of gold. Man, I haven't been out of gold in a long time. All right, so no more scrolls I can get. But that's okay. We've got an upgrade, but I can't afford it. Where is it? One of those. Or is it? Monk right here. Can't afford it right now, but that's okay. We'll do some more campaigns. We'll get some more gold. We'll level those babies up. You know, at one point I had 26,000 gold in Stream Raiders. I had a lot. I had a lot of gold. All right. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Let's keep it going. Now we're getting it cooking, everybody. We're getting it going. Now, see, I did a lot of that. I did a lot of talking while I'm doing that. You know, the kind of boring stuff where you're running lines and, you know, doing repetition stuff. I think you guys got that in the first segment, right? I think you got what I was doing in the first segment there. Didn't need me to explain that, how to run a line from this one to the next one and this one to the next one. I think you got the gist of that. So, again, I do like to talk to my chat during those moments. Let's go ahead and ditch some of this extra stuff that we got. Now, normally I just drag it down into the trash if I don't want it. But we got an awesome sink over here. Let's run over here. Let's put our skates on. There we go. Right over here to the awesome sink. And we've also got a box over here, which is kind of like our trash box. So we can go ahead and just get rid of all this extra ore I have from taking out lines and adding lines. What it's going to do is just run that right into here. See it running in there. It's going to grind it up. Going to get me a bunch of tickets. I got 46 tickets right now. I'm out of here. Okay. So we got to go back to our copper line. So let's go ahead and run that way. And luckily we got a lot of hypertubes. Now we probably need to put some more transport in over there. We're going to go ahead. Oh, wrong way. Wrong line. I forgot. That one goes that way. Sometimes I forget. You know, I've been so long since I went that particular direction. We're going in the other one. This one. There we go. And these are called hanging hypertubes, or at least that's what I call them. They hang down below my primary lines, and then it kind of runs underneath there, which I think is super cool. It's like my favorite thing. Now I'm running with glass, so you can kind of see where you're going as you're going through. And that will take you way over here. There we go. There's our copper lines there, and we could tap into these copper lines, but we've also got some other copper lines. I probably should have went the other way, but that's okay. We're going to tap in. Oops, there we go. We're going to tap into our main copper line that is down under here. There we go. So this is this copper line. Let's see where that's coming from. That's coming from back here. Oh, that's coming from the side. That's right. That's coming from over there. You can see it right there. That's my other copper line that's running from that direction over there. And then I have another copper line that's running down my primary central lines over here. And this is the one I want to tap into because it's not being fully utilized. It's back here somewhere. You see I got lots of... Now, see, this is just running one line or two lines at a time. That's what builds up the complexity of anything, by the way, is this one thing at a time. It doesn't just start this complex. It doesn't start with this many things running at the same time. It usually builds up to that over time. So don't be intimidated if you're like, oh God, it's so complex. It's not that bad. You can get it. If I can do it, you can do it for sure. For sure, for sure. Let's get up here. Let's try to figure out, again, which one of these is the copper. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's that one. Okay. Let's get under here. Whoa, way compacted right there. Let's run around this way. Now, another way you can find out which one it is simply to go like this and see what's up there. And you can see it says 41 of that thing. And if I hit the thing in there, it'll tell me that that is my copper. So this is my copper right here. I can also try to roll over. It says copper ore. It'll show me there. And so this is the other one I wanted to divert and run down here. That's what I forgot last time. That was my bad. But watch how easy this is, everybody. Because we had already set this up from before. Easy, right? Easy. That's it. Then just run it down the line. We got it. Easy mode. Now we also want to get our water, but our water is actually already way ahead. It's already over there by where our ammonium is. So we're good. So all we got to do is run along this line and run this extra line of copper. Fill that in so we don't end up falling down there. You guys, for those who missed it earlier, we were running all these lines earlier. These are all pure nodes that are running along here. The copper node is going to be split in half and so on. But we're going to get this going. I feel like I'm about to run out of plates at some point here. We might get pretty far on this, though. Now, look at this. See, this one's now in our way. We're going to have to fix this corner. We can do the inside one just fine. Like that. But we've got to fix this outside corner. So we're going to line it up this way. Just going to eyeball that. That looks pretty good. And then 1, 2. Stack it up there. Run it there. Run it there. And that's just so they don't clip. I mean, I could just run it and it'll be fine. Oh, out. Long way down, everybody. Get on our skates to hurry up. Again, we're going to start cooking now, everybody. I'm going to speed up. I hope you don't mind. I intend to do it better. I just forget. Exactly. I forget stuff all the time. Oh, look, we got something disconnected there. We'll come back to that later. Where's my hyper tube? Over this way. That's what I'm looking for. Get in there. Up we go. By the way, you know when you're in a hyper tube, you can actually change your stuff. You can change your jetpack. You can go in and mess around with your inventory. If you're going for a long run, you can go ahead and change around your stuff as you're going in the hyper tube. Whoa. That'll help you a lot. Now again, remember how I took some stuff out of this box? See how it's full again? Let's get a whole bunch. Let's take a whole bunch. We're going to use a lot of this up. Now I'm going to walk back this way. And you're like, Kismet, you got to take the hyper tube? Nope. Don't need to. Don't need to take the hyper tube. You know why? Because we crazy kamikaze. What's up, Mr. Turtle? Thanks for being in the stream. Whoa! Look out below. Kismet coming down. Hot. Whoa! Using that jetpack. Yeah, for the win. There we go. All right. Coming down hot on that one. That's how I am. I'm the same way when I'm playing like No Man's Sky. I'll just like dive for the ground. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so let's get over here where we were working right here in the corner. Easy peasy. Straightforward. Boom. We'll get this copper going. Now, look at the difference in how much time it takes me to run this copper line versus how long it took me to run those other lines. Because I had to put the structure in, right? I had to put in the walls. I had to put in all the stuff. That should be part of your factoring when you're trying to be the most efficient at building your factory. Is how long does it take me to do this thing? And is it smarter for me to do it as a standalone thing? Or is it smarter for me to run the lines? Is it smart for me to run this from one side of the world to the other? Probably not. It was probably been smarter for me to run the uranium over there than it was for me to run all this stuff over here, or get nodes that were closer to the uranium and use those nodes. But since we had these pure nodes already tapped, ready to rock, we've already got the lifters in too. See, we don't have to do that because we already got that in. And that's why I love using lifter walls like this, because it just makes it super easy. We got that. Now we go up here. And we've already put in our transport. We put in our level. This is why it took so long, because you're building all of these things out. So you can set... oh, we should go up to the top on that one. What do we got over here? Come here, you. Let's go up to the top. And again, we're building out all of our structure, and that's what takes so long. That's very, very time consuming, doing all of that. But this is going to be worth it in the long run, I feel. So we'll go ahead and... Well, actually, we should have went down there. Should have went down there. Hold on, we'll go back down. I had to run my other line first. I forgot to run this part. Huh. I thought I ran that. It's right here. I didn't run the next segment. Here's how you know. Go like that, you see what's on there. Copper. All right, that's what it was. Yeah, well, I was working on the next segment. All right, just see, that's what happens with having my kind of brain now. You lose track of what the heck you're doing. Like, I mean, literally 2 seconds later, I forgot what the heck I was doing. It sucks. Sleep apnea sucks. I don't wish it on anybody in the world. It's the worst thing, I tell you. All right, we want to go ahead and connect this back here. So we got to fix this pipes here. We take these out. Right, or walkways. Take those out for a minute so we can let that go into there. Up to there. We'll put these back. We don't try to fall. And then we'll go over to this side. And then we'll go ahead, put our lifter in there. Now, see, we got these all running here. We got room for one right here. So we'll go ahead and run this out. Again, we'll just use the floor area. We'll line it up. Back by 2. 1, 2. Drop that in there. Nice 90. And guess what? Boom. Good to go. Now, look at this. See, it already run those lines. I already run those lines there. So I already got that little segment there, right? And so that's going to run down that line. I've already did a bit of the corner here. I ran all of these lines already. Anticipation of adding more down the road. And so I did that corner knowing that I would have to add some later. Yes, that's how far ahead I think. I'm thinking 20 steps ahead. I've already got this done. You know where I got it done? Right up here. I've already got it done there. And same thing over here, right? We want to watch out for this corner now. So we're going to need to fix this over here or over there, either way. Let's go ahead and fix it this way. And eyeball that way. That's perfectly lined up. Nice. And then back by 2. Right, like that. And then this one. Yeah, this one here. That's me. My mouse is I have it super sensitive, so when I'm playing games like Fallout 76 and stuff, I can target better. But sometimes it hurts me on this. All right, there we go. And so we should see our copper. There it is. All right, running down. Now, again, you didn't notice it, but I was running a whole bunch of extra lines right there for later. Just to get those corners in, just to get that stuff in. Now, over here, we kind of stopped right here, but that's okay. We'll keep it going. And we know what to do, right? We take this, we move it over, we push it forward by... Oh, not by 3. Try that again. We grab this, we bring it over. We have it overlap a little bit, right? We don't want to put it there. If we put it there, it's going to clip. But if we grab this, we pull it over. We push it up forward by 2. 1, 2, right there. Up we go. Then we run this line into here. Wait for that save lag. And then we go around the corner. Boom! See, now we got the nice 90, right? We got the beautiful 90 degree. It's not clipping through each other. We're getting that copper going. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's go. Now, the rest of this is just a straight line. Straight line run. Let's go. Watch how smart this game is. Look, I can click the other side before that even finishes, and it knows I want to keep it going. That's how smart this game is. It's really super smart. Look, way down there, I've already clicked it. I've already clicked it before I even got close to it. Boom, next one. Good to go. Get the thing. Boom, get the next one. Going while I'm walking forward. Isn't that cool? Again, this game is just second to none, everybody. Its ability to build, and even if I run it in the opposite direction, it's going to know, based on the one I already ran, that it actually wants to run that way and not back the way that I ran. Because normally, however you start it, that's how it's going to go. So keep that in mind. So let's keep this running over to here. We're then going to divert this over to there. We got this. We got this on lock. Bam! Now what we should do is look right here and see a whole bunch of copper show up. Now if we don't see any copper, then we screwed up somewhere, and that's totally possible. Down the line, I might have missed a segment. I might have done something. It should show up by now. It's not showing up. What's the problem? What's the problem? I've done something wrong, everybody. So what we do is we go ahead and backtrack. We go look here. Nope, not there. Let's go back here. Now, while I was running forward, I might have missed a segment. I might have accidentally did a segment. Oh, I can see it right there. There it is. I might have done a segment incorrectly. I might have thought I wanted to place it down on the ground like it is right there. I don't want to do that. See, it put a conveyor pole in there instead of running it. I clicked it a little too high. That's why typically you'll see me run toward the thing instead of putting the conveyor pole in there. It should be flat like this. And so we'll go ahead and do that. Now we got to take this one out because it's affecting the direction of what we're doing. So let's go ahead and put this back in. Put this back in again. Same thing over here. Look at this. It thinks I want to put that there. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to run it forward. So again, because I ran it backwards on one of those, it actually changed the direction of all the other conveyors. Same thing here, running backwards. Running in the opposite direction. And now we'll test it again. We look up here. We see some copper. Boom! Copper ready to rock. Now, where we want that copper to go? We want it to end up right down here. Whoop. Right down here. Pick that up. Take this. Put it up here. Grab that. I'm feeling middle. But then again, it clicks on the other thing. So when I hit spacebar and I'm aiming at something, sometimes it clicks the thing. So I'm using spacebar for my jetpack. It's hard to do both at the same time. We'll get this. Middle one. Let's just take our time. Let's take this one out. Let's go ahead and just add one over here so it looks like it's holding that up. Now we're going to need splitters. We're going to want it to go in there and out this side that way. And then this one's going to go this way. Into the splitter. Across over to here. That is not lined up. That is not lined up. See how I did that kind of angle? That's telling me these two are not lined up. I don't like them not lined up. That's just me. Not going to have any effect on my actual factory itself. It's not lined up that way now. But it will... it affects the way it looks. And wrong thing, splitter. There we go. We're going to take these out. We're going to add those back in a second. Connect that. See how much faster you can go? I mean, you go really fast in this game. And that's because its building is second to none. It's an 11 out of 10. It's 11 out of 10 in early access. It's better than a $60 game. I know because I bought a lot of those $60 games and they sucked. And some of them were good. But a lot of them sucked. And this game is already great for $29.95 or $29.99, whatever it is, or whatever it is in your local area, from Steam and from Epic Game Store. I highly recommend it. All right, let's go ahead and run this now into our machinery over here. That's going to make our copper sheets, and it's going to make our wire. Now, here's what we can do over here. Like, Kismet, you're out of wires over here. No problem. Watch this. We just go ahead and take this, move this over just a little bit. Try to have it go the right direction. Again, copy my orientation game. There we go. I wanted to copy my orientation. It drives me crazy. What we do is connect this from behind. Like so, and it gives us 7 more. Or I could pull it for somewhere else. Either way. Connect that in. Now we're going, right? So that was easy. Look how fast that was. You saw how much structure we had to build the first time. And then once you put that structure in, you're jamming. You're ready to rock. So wire to go. All right, wire coming from here into there. Again, this is all for nuclear power. Everything here that we're doing and all these lines that we're running is just nuclear power. It's not has to do with anything else, making plates and rods and all that other stuff. Just nuclear power in itself. We're going to get it going over here. Now we're up here in the front. Now that we got that going, we want to go ahead and run our power into here. Now these two are going to start firing up. There it goes, making those stators. Let's look over here. Make sure. Copper and quick wire. We got our green. All this stuff back here should be green or yellow. If it's yellow, that means that it's made so many that it can't make any more. Whoop, there we go. And now it's fired back up again. Same thing with our smelter back here. See, it's yellow, meaning it's not making any. Whoop, there we go. Now it makes some because now it's starting to get used up, right? Starting to get used up, and now it's starting to run it out into those boxes. We did it, everybody. We did it. I told you we could. Now we got one more thing to do, and that is our water. Now, our water is going to be pretty easy because we already did that as well. We already spent the time building that up. Did I put my train over here? No, I got it way on the other side. We already did that as well. Oh. Put that back in. We already did our water. We brought up our water from down below when we were doing our stuff, or what you call it, our aluminum. And let me get in my skates. Oh, I missed the trade. What we did is we built that already. So all we have to do is just tap into it, run it over here, and then we'll be making sulfuric acid. We'll be making all that other stuff that we want to get going. Just to make it a little extra nice. Cover up that. All right, let's go ahead and take our vehicle back. Oh, I should have made the buggy. We could have went and did the buggy. Next time. Let's get back over here. Look at that. Look at my other trains off in the distance, by the way. They're off there collecting oil from like 2,000 in that direction. Which is running all my other power. I don't know why I have this right here. It's here for no reason. I'm taking it out. Get out of there. That kind of stuff drives me crazy, everybody. That's the stuff that really triggers me. Just some random thing out in the middle of nowhere. That'll drive me crazy. Now, if I could have caught the train, that would have been faster, but I missed it because I was talking. Is there an end to this game? Yes, it's whatever you think it is. It's very much a sandbox game, but whatever you think is the end, right? Like some people say, oh, well, I played Satisfactory and I finished it. And they think that the finish of the game is when you have unlocked everything, right? Right here. You go in here, you've unlocked everything. Well, if that was the case, then I'd be done. Right? Now, some people are like, hey, I built everything in the game. Right? I made production for everything in the game. Right? And that's my finish. Or I went in and I made the biggest factory I could. I tapped every single node. I ran every single thing. I found every single thing in the game. 100% achievement. That's the end of my game. Right? It's really up to you. Now, there is a bit of a storyline that goes along with it. Now, remember, it's still in development. It's in early access right now. They are adding the next tier up here, tier 8. Now, just so you know, everything that I'm showing you right now is up for grabs, is up for change because it is early access. They're still in the middle of development, so they could change the way that nuclear power going. They say they're going to change the way that aluminum works. So a lot of the stuff that we are doing, but at least you understand the concepts of when they do change it around. And they have changed the game around many times. What resources are used for what the recipes are, what the combos of those recipes are. And I just kind of roll with it and just kind of, readjust what I'm doing. I don't use alternate recipes, and the reason why I don't use alternate recipes is so no matter what I'm doing on stream, you guys can do it as well, right? But I do use alternate recipes later on, and once we get our factory going and we got our nuclear power going, we got all of our stuff aligned, then we're going to start going back through, and I'm going to use my rule of 8 to set up massive production, incredibly huge production, to start doing turbo motors. Those turbo motors are going to allow us to do level 3 extractors, which is going to boost our extraction, which allows us to build more things, more of all the things, and then we can go in and build even bigger and bigger factories and whatnot, right? And that's really, for me, it's whatever I want it to be. That's what's so great about this particular game. Now, I played through 30 times. That's right, 30 times in this game. I played through when it was different, before they had trains, before they had fluids and all this other stuff. Oh, Well, that's our other trade. We can just take that anytime we want. And so on. What do we come back for? Water. We're doing our water over here. Focus. Now, what we did is we ran a whole bunch of water. Now, let's go ahead and look at our water down here first. We're going to come out fast. Patooey! There we go. So we got lots of water. More water than actually what we need. And I like to do them in groups of 3 or 5. Three basically will allow you to run your coal power. 3 will allow you to run your aluminum. But why do I have 5? Well, 5 actually is the most efficient. And the reason why it's the most efficient is 5 of these equals 600. And so if you're using your 600 lines, which I am, which are new to the game, by the way, they added new pipes, the ability to put your power lines up in the ceiling. If you haven't played the game in a while, lots of cool stuff. They even got stuff going on right now in the experimental version. I'm in the early access version. That's even more new stuff right now. They're testing all the new stuff. We got new things coming, blenders and all sorts of new machinery and whatnot. And a revamp of our tier and to get tier 8 finally in the game. That's going to be awesome. And again, I feel like they're getting pretty close to release. But again, now you just think this is like the tip of the iceberg, right? This is like the starting point of this game. And I feel like they could continue to develop it and create even more and more awesome stuff for it. Or you can leave it to the modders to make it even more awesome, right? Because the modders are Johnny on the spot, man. They're making stuff right now that is awesome, amazing in the game. Because the developers made such a great foundation of game that it makes it easier for modders to have lots of room to make what they want to make, right? We'll get into mods. We'll get into all that later. That's like a later thing for me. I never do mods before release, typically. And that's because I want to see it now. We play it now. We're good. We played it through. We got an understanding. Then they come out with new stuff. We check out the new stuff and so on. We just kind of stay in that cycle, right? As opposed to going and learning everything about everything, where all the nodes are, and using a map to map all the nodes and all of that. See, I'm the type of person that likes to go around and map stuff. This is here, and that's there, and that's there, and this is here. I typically don't do that in early access either. Beforehand, like I was doing that in New World. I was running around and finding the nodes. Well, all of those nodes are going to move probably, and all that stuff's going to shift, or at least some of them will shift over time. So making a map of those things is not it. And you're like, well, Kismet, just go look it up online. I never look up stuff online that I'm playing on a game that I don't want to know about it, right? If it's something that I feel like I'm not going to play extensively, then maybe we'll do what I call a learn to play session, where you guys just tell me everything you know, right? And then we explore it and we figure it out. But if it's a long-term game, I don't want to know nothing. I want to know zero. And that's why I have that please no backseat gaming. Backseat gaming is Kismet, go do this. Kismet, this is how you do this. Kismet, this. Now, if you say, hey, Kismet, you forgot to get your iron, that's different. You got my back. You're like, Kismet, I got your back, bro. You forgot to get your iron back there. That's what you were looking to get, right? That's when you got my back. But when you don't got my back is when you're telling me what to do. Don't do that because it sometimes spoils it. And then I didn't get that moment of, oh, that's how you do that, right? And then, of course, it's also great to watch streamers or to watch videos when you get stuck. And sometimes I do. If I get stuck on something, or if I feel I've learned kind of everything that I'm going to learn on my own, then it's the time for videos. Then is the time for doing it. And especially if you get little tips here and there that don't really, like, tell you the whole entire thing, but just give you a little boost in that direction. That's why I just do tips here along the way. To kind of show that kind of stuff. Like a great example, the tip of using 5 of these instead of just 3. Because 5 is going to be the most efficient, and you're going to get 600 instead of 300 out of it. And you're like, well, Kim, that doesn't make sense. Well, because each of them do 120. So if you add that 120 up, it equals 600. All right, so let's go back over here. So now you know where my water's coming from. You know we've got a lot of extra water. We had already set that up previously. And you can see I'm running the water using pumps all the way up here. Look how far that is. I know, you shouldn't really do that. It's a really huge power drain when you do that, but I wanted it to be up here so I can then tap into it. It's going into this big container right here. It is massively full of water, and you can see that it's basically coming into this one here. Now, what can we do here? Well, first thing we want to do is get our jetpack on in case we go falling off the side. Let's go down here and see if we can tap into this, and we can underrun this how we had it before, right? Now, where is my underrun? Well, I don't really know because it's really far away. It's over on that side, right? It's way over there. So how can I find the underrun and show myself where I want to go? Well, one of the things that I typically will do, and you've probably seen me do it a couple times already, is I'll go in and I'll remove this, and then I'll go ahead and grab just any of these. Doesn't matter if it's a double or triple or a single. And I'll grab a conveyor, and I'll run that conveyor down, and that tells me that's where I'm trying to go to or from. So we'll go there, we'll grab this, and we'll go running way back over here again. And we've already got our area right there. We can see it right there. And then before I jump down there, a good idea to get your jetpack. Check and see if you have any fuel. I've done it so many times where I jumped off the side and did not have the jetpack on. Ooh, splat. Yeah, many a time. That's when you go, ah! That's a lot of fun. Now, look, we can see it way off in the distance. Do you see it? Right there. Not this one, but this one right here is where we're going. So we're going to go ahead and run across here. And since this is already lined up this way, we're just going to go in here and then we're going to dogleg it. So easy, since we've already got it set up from before. Just going to make this super easy. Now that's just so I can tell what direction I'm going. And what I'm really going to do is I'm going to actually run it along the outside here. And actually just go over here and tap into this water from behind. Like that. Isn't that cool? Now what I could also do is I can go ahead and use several different things here. I go ahead and use my wall right over here, which one of my new favorite things to do is to use my wall and then go in, and we'll get that battle here in a second, and then just do something like a pipeline support where we're running that wall support, and we can try to run it up as high as we can, again, so we don't have to run under it. And we've already got pumps helping us out. We got to watch out for our head lifts. Let's move that up just a little bit more. Always changes my direction. Stop changing the direction of my stuff. Let's put that up a little bit higher. Now these are these particular pieces are unlocked in your awesome shop, and so we'll put it right there. And then we'll go ahead and go into our piping mode. And then I'm just running 600 pipes. And the reason why I'm running 600 pipes is because I can. You don't necessarily have to, but this now is going to run down this line. Now I could just go that way, and then I could cut across. But I've already got the foundations already built, so it's actually more efficient time-wise for me to go backwards and then go across and go back because I don't have to rebuild that structure. Now, how far can I go with this? Well, I can go further than that's going to go in turn. So I'm going to go right over here, and I'm going to get this started right over here. Now, down below here, you can see I've got a whole bunch of quick keys. What I'm going to do is go ahead and program my pipe wall to number 9 on my mouse button. I do have one of my favorite mouse in the world. The Razer Naga Chroma Epic. It's got 12 buttons on the side. You use your thumb to press all these buttons right over here, which makes that super easy. So that's how I'm doing that, just so you know. We'll put that up here. Where did I put it over here? I've already forgot. Oh, one up from there. All right, one up from there. Now, another thing you can do, actually, let's do this. We can go down to another set, like number 6 here, and we can go ahead and just set up something here. Like, we can go, this one is number 1. And then running the pipes, Mark II pipes is number 2. Because that's really what we're going to be doing most of the time, right? What else are we going to be doing? Well, hold on. Let's back up. Let's go ahead and do walls. We're going to do walls. Then we're going to do... so if you're going to do something, a lot of something in a sequence, you can just go ahead and put it in the sequence in which you're going to do. Like that. And then you don't have to keep picking it up. You don't have to keep redoing it. You just press the button for that particular thing. And you're off and running. So there we go. 1 to put the wall in, 2 to put the wall support, and then 3 to grab the pipeline. And that really speeds you up a lot. Very, very much. And then around the corner, like this. Same thing, like that. Then number 2. I'm just pressing number 2 on my mouse. Come on down there. There we go. And I just happen to know that around this corner is going to be about that, though I will look and see if it's clipping. It's clipping a little bit. Maybe a little bit further out. See if we can get this a little further out. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. just to get it around that corner without clipping. Much better. You can also adjust the way that the pipe goes, more casual, so it's more kind of like this, or you do vertical, so it's very straight line, right? It's really up to you. It's your factory. Okay, now while I'm running this, everybody, we're going to be running a battle. Now, one of the things I'm going to do, though, before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and stretch this out to just tell me what my distances are right here. So that's about as far as I can go with my pipe. And that's going to tell me, okay, this is where I want to put the wall. So I don't have to put in every single wall and every single thing along the way. Really unnecessary. Just do that. And then get my pipe. And run the pipe down. And I'm just going to keep doing that all the way down the thing while we are going ahead and do this battle. Let's do it. So yeah, that's basically the end game. Sup, Kismet, happy to catch your stream. There's no real need to build foundations. Everything floats. Well, you can if you want. When I'm in early access of a game, I don't worry about wall supports or under supports, what I call underpingings of stuff. This game's not like 7 Days to Die. You don't. There's no real physics that's going to make it fall down. Though I would like them to add that later and add it as an optional feature. It's very much like Minecraft, where, you know, when you're making your blocks and you cut the tree out from under there, it doesn't fall down. It's very much like that. And I like that. I like that about the game. But you can also add another feature which adds physics to the game. That would be awesome. And then you can flip that feature on, and then if you don't put supports there, your whole stuff falls down. But the second they add that, though, they'll have to also add structural integrity to every single piece in the game. And if you have too heavy of factories on top of your foundations, then your foundations fall down. And you can see how that would compound and compound and compound the programming of this game tremendously to do that. Just like they do in 7 Days to Die. So it'd be great as an optional feature, but I think the way that it plays right now is really fun. I like it like that. Now, I will do a playthrough where I play only where if I don't have supports in there, I won't do it, but not in early access. In early access, we're just playing around. We're learning the game. We're learning how to do the game. Kind of, you know, learning the mechanics of it. That's typically what I do in early access. And then when I get serious, this is not even my serious base. You're like, Kismet, dang, you got a humongous base. This ain't a serious base for me, everybody. This is just me fooling around. Wild Heart, Subi, Techie, Bo, Paul, all getting some love. Icy Diamonds coming in overall MVP. Let's keep getting you guys some loot. Come on, boss loot, boss loot. Oh my gosh, we're going to run out of time. Let's get it going. Might have to stay a little bit extra just to do that battle just for you guys. Show you guys some love. All right, I should have been running this while we're doing that battle, but I was too busy chatting. Let's keep going right over here. Okay, right here. Wall, up wall. Again, there's a whole lot of rinse and repeat right here. And if you notice that I ran it underneath the conveyor, that's what's so great about those wall hanging. You can run it underneath or between. That's why I use that. Let me get my skates on here so I go a little faster. And let's get this running. Now, again, I'll just run the pipe like I'm going to run it on the ground. It'll tell me how far I can go so I don't have to count it. You can count it if you want. That's your jam. And again, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed massively up. We get this done. We got about 20 minutes. I think we got this. I think we're going to have some nuclear power today. Now remember, this is only the beginning of our nuclear power. Because we've set it up in such a way that we set up a whole bunch of structure all day long today and yesterday, we know that we can then go ahead and scale up our nuclear power. And that's really what you're doing first, is you're setting up the process of what you're doing, right? Running your lines and doing all of that stuff. And once you set up that ability to do that, then you can keep I'm running lines. My bad. I forgot to put my unit down too. Hold on. All right, my bad. My bad, everybody. Wait, this is a boss battle. I got to pull out the Wasteland Tycoon for this. Let's go straight for the boss. My bad. I get sidetracked. I should have been running the lines there. Okay, boom. So, as you can see, I'm just running the line down the thing. Let me go back and show you the thing I was talking about. I ran it underneath the thing. Now, when I screw up and I forget to change my thing, using my mods remind me, because I do it all the time, you benefit. When I screw up, you benefit because I give you 1,000 kiss caps, and that could be toward future giveaways down the road. This stream goes off the rails all the time. It's a technical problem. It's me forgetting to switch a thing. Remember, I am partially disabled. I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. I try my best, but I do make mistakes, and roll with it, everybody, because you benefit every single time I screw up. So there we go. So all I was talking about was I ran it underneath the conveyor like this, and so you can control it when you're doing the wall hangers. And if I forget something or if I have the screen up, I always back up and show you the thing that I did so you don't miss it. There we go. And then we're just running along the side here. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get it done. This is what happens when you try to rush. You forget stuff. I think we can get this all the way to the corner. I think we can get to this corner. Let's give it a try. Now, one problem right here. We can see that this is in the way. And so we're going to run it down now at the lower level. And see if we can get it right here. That's pretty far, but we'll give it a shot. Let's see. See? That's always the way it is, everybody. So close, but not close enough. All right, that's okay. We'll go ahead and start bringing it down here. A little bit further up. There we go. Bring it down, but not too far down. Bring that down. Oh, out of copper sheets. Okay. Now, do we have some copper sheets nearby? That's a good question. Don't go jumping off the side, Kismet, until you got your jetpack. I think we got some copper sheets. Let's go see. That's why the jetpack's so useful, by the way, is to get it up on your different levels or to keep yourself from falling off the side when you're working up really high like this. But there is actual stuff in the game, by the way. Just getting back to that. For your foundations and whatnot, you can go in. I'm not sure if I've unlocked them in this playthrough. I don't think I do, because there's some stuff I don't unlock just because I don't want it in my way visually. And so I don't unlock it. But there is actual supports, and it's actually a really cool support system. Reminds me very much of Fallout 4, where you put the bottom piece, and then you put the top piece, and then the middle piece you just drag, and there you go. You got supports. Maybe next time we'll do that. Again, I play through different ways every single time. This is the way I typically like to play, where I just run the foundations wherever I need to go and do whatever I need to do. But next time, we'll do it via foundations as well, so you guys can see that kind of playthrough. You could set whatever limitations you want on the game, right? Like I'm playing a game right now called Goddess. It's a really old game, but still fun to this day. And I set limitations on myself as I play through multiple times. Hey, I'm going to play through this time, and I'm not going to use my Shrine of Collection, which basically collects all of the belief, which is the monetary units you use in that game. So I'm not going to use any automatic collection. I'm going to collect it all manually and do it that way, right? Because on the mobile version, it takes less gems that you have to watch a bunch of ads for. Makes it easier, right? In that way. I'm trying to run to this box here. Let's hope we got some. Oh, only 14 left. Oh, we got 95 there. Okay, good. We got a bunch here. We got a bunch over here, but we're definitely going to need more. That ain't going to be enough. I can tell you that right now. Let's see. We go ahead and make ourselves a train. Save ourselves a walk back. What do we need? Computer, beacons, and heavy modular frames. We probably got that laying around. Let's see. Maybe a little bit more fuel. Oh, we got plenty of fuel. There's our modular frames. There's our beacons. There's our computers. Oh, heavy modular frames, not regular modular frames. Put those back. Actually, let's keep a stack of 50. There's our heavies. And then another trade. Let's go, baby. Ten minutes left. Can I get this nuclear power going in the next 10 minutes? I think, wait a minute, we got a thing where we can predict that, right? Where's that prediction thing? Yeah, start a prediction. Here we go, everybody. We're going to start a prediction. Will Kismet get nuclear power in the next 10 minutes? Hold on. How do I... It won't let me change it. Oh, I got to put it down there. Will Kismet get nuka power in next 10 minutes? Outcome, we're going to go for 10 minutes. Oh, wait, no, we got a battle that's going to go for 23 minutes. All right, so I'll give you guys, well, I'll let you guys bet for the next 10 minutes. How about that? Well, we got 20 minutes to get this done. All right, well, let's see. Let's just say in the next 20 minutes, let's say something else. Let's say, will Kismet get nuke power done today? There we go. That's easier. Let's go with that. One right there for 20 minutes. Outcome is either yes or no. This is really fun. This is a great new feature that they've added called prediction. Bam! There we go. There you go right there. Prediction started, everybody. Now, will I get this done in the next 20 minutes? You never know, because I got a lot still to do. I got to get boogieing over here. I need some copper sheets. We got to get this water over here. We got to get the water in there. We got to get the sulfuric acid together. We got to run all the lines. We got to get it to go into the manufacturers. We got to make sure we have enough power to get that manufacturing going. Right now, we got to find out what the heck we do with our copper sheets. Let's go down here. Let's go down here and take a look. So again, we got 20 minutes. 20 minutes left to make this happen. I think we got this. I think we got this. But then again, I've been wrong in the past. So don't go with what I say. Make your own choice. Make your own guess. Whether I'm going to get this done in the next 20 minutes. All right. And it's okay if you bet against me. That's okay. Don't feel obligated to, kiss me, I know you're going to do it kind of thing. Hey, these are your points right here that you can get, so you can't bet against me. Don't feel bad. Are the developers Dutch? You know what? I forget where they're at. They are in the Netherlands. I forget where they're at. Let's see. Let's look them up. The devs are called Coffee Stain. Super awesome peeps over there, by the way. I love their whole vibe of their studio. Very pretty much chill. Pretty great guys. Sometimes you get studios they're all uppity and we know more than you know and all of that. These guys are real down to earth, really awesome guys. They're a smaller studio too, and so show them some stuff, show them some love. Let's go see. Let's see. I think it was like Sweden or something. Sweden, that's what it is. Yeah, Sweden. I told you, in Scandinavia there. Yeah, Sweden they're in. Coffee Stain is the name of their game. Or Coffee Stain is the name of their development studios. And I think they have 2 studios, right? A and B or something like that. Nordic. A, B, and they actually got bought by another company and whatnot and all sorts of stuff. You probably best know them. You probably don't know them by name, by Coffee Stain, but you probably know them by Goat Simulator. That was their game. That was their game they did, which is actually, that's one of those games that you go, this game is stupid. Right? Not a stupid game, Goat Simulator. And then you go and you play the game and you're having the greatest time. Right? See, never say never, everybody. Sometimes people got the insights on what you like to do. I thought that Goat Simulator was genius, right? And then you have all the people copying it and whatnot, trying to be like Goat Simulator. It was genius. Yeah. So they came up with Goat Simulator, everybody. Yeah, blew your mind right there, I bet. You went, what? No way. Yeah, so very cool. Very, very cool. I love the whole vibe of Coffee Stain and the way that they do dev and the way they do the community and they talk with their community and all of that. They do a great job. All right, I can't talk too much, everybody. I got to get over here and ride this train back. I got 19 minutes now. Let's go, baby. I got till that battle comes up. Ghost ride that sucker. Where'd I stop? I think I stopped in the corner now that I think about it. I'm glad I didn't go all the way and then realize that, oh, I'm in the corner. Again, all we gotta do is get this water over here, kick this power on. Oh yeah, I did stop in the corner. All right, cool. Get back into my set here. Let's see how fast we can get this done. Side. Come on, save lag. You're slowing me down. No, we're out of plastic. Oh, no! I wonder if I got any plastic over here. Ah, it's always something. Take the train! See that? I jumped on the train while I was going by. Out of the way, train! I got to go. That'll help me out a little bit. Darn it, I hope we have plastic over here. We're going back. It's going to cost us some more time. I should go in. What I should do is go in and do this. I'll show you a little trick, everybody. You go into your logistics here, and then you go pump a bunch of these pipes up here, and it tells you what resources you need. I got plenty of copper sheets now, 681, but I should have did that while I was back over there, and I could have grabbed some plastic from the box. But we got our train, so our train's going to help us. Back to our coffee cup. There we go. Get over here. Please have plastic. No, no plastic. We're screwed. We're screwed. All right, let's go. Come on, let's go, 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 go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Nordic, Kismet, can you show me your base? Yes, I'll show you my base in around 16 minutes. Let me go ahead and try to run this line. I'm trying to see if I can get this water line run in the next 16 minutes, which is going to start up our nuclear power. I will show it to you after that. There we go. Translated that a Dutch city name? Oh, yeah. I'm so used to having a jetpack, so when I'm doing nuclear and I use the hazmat, I jump to my death a lot. Oh, no, me too. That's a big request, by the way, is to have another slot, so that won't happen. Our plastic right down here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Do your thing, bro. Look at this. We got a whole box full of it. We got a whole box full of this stuff. Screw it. We're going to just fill up our inventory. Anything we can throw away. No. Keep it. Run. Run, 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 run. Got to remember that we're in the corner. We're in the corner here. Back over there. Come on, let's go. Go, 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 go. I want to win some people some stuff. Let's go. I'm going to try, everybody. I'm going to try to get it done. Let's do it. Same, had this click moment. Yeah, I've actually confirmed, by the way, if you do fall off, that you can switch your jetpack on and jetpack up. I've only been able to do it once. And whoa, there I go again. Whoa, hold on. Whoa, I went way up in the air that time. Wow, just about killed myself. Just about killed myself. Let's jump down. Got the jetpack on. I keep going past it. Nope. Now, what happens when you rush, that's when you start screwing stuff up. That's the number one thing that happens. But we'll give it I'm going to give it a good try, everybody. I'm definitely going to give it a go. Let's see. We're so close. How much time? 14 minutes. How fast can Kismet build if Kismet could build wood? No. Let's go, go, go. Oh, wait, I got to get out my things. Hustle, hustle over here. Get our Blade Runners on. Sometimes I double click it and it doesn't work. And I got to double click it again. It really throws me off. But again, remember the game is early access. So if you run into bugs or issues, remember they're still working on it. This game's an 11 out of 10 in early access. One of the very few games I can say that about ever. Incredibly fantastic. Even in the current state, totally an amazing game. Even if they did nothing else to the game, incredibly, incredibly good. For sure. Let's got to go back just a little bit. Let's just put it over here. Bam. All right. Hope we don't run out of plates or something screwed up like that. Let's hope. Come on, you. There we go. Oh, right here. Sure, I'm just going to put it. I should put it back one. Put it back one. This way we can start evening it back out again. Right here. Like that. There we go. Come on. We just got to get over here, everybody. We're getting close. Getting close. We got this. Come on. Build, Kismet, build. Gonna come down to the wire, that's for sure. Because, you know, the problem with this game is that time goes by really fast. So when you're playing it, all of a sudden, like an hour goes by. It feels like 2 minutes to you, but an hour goes by. So, you know, if you're in a rush to get stuff done, you gotta really boogie because, you know, you'd be sitting there talking or working on stuff. Turn that autosave off for a minute. Just so I can build this faster. But then again, you know, something horrible would happen. I can tell you that's exactly what would happen. All right, let's back up by 1. Put this up here. Go, go, go. There's a prediction going in the chat right now whether I'm going to get this done by the time the next battle comes up, which is in 12 minutes. I got to get this water all the way over to the other side in 12 minutes. Get it connected. Get the power running. I got to have the nuclear power itself running, not just the water. The nuclear power itself has to be running in the next 12 minutes. You're welcome to go ahead and join us, everybody, for some of that. Fun in the chat. If I can put my foundations down. Come on, come on. Let's go. Let's boogie, let's boogie. Again, look how fast you can build in this game. It's so awesome. Come on, come on. Let's go. And then we'll have to troubleshoot if we did so. Oh, no, out of concrete. Oh, no. That's okay, because guess what? Right up here. We were smart enough to leave... Oh, over here. We're smart enough to leave some concrete up here. Now, this is the thing that slows you down the most, is that you run out of resources all the time. First box got plenty of concrete in it. Let's just grab it all. Run back. How we doing? 11 minutes. This is kind of fun. This is fun. Can Kismet get it done? Let's go. I normally don't like to put myself under pressure because it does affect my medical conditions. But this is, you know, if I win or lose, someone's going to win. You know what I mean? Either the people who bet against me or bet for me are going to win. So that's going to be good either way. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and run way over here. We're going to start pushing this out in this direction. Little cross connection here. Like this. We're going to see if we can get it to reach to here. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. Oh, yeah. We got that. And then we're going to push it forward just a little bit more. Now we're also going to look at the pipeline. One of the things we need to look at is see if the pipeline is expanding, that the water is actually running in there. Right now it's not, so we might have a problem way back there where it's actually not pumping the water through here. So we might have to go back and fix that. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to run that there. Like that. We're going to go ahead and put in a junction. Right here. And then we got our water connected. Nice. Okay, now we got to get the water over here. It's not pumping. It's always something, everybody. It's always some sort of troubleshooting that you have to do in everything that you do in this game. And the troubleshooting is part of the fun. It's like, oh, I figured that puzzle. It's like a puzzle game in that way, right? You try to get everything set up so it's running. Water, water, water. Let's go. Come on, we got to get in our train. We got an extra train laying around. No, our train's way over there. All right, let's go ahead and see if we just make another train. Right over here. Oh, that's train car. Wrong train. What do we need? A little more. What is it? Beacons. Really, no beacons. All right, screw it. Run. Run. Take me longer to make the beacons and make the train than it would just be just to run. All right, we got to figure out what's up with our water and why it's not running along that line. And so we'll have to backtrack it to the original water. We'll have to come back here and take some of these trains out too. We'll do that later. Coming through. Yeah, they clip through each other right now. Normally I would make a circle train, but right now this is what's called a push-pull train. That's oh, I can see it right there. Right there, right there, right there. Ghost ride that train. Oh, almost jumped off. Almost did it. Oh, that was close. Right here. See, we ran out of pipe here. We never put this pipe back in again. All right, come on, baby. Let's hope this is the spot. Let's just hope the thing. Now, watch this. We're going to watch the pipe. We're going to see if... Oh, there it goes. Yes, we found it. We found it. All right, going around the corner. Looking good. All right, let's slide underneath here. Over here. Here we go. We'll push our way out like this. How we doing? How we doing? Up, lagging. 7 minutes. Get going, bro. Come on! So close! Get back on our train, because that's going to be the fastest way to get back. Now, the trains are the fastest vehicle in the game. They go 120 miles an hour, which is pretty sweet. And a lot of people are like, hey, Kismet, are they going to add, like, flying vehicles and all of that? Heck if I know. I don't make the game. I just play the games. I don't have any inside information. Kismet feeling the pressure. I am. See, I set a prediction, and so I really want to try hard so, you know, it doesn't look like I'm helping the other people out. And then, you know, people are like, Kismet, you totally did that on purpose. No, I'm trying. I'm trying hard. I'm trying to get it going. Let's see if we got some water pumping up into here. It takes a minute for it to get all the way down the line. We might need a pump in here somewhere. Let's get our jetpack on. Got to jump down in between there. Come on, water. Oh, yeah, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. All right, we're going to need a pump back here. Let's get our pump in. Let's see a nice big old baby. Yeah, big baby pump. Oh, get in there. What are you doing? Okay, you're messing me up, fingers. Work with me here. Get in there. There we go. Now we're going to need some power. Got to put a wall in. It's not tall enough to run that pole under. There we go, pump! Now, pump's going to be before these two, so it's going to pump both those up there. That should be our sulfuric acid. And we should be off and running. We won't know until we get all the way here to the... Oh, no, I'm stuck! Well, at least I'm stuck on the... Oh, no, our character's stuck! Oh, no! Oh, we got to take out the refinery, everybody, so I can get out. Oh, that's a bummer. That's probably going to turn the tide right there. No worries, no worries. We got this. Put this back in. Get this all back in here again. We have to take out the piping. Yeah, the sulfuric acid is going. I can see it. I can see it running. All right. We got to snap it back in to where it was. There we go. We got to put our pipes back in. Go to our pipe set. Oh, we had to set it back. That's right. On this one, we had to set it back a little bit. I forgot. Something blocking it. What's blocking my... Good. Just do that. There it goes. Oh, it wasn't lined up. Okay, there we go. I'm trying hard, everybody. I'm trying hard. There we go. It's sulfuric acid in. Let's go. Pressure. Under pressure. All right. Do that. Into there. Up and over. Down below. We got to get the sulfur running in there. Right here. Perfect. All right. There we go. So that's running up. Watch it run. Yes. Now we need one more thing that's very important. And that is the power line. Over to here. There we go. All right, sulfuric acid up and running. How much you got? 3 minutes. 3 minutes to make it happen, Kevin. Now, over here, we've got some items that we need to run way over here. And I was going to run it underneath, but we don't got time for that. We got to run it up above. We're going to do some spaghetti. Let's go. Spaghetti City over here. We're going to run it straight across here. We'll fix it later. Or never. That's how it goes in my stream, everybody. We'll fix it later or we'll fix it never. Here we go, running these, what's called spaghetti. That's when you run it across the ground here, which you're not really supposed to do. But we're going to do it anyway. We're going to trigger some people into chat. We're going to run this clear across here. Over to here. Like so. Get that up there. Let's take this out. and that out. What are we waiting for on this one? We need some case industrial beams and electronic control rods. So we're going to go ahead and run this, which is our encased industrial beams in here. Over here, this should be our control rods. Yes, we got it. How we doing? 2 minutes into there. Now this is starting up. Oh, that's it. That's it. We got it. All we got to do is connect this one last piece. Let's go. Let's go. We just got to get our uranium up here in 2 minutes, and we got it. Come on. What we got to do is now kick in this power. Now we're going to get radiated. But we're going to do it right here. We're going to go ahead and kick in our uranium extraction. Let's hope it's all connected properly down there. We'll know when we see some uranium come firing up this thing. Let's go, baby. It's going to go right down the wire. Come on, uranium. Come on. Let's hope that's connected into the rest of my power. I don't trust it. Let's just do it anyway. Let's connect this over to here. Oh, there it goes. Here it comes. Uranium. All right, baby. Come on. 1 minute. 1 minute to start the power plant up. Oh, come on. Come on. Let's do it. Uranium pellet. Oh, we need concrete. Oh, I'm just going to put some concrete in there. Over here. Oh, these both need concrete. Okay, let's go. Let's go. There's no way I'm going to get that concrete over there in time. I'm going to throw some in there. We won't count that, though. We got to run the concrete lines. We got to run them before that battle comes up. Let's do it. We're going to put a box in like this. We're going to go ahead and run our concrete line. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be close. Run it under. This is what happens when you start doing spaghetti, right? You just run it wherever. And then where are we running our concrete? Oh, just across here. Or am I running my concrete too? Right here. So where is this going? What the heck am I doing over here? Concrete's already in there. Uranium pellet. That's what we're trying to do. How are we doing over here? Our uranium is not showing up in there. Oh, getting radiated. Why is it not feeding in there? Oh, we didn't take out our lines. We didn't redo our lines. Our bad, my bad, my bad. There it goes. Look at that, radiated. Not good, not good. That's why I say don't start this up till you're ready. Get out of here. We're gonna die. Run away. Run away. There we go. All right, that's working. Oh, and that's it, everybody. That's we failed. Oh, so close though. So close. All right, so close to getting that done. Oh man, so close. All right, let's go ahead and get our radiation suit on so we can work around radiation. I just realized that this needs concrete, not that other stuff over there. So now another problem, by the way, when you have your hazmat suit on, is you can't get over the pipes, which can be really annoying. That you can't get over them. So I use something like that to jump over. So yeah, this is bringing in uranium. And this one over here should, by the way, you can also use something like a stackable wall support to kind of climb over, if it lets me, to try to climb over, jump over. There we go, to get over here. But this right here is uranium pellet, or uranium pellets and concrete. That had to be run underneath. All right, we'll call that as a fail. I tried, everybody. It was right down the wire, though. That was very close. Very, very close. If I hadn't got stuck there, maybe. But we're going to call that prediction as the outcome was a no. But very close. Complete that prediction. There you go. So if you did bet against me, you win a whole bunch of stuff. But thanks also if you did bet for me. I know you guys are just trying to have my back. I appreciate it. All right, now, we definitely got to do another battle here. And we'll come back and we'll fix this spaghetti. But just so you know, the nuclear power is actually running. Over here, we've inserted some fuel. We got to put some water in there too. But we actually have our uranium running. We have all that running. We still got to run our water. We still got to run our other stuff. Oh, battle. I forgot to switch. We still got to run all of our water and all of our stuff there to get that going. So close. So close to getting it done. Go ahead and save it. Okay, everybody, nice battle. Give you guys some boss love right here. Bo, Zerthy, T-Brittle, and Paul all getting some extra scrolls. There's some nice epic scrolls. Ron Frey's on a roll today. Look at that, 39 kills. Way to crush it, MVP. Zerthy, no slouch with 36 kills. Me, we don't count. Landman coming in with 19 kills as well. Number 3. We're going to go ahead and call Bo number 4 with 17 kills. And Faraday coming in number 5 with that 18 kills. Way to round out that top 5. We'll be back in the morning playing some more Stream Raiders. For right now, we're going to go ahead and just kind of finish up a little bit of something over here. Now, one of the last things I needed to do over here, I was going to try to get that started and then run my water, is we need to tap into this water right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run this water up to here. I got to get out of the way. Run it up to here and also run it over to that other side because we have plenty of water for all of this in the same spot. Now I go ahead and go back to my jetpack. The reason why is because I'm not too close to be radiated. So as you get closer, oh, see, there's our radiation zone. They actually made that smaller. It used to have to be really far back, but we're gonna go ahead and put our what I call the radiation zone. So we get right there, right past this wall edge here. That's telling me, hey, you're too close, you're going to get radiated, put on your radiation suit. And notice we put all this other stuff over here so we're not standing in the radiation the whole time while we're doing it. I would especially put your water because you don't want your water to get radiated. That doesn't have any effect in the game, but in my head it does. All right, so here we go. We'll go ahead and run this water across here. Now we want to get this water to come up through here, and that's not going to work like that. So what we can do is go ahead and use the thing we're already using. Which is our pipe support like this. And so we can go ahead and run that in there. There we go. We can run this up to here. That needs to come over just a little bit so we keep that nice and straight. There we go. Like that. And then we can do another splitter. So awkward. That's so awkward the way that does that. Yeah, that's going to be trouble. That's going to be trouble right there. Here's what we'll do. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and run this to here. Then we'll re-put in our junction. See, our junction like goes at a weird angle for some reason. That definitely needs to be fixed. It should square itself based on how I have my line or how I have this line. Very awkward. Let's try this instead. Let's take this out. Let's run this way. Like that. And then it's going to straighten, right? It's going to straighten out based on our pipe. And then we can go ahead and do this. Then we take this out, right? See, once you know this kind of stuff, it really does help you a lot. Connect that at the bottom. Take this pipeline support out now. Now I can just go ahead and use this like that. And then now all that's working, right? And how do we know? Because we look at the water up here. See, it's expanding. We know that's working. Then we take this. Oh, so close. Encroaching on another's clearance, so it's hitting the edge of that. So we'll go ahead and try to control that a little bit more by, say, bringing it straight out. It's hitting the edge of what clearance? Oh, the clearance of the nuclear plant. So let's go ahead and fix this side first. Gonna move that out just a little bit. Oh, do it on this side. Into there. Now we know that's good. Then over to here. There we go. And now let's go to run that water into there. And we should see it start to pump. Yep, there it goes. We should look inside here. We'll start to see it fill up. GG. We just got to get our fuel in there. Right? So what's up over here? Why is this not doing its thing? Let's take a look. We've got this. We got that. Our encased uranium cells still not coming out of there. Oh, God, we're getting radiated. Let's put on a radiation suit. Why is it not coming out? Uranium pellets, for some reason, are not going in there. There's some sort of lifter, some sort of something that's not working. Let's take our lifter out, see if that's the issue. Right? We'll take this, run it back down into there. Boom! That's exactly what I see. Every time that something's not working, it's my darn lifters. That would have got us too, right there. That would have got us as well. So, you know if one side is screwed up, most likely the other side. Let's go ahead and fix that. I said I was going to get nuclear power done today and get it running. That's what we got to do. All right in there it goes. Now this side over here, waiting for some cement or concrete. I'm just going to run that in there. We'll run the lines for it next time, just so you can see it start up. And it'll go ahead and start kicking in those pellets here in a minute. Now these pellets take a while to get fired up, but you'll see them. Oh, I actually got some on me. There's some on me right now. What do I got? Uranium pellet. Oh, I got these on me. But those are now working. That's working behind. We got some sort of problem in that last one. We'll fix that later. We're just trying to get these pellets to go in here. We're trying to get our nuclear online. Because if I said I'm going to get it done today, we're going to get it done. Come on, insert that fuel. Let's go. Oh, look out. There we go. So we got 10. Oh, it doesn't have enough of them yet. Has 10 of 25. Get radiated like crazy. Let's go ahead and head out here. Away from the radiation levels. Now, that's going to be way more radiation. Look at the distance. Look at the distance. Now, I'm radiated. Why am I radiated? I probably got some radiation on me. What do I got? I got uranium pellets. Let's trash those things. There we go. So I got actual uranium pellets on me, which is radiating me. So if you're walking around, you wonder why you're getting radiated. There you go. Now, again, over here, we're going to walk close to this. We're going to go ahead and find our little spot. We're starting to get radiated. Are we radiated on this side? Are we radiated over here? Not quite. So if we're standing, say, right here, we're not getting radiated. So you do want to know the sections of your radiation and kind of block them off a bit so you're not wasting your things. And then you know when you go past that particular thing, you're going to be getting with high radiation. All right, 10 per minute. We need 25. This is getting it going. While we're waiting for that, let's just go ahead and do our regular stackable. Not allow you to get up and over that if you don't have your jetpack. Get all the way up here to the top. Figure out why this last one not firing up. No uranium. Why? Because of our lifter. For sure. It's that darn lifter screwing us up again. Come here, you lifter. Alright. Doesn't want to give it to me. Alright, let's go down here where we're really going to get radiated. Boom. Alright, uranium. Another thing. We've already balanced all the uranium, all that stuff. We know we got that going. Come on, nuka power. We want to see that nuka fire up. We want to see it going. Again, not going to leave it until it fires up. We're really right on top of it here. It's got to make so many of them, though, to fire it up. Now, here's the thing I can do. I can go and look at here and say, oh, there it goes. There it goes. We got this, everybody. We got this. We didn't get it at the end, but we're going to get it going. Usually if I'm getting radiation damage, it's one of my doggos trying to kill me with kindness, right? Yeah, there you go. That's usually it. You know, I've never tamed a doggo in the game. It's okay. It's okay if you haven't done everything in the game. Some people feel like it's like an ego thing. Well, I've done everything in the game, and I've done this, and I'm better than everybody else. I typically don't do that. Now, sorry I missed you there, Zerthay, but we're going to play it again. Right over here, Zerthay, thank you very much for the 5 months of Prime Sub Love. Show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Blow it up for that awesome support. You like that, Lawmans? That was so close, right? We were very close. All we had to do was just tap that water and then run that concrete, and we would have had it. I forgot that I had run it underneath. I could have ran it up above and tapped it. But, you know, we'll run it all underneath nicely when we come back next time. But we just want to see the nuke power fire up. And it's very, very close to running those fuel rods in there. Let's watch it come down the line. It's going to come out fast when it does. And again, the fact that it's green tells you that it's actually making that thing, that it has enough resources to make that thing. And so it'll come out of there eventually. It usually takes about, you know, a couple minutes for it to come out because it's running at 0.04. So a little bit more than a couple minutes. But it'll fire out of there in a minute. And we'll have this done for now. And then we'll come back. We'll fine-tune it next time. And then we're going to fine-tune the entire factory as well. Come on. Such anticipation. I know it's working. Come on. There it goes. Oh, ho, ho! 10,000 power. Yeah, baby. Let's go up here and take a look. This is one of my favorite parts. Check it out. That is too cool. So it's in there running. We've got our control rods going. Now what it's going to do is it's going to produce some waste material right there. And so you got to do something with that waste material. Now me, I would just drop it off the side. But you can't do that in this game. So we're going to need to take it. We're going to need to run it off over here, or our nuclear power will turn off. So I'm just going to run it over here for right now and run it to a box. Now you got to find, you can't run that into the awesome shop. Awesome Sync, by the way. They know that trick. They know that's exactly what everybody would do. I know I would. But we're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and just run it out of here like that. Get our conveyor belt. Oh, got it backwards. Got it backwards. Try that again. Up into that box it goes. Oh, it's interfering with my clearance there. No problem. Better idea. Let's just move it over. Again, when you buy that radiation, it'll start to get you. But it's gonna go ahead and take it, put that waste material in that box, and then I just keep adding boxes, and it'll just keep building up that waste material. Apparently, you can also feed it to lizard doggos. Apparently, I'd seen them. I don't know if they were joking about that or what. We have the power, 10,000 power, everybody. Amazing, amazing. Now, if you see this, by the way, if you see it going up and down and up and down, there's something wrong with the consistency of your power. Now, the more power you use, the more input it needs, like for coal and oh, there's another rod. And so now, look, we've backlogged on the rods already. That one rod that we already did is still running the factory. And still running that rod. So, in theory, we could actually add another power plant because what it's doing is going 300 seconds before it actually uses that nuclear fuel rod up, right? Hey, Siri, what's 300 divided by 60? Wake her up. Hey, Siri, what's 300 divided by 60?
300 divided by 60 is 5.
Is 5. That's 5 minutes. So every 5 minutes, it's going to burn one of these rods. How long does it take it to make one, right? How long does it take it to make 1.4 of a minute, right? So a little less than a half a minute. And so it can run for 5 minutes. How many of these can I make in that amount of time? 3 of them, roughly, 2.5 really. But there you go. So about 2 of them. Let's round it down to 2. So we can make 2 of them in the same time in which it runs out. So now it's perpetual. Now it's running. Now, just so you know, I actually have 2 of them running right now. So both this one's making them as well. So I'm really making it 0.8 every minute. because I'm doing 2 of them. I still need to run my encased industrial beams in there and other stuff, but I'm going to be doing 2 of them. So that means that I can have 2 or 3 if you get to the point which you get that extra little bit. You can have 3 nuclear power plants running all at the same time based on what we did. Now, I showed you from the very beginning, from the raw ore all the way through, setting up all the different machines, through the machines, how to get them from place to place, how to run them underneath, how to run your water and split your water and do all of that and create your control rods and create your sulfuric acid and all of that stuff. And it's all running autonomously from the rest of our base. The rest of our base has nothing to do with this now. In fact, I could cut the power off from the rest of the base and it will perpetually run itself. Now, you actually want to do that, and here's why you want to do that. You want to see how much power is being used by your actual production to make your nuclear power. So I'm going to cut the power, which is coming from my train station, which is bringing the power all the way down the tracks, all the way over here. I'm going to cut my power now, and now we're going to go ahead and take a look at the power by just pulling a power pole at. And now we can see it dropped, right? So now we're getting a consistent 2,500. But what's our cost? What's our cost for keeping our power going? Now, we're not going to count our original node extractors because I don't have it connected to those now. But we're just saying our original cost of just the machinery we have over here is about 330. So out of that 2,500 power I'm producing, 330 of that is being used to actually produce the power, right? And so basically we have that overhead. But if I add a second one, then the actual cost of it goes in half because now I'm producing 2 power. And so it's half for this and half for that, right? And so that would go down to 150 per, right? So that's going to be about the cost, 150 or 100 power per power plant that we're going to have overall, which isn't that much, right? Because you got to think, instead of producing 2,500 power, you're going to be producing around 2,400 power. Or if we just take just one, it would be 300 less, say, and so we'd be producing 2,200 power and using a cost of about 300. Good to know that. Good to know to understand those ratios and understand how to do that. But we got nuclear power going today, everybody. A little iffy at the end part there, but we'll finish that up next time. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun to see if I can get it done in time. I try to do it. Let's see. Fix up a nuke lines. There we go. That'll remind me. There we go. Oh, I just thought of something. Let me write it down. Let me write it down over here. There we go. Thought of a great title for my next one. All right, everybody. That's it for me. Let's go ahead and go to my office and show you guys some love. All right, everybody. Now, right there in the chat, you're going to find my schedule. I stream we have the power. I stream from 9 a.m. to about this time, around 3 o'clock or so, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. to about 3 o'clock, or whenever I feel like stopping. But I got to stop at 3 so I can rest and then get up and then help with the kids and then work on more stuff like videos and things like that and processing my videos and doing all sorts of stuff behind the scenes. So we got to get going. We've got to get going on to the next stage of my day. I also want to get out. So I'm starting to walk because it's been nice for the last few days and then it's going to rain and be terrible. So I'm going to try to get a walk in as well. I suggest you go out and find someone you can go out with a walk with. Go 7 minutes that way and 7 minutes back. Take about 15 minutes of your day. Get a good walk in. Make sure you go in a nice, secure, safe area when you do that. Or just walk around your backyard a little bit. Go out there, spend some time with your family and your friends. Always a good idea on a good day. Didn't you have enough power, Kismet? Didn't you have enough oil power, Kismet? What made you decide to do nuclear power? Just because I could. I didn't need nuclear power. I had double the amount. And plus, you know what? I haven't even used 600 of the oil that I still have. So I could actually basically do a whole bunch of power beyond the nuclear power plant just with that extra oil. But what we want to do is we want to show the progression of the game and how to do things as you go along. And so we want to unlock everything and see this is somebody's into the game, right? And usually this is when I restart the game. I'll go ahead and start again from beginning. But in this case, we're going to keep going and I'm going to show you how to upgrade even beyond where we're at so we can start doing those turbo motors and start doing those higher level stuff. Getting ready for update 4, which should be coming in this year, Don't know any specific time. Don't know any specifics other than they got some sort of cool blender coming out and other little hints that they've dropped as well. Potentially servers this year. That's right. Servers for everybody. That is a really tough thing to do because, you know, you're going to have lag when you're driving your vehicles and you're going to have lag when you're doing stuff. Like you can see in Astroneer sometimes you have a little bit of lag. This person thinks they're here. You think they're over here. That kind of server latency and whatnot is really tough to do. But they said they are working toward that. And when we get a mega server, I will start the server over and then you are all welcome to come join me and we'll go build a really humongous base. That'll really be fun. So again, you can find me, again, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then Saturday, 9 p.m. until we feel like stopping. We'll be here this Saturday playing some 7 Days to Die. Now, also, you can find my social media on there, the Discord, the Twitter. Hit the follow on the Twitter. Helps me out a lot. Go to the YouTube channel. Tons of videos. In fact, I have so many videos queued up. They're going to be going until June. Every single day. A video or 2 videos, sometimes 3 videos every single day, all the way in June. Already queued up. Those are the ones I already have done. I'm not counting the ones I'm working on right now, and which will also be queued up in there as well. Lots of guides, lots of behind the scenes, how I do my streaming setup, all that stuff, how I went from starting as a streamer, became an affiliate, became partnered, all of that stuff. You're going to get all of those guides coming up. I've been working hard, everybody. Working very, very hard. Make sure to check all that out. You can also check out the website. You want to check out unboxing, what I have for my studio equipment, what kind of computers I'm using, all that stuff. Hit that kismet.gg. You can go in there. It's a full list of it. You can click on any of that stuff, and bam, it'll take you up there where you can get it, or you can look at more information about that particular thing. Now, here we go. We're going to give you guys some cash from hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. There's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 cash for hanging out all the way to the end. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I had a great time. I hope you guys did as well. I can't wait to see you again in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be Thursday, right? Sometimes I forget what day I'm on. Thursday, we're going to play some Fallout 76. We're going to do some questline in the morning. And then in the afternoon, we're going to play with all of you. We're going to go ahead and do some multiplayer. We're going to do some dailies. Who knows what kind of epic loot we're going to get today. Maybe some nukes, maybe some events. We'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how it goes. Again, I'll see you all in the morning, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.